to join. Start this morning session then. So hello everybody once again. I see Dario is joining us just now, and today we will have two big sessions. And as always, as yesterday, you can all the listeners and the participants of the symposium can post questions in YouTube comments, which will be answered either in Q&A sessions or we will try to answer them in the later panel discussions. And the first talk today will be presented by Pietro Montani, who is an honorary professor at University of Sapienza and a senior researcher at Vilnius University, and also an exceptionally warm human being. The main interest of Pietro Montani, he is well known as an expert on Kant and imagination, and his main research interests in the last 15 or 20 years are the intersection between art, technology, and imagination. And today his talk is titled Rehumanizing the Imagination, an Endless Task. So Pietro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruslanas. As you can imagine, I would have preferred to speak in Vilnius, with a city I love very much, but it's also nice to be here. For this here means for us the space of the community, of the temporary community we created, and our relationship is possible via a technology. Yesterday I felt, and I feel now, the space as very cohesive space and well-tuned. Let me say that this technical mediated feeling will be one of my topics, and maybe the principal, the main one, the technical feeling, the tune realized by technical mediation. I share with you my PowerPoint. Do you see the slide? Yes. And let me start with a summary, a quick summary of the main topics I will address. First of all, I would like to present a distinction between anthropocentrism and anthropomorphism. I will argue in the first step that anthropomorphism is an epistemological principle necessary for the adaptive action of the human being. Following Kant's critique of judgment, I would like to show that the seed of this epistemological principle is not understanding, is not a conceptual seed, but is feeling, sensitivity, aesthesis. This is an aesthetic seed in the broad sense. Kant gives to this word a sense extremely close, not the same, but extremely close to the definition that Vittorio gave us yesterday. That is the multimodal perception of the world through the body. Kant adds to this definition another important epistemological term, the feeling, about which I will discuss with you. Technoaesthetic. The human imagination, I will argue that the human being sensitivity is entangled with its technical extensions. Its true nature therefore is a technoaesthetical one. The human imagination, in turn, is closely connected with these extensions through which it receives inputs from the material world and designs artifacts useful for its survival to be introduced into this material world. This leads the human imagination to a kind of compulsion to recognize in the environment and produce artifacts. This last process is modulated in an historical way. In other words, it is linked to the dominant technologies from time to time. Indeed, it is also in a technological and techno-aesthetical sense that we humans have a history. I will refer here to Schiller's reading of Critique of Judgment, which highlight the political implication of this historicity. I will conclude by taking my cue from another irregular, so to say, reader of the Critique of Judgment, Hannah Arendt, who understood this book as a real theory of political judgment. In this framework, I will try to make a modest proposal for finding a way out of compulsion to produce artifacts that characterizes the human imagination. First step, anthropocentrism versus anthropomorphism. Anthropocentrism is a naive cultural claim, persistent, ingrained, but easily dismantled. Anthropomorphism, on the contrary, is an epistemological presupposition from which one can distance oneself only after having understood its reason without prejudice. The cognitive paradigm defended by the material engagement theory, which I share, and which is recalled in the concept of our conference, expressed this opposition very clearly. Is Lambros Marafouris who speaks. He said that to engage in anthropomorphism, anthropocentrism is to perceive is to perceive, can I praise in another, maybe, yes, is to perceive humans at the center of reality. To engage in anthropomorphism is to perceive reality in human terms, adding that this is a biological necessity of the human condition that we need to embrace, and that it would be impossible even merely to imagine what it would mean for us humans to live and think without the constituent metaphorical apparatus on which our perception of the world is based, an apparatus entangled with deeply embodied sensory motor schemes such as up, down, front, back, interior, exterior, and so on. It follows that anthropomorphism must not be thought of as a problem that we fail to overcome, but as a central characteristic of human projection and material engagement that demands attention and understanding. In my opinion, the epistemological scope of this issue needs to be clarified and developed even beyond the methodological boundaries to which Marafouris confines it. More precisely, we should question whether the concept of perception used here is entirely appropriate, or whether it would be preferable to speak of a more general and indeterminate sentient awareness. This is an expression used by Tim Ingold, who was quoted yesterday by Vittorio Gallese, sentient awareness or feeling, namely the characteristic openness of human aesthesis. The characteristic openness of human aesthesis, what I propose, therefore, is a shift from the field of perception to that of sensitivity, that is, to aesthetics in its epistemological sense. Indeed, the anthropomorphic need noted by Marafouris is clearly foreshadowed in its specific epistemological status in the Critique of Power Judgment, the work in which Immanuel Kant presents his aesthetics. Kant speaks of a purposiveness of nature, Zweckmäßigkeit der Natur, to be understood as a subjective principle, not conceptual, but subjective principle, of the reflecting faculty of judgment. This is the principle of the particular cognitive activity whereby our imagination configures hypotheses concerning the existence and positive detection of regularities within the natural world. Kant writes that in the exercise of this fundamental activity, we thus behave as if an intelligible design were concealed behind the great and apparently irreducible variety of forms with which nature confronts us, although this design remains entirely to be discovered. In other words, we behave as if the internal structure of nature were anthropomorphically in tune with our way of knowing and behaving. It is a matter, however, of a non-objective principle, a subjective one, a kind of hypothetical simulation on whose ground the reflecting faculty of judgment gives itself not nature, a procedural rule, not a law, but a procedural law. Act as if. Will not be useless to add that a similar assumption must be also attributed to other living beings. If a lion could speak, we would not understand it, as argues Wittgenstein, but this is due to the fact that the lion encounters, so to speak, a leonine world and recognizes and implants in this world leonine life forms. Now for Kant, the seed of this principle is not understanding, but feeling. It is an aesthetic principle, totally immersed in the contingency of our sensitive experience. Note that this principle is a transcendental one, and principle whose seat is the feeling, is the sensitivity, is a transcendental. Kant says that. Know that this principle is a transcendental principle. Evidently, Kant is deeply rethinking the nature of transcendence in this work, but as I said yesterday, also in the first critique. In order to have a more precise picture of the Kantian thesis, we must add to the principle of purposiveness of nature another epistemological concept treated by Kant in the first part of the Critique of Judgment, the part of the aesthetical judgment, where it is said that in reflective judgment, our imagination schematizes without concepts. Schematizes without concepts. We must ask why Kant talks about schematizing without concept, since, as we know from the pure reason, the scheme is the interface that allows us to connect intuitions, sensibility, and concept, understanding, logos. That is, according to a more radical interpretation, it is the schematism, the original relationship that acts as a condition of possibility of both intuition, sensibility, and concepts, understanding. By chance, it is precisely the emergence of this original institutive relationship that is the main target of the speculative realism claimed by Meillassoux and others against the correlationism of critical philosophy. Not wrongly, not wrongly. It should be added, since the emergence of this emergence is a typically anthropic distinctive feature, an element that better than any other characterizes the imagination and life forms of the human being. Now, it's clear that in the Critique of the Power of Judgment, Kant is rethinking the issue of schematism in a new way. More precisely, as I have already said, he rethinks it from an aesthetic point of view, in which the latter expression, aesthetic, no longer designates the same order of problems that is defined in the transcendental aesthetic of the first critique. What's this about? In the schematism, what's about? In the Critique of the Power of Judgment, Kant is concerned to define the original relationship I've just mentioned, pointing out it is basically the imagination that manages it. I refer to the free play of imagination and understanding. How should we interpret it without losing sight of what is at stake? It is Kant himself who clarifies this point in a rather thick passage of Critique of the Power of Judgment. I refer to the beginning of paragraph 21, whose epistemological value is immediately clear. It's a very dense passage, but let me quote it extensively. Cognition and judgments must admit of universal communicability. For otherwise, there would be no harmony between them and the object, and they would be collectively a mere subjective play of the representative powers, exactly as skepticism would have it. Second statement. But, this is a very complicated statement, but if cognition are to admit of communicability, so must also the state of mind, Gemütszustand, i.e. the accordance of the cognitive powers with the cognition generally, and also that proportion of them, of the two faculty, which is suitable for a representation, a single representation by which an object, a determined object, is given to us, in order that a cognition may be made out of it. Also this proportion, not only the relationship in general, but the single proportion admit of universal communicability. For without this as the subjective condition of cognition, as the subjective condition of cognition, knowledge as an effect, not arise. The actual knowledge the singularity of knowledge, an effect could not arrive, not the knowledge in general. That is the topic of the first critic in Kant. The singularity of knowledge. This disproportion actually always takes place when a given object by means of sense excites the imagination to collect the manifold, and the imagination in its turn excites the understanding to bring about a unity of this collective process in concept. But this accordance of the cognitive powers has a different proportion, we know this, according to the variety of the objects which are given. This is the problem in this passage. The variety, the manifold, the plurality, the differentiality of the cognition as a different proportion according to the variety of the objects which are given. However, this proportion must be such that this internal relation by which one mental faculty is excited by the other shall be generally the most beneficial for both faculty in respect of cognition of given objects in general. In respect of cognition of the singularity of the objects. And this accordance can only be determined by feeling, not according to concepts. In this very dense passage, the epistemological significance of the feeling is beyond any doubt. But how should we think about this feeling that signals among all the possible proportion of the relationship between imagination and understanding the most beneficial for both faculties in respect of a cognition of given objects in general, of the givenness of the objects in general, we can also say. Kant's answer is that it is precisely that free play in which imagination schematizes without concept, and the understanding participates only as a purely formal instance of legality, Gesetzmäßigkeit, a game in the course of which what is present, what is phenomenized, is nothing other than the plain and simple purposiveness of nature. It's coming toward us in an anthropomorphic way as something in tune with our expectations as living beings, hence the feeling of an environment suitable for life. An environment suitable for life, a favorable environment for adaptation. Can we make the effort of giving a minimum of content to the completely indeterminate condition, aesthetical condition we have just described? My idea is that the first introduction, not published by Kant, never published by Kant, to the critique of the power of judgment, Kant fosters us in this need. Here, in fact, the aesthetic principle of purposiveness of nature had another name. This name is techniques of nature, not purposiveness, but techniques of nature. What does it mean? I would propose to answer like this. What is felt as anthropomorphic in nature, in a purely hypothetical and simulative way, as I said, is first and foremost nature's conformation to a broad and indeterminate technical texture. A broad and indeterminate technical texture. There is technical possibilities, virtualities in nature that come toward us. It follows that from its origin, human hystesis has been a technically attuned feeling from its origin. It's important to underline this. We could call it a technoaesthetic. This is the name I propose for this condition, which is in tune with an original ability, if not even a compulsion of the imagination, to interact technically with the environment and the human body, to extend its sensitivity in technical artifacts, typically extension of human hystesis in artifacts. At the tip of the blind man's stick, as you can see in the first picture, according to a classic image, a classic picture commented on, among others, by Merleau-Ponty, Bateson, and Malafouris. And there is a more contemporaneous device, Google Glass, and the last, maybe, Elon Musk Neuralink prepared a chip inserted in our brain to treat disease, yes, of course, but also to enhance some brain function, like speed in calculation, in connectivity, etc. How to free imagination from this compulsion to technique? I go toward my conclusion. Technically interacting with the environment evidently means introducing significant transformation in the forms of human life and in the very humanity of the human being, starting with its sensitivity. Let's think, to give just one example, of the invention of the articulated language, not the language of intonation, the hand, the expressions, etc. Articulated phonetical language. The invention of articulated language is the most powerful of the technologies that the human being was able to equip himself with. It is in this technological sense, among other things, that unlike other living beings, we humans have a history. The need for a historical approach to sensitivity was perfectly clear to one of the most acute readers and interpreters of the critical power judgment. I refer to Schiller, and in particular to his letters on aesthetic education of man, 1795. the main suggestion that comes from this extraordinary book is that the endless historical regeneration of mankind can only be a political one. But it is important to emphasize that the philosophical organ of this endless regeneration of humanity was conceived by Schiller in the frame of an aesthetics. At the beginning of his letters, in the second letter, Schiller inserts a statement that must be taken completely seriously. According to his view, the most perfect of all works of art is the building up of true political freedom. This thesis is open to two different interpretations. According to the first and more immediate interpretation, political form would be the most valuable product of a technical imagination, the most prestigious result of anthropomorphism that guides the imagination in designing the works of mankind. This interpretation refers to the specific dimension of the work. It privileges ergon at the expense of energia. The polis is conceived as a work, as endowed with an organic form, possibly perfectible, etc. The second interpretation does not focus on the finished work, but on political action. That is, on the polis as a set of relation of co-citizenship, a set of relation that is always anew to be designed. It is remarkable that this second interpretation can be assigned to another reading of the Critique of Judgment as faithful and at the same time subversive of Schiller's one. I'm referring to that provided by Hannah Arendt, in particular in her Kantian course of 1970, but present as an authentic fil rouge in all her work. Political action is an art, a technique, in the sense of its initiality, which places not works, but new beginnings in the world. New beginnings of possible and unpredictable. Someone has a problem? No? New beginnings in the world, new beginnings of possible and unpredictable rehumanization of the world. I think this is, I ask this to Catherine, the other face, I think, of the addiction to future, about which Catherine spoke yesterday. In this second interpretation of the Schillerian thesis, the epistemological significance of the essential anthropomorphism with which the imagination operates has changed nature, putting us on a path that can lead out of the will to power consubstantial with technology. To be realistic, however, and not utopian, this interpretation must be concerned with taking on another element. In other words, its breeding ground can only consist of the dominant techno-aesthetical assets from time to time, the dominant paradigm from time to time. This is a thought I found the first time in Vygotsky, in Lev Semyonovich Vygotsky, very important psychologist, Soviet psychologist in 30 of the past century. In other words, its breeding ground is only consisting of dominant technical aesthetical assets, techno-aesthetical assets, time from time. In this case, in our case, from that set of sensitivity, knowledge, and practices that refer to digital technology, about which Vittorio Gallese talked yesterday. More precisely, to the techno-aesthetics that is configured in this area of the digital technology. The question, and I conclude, the question we have to ask is therefore the following. Does digital technology give us specific techno-aesthetic clues that would restore the anthropomorphic option in the sense of regenerating it in the equally specific case of political action, understood as imaging initiatives for a more inhabitable world, a world more shared with other living species, more respectful of biodiversity, etc. We are, as you can see, on the side of the movementist form of the technically assisted politics. Schiller spoke of an art capable of moving beyond its sour borders. There is a very intelligent observation about this movement in the letters of the aesthetical education of mankind. So that only art could exemplify this task, more precisely an art capable of moving beyond its own borders. Modernity has picked up this thought in different ways by instantiating, among other things, a very significant movement toward the idea of désœuvrement. You know, this words, this title. Schematizing without any concept that does not aspire to materialize in a world, to project a world, to configure a world, rather in a game form. And here too, Schiller's thinking on the play impulse had an important role at the right level of seriousness of the game. I will close by presenting this thesis, my modest proposal. Art as désœuvrement, art does not aim at the finished work, was the unconscious midwife of a political practice that has taken root in a spontaneous and widespread way online. Spontaneous and widespread. It is a very characterized way on a playful level. The modest phenomenon that I find really interesting for a rethinking of the imagination is that digital technology has created a relevant new facility for the practice of this political orientation. I'm referring to the widespread practice of a syncretic writing capable of mixing words, images, and sounds, multimodal, together to produce objects that look less like works of art than they look like free play. I'm thinking, for example, of so-called memes. This playful practice appears rather as the original technical laboratory of an imagination that plays a free game with the understanding, schematizing without concept in an explicitly political game. I know, a practice still very naive and approximate, maybe only regressive, I know, of course, but a practice solidly framed in a specific techno-aesthetic, tuned in a political sense. It is not for me to talk about the contents of the practice. It was enough for me to indicate the specific conditions of its technical possibilities, and therefore its possible historical significance for a rehumanization of the imagination, to which we should then ensure careful critical scrutiny. Thanks for your attention.
So thank you so much, Professor, for your talk. Unfortunately, we don't have now time for questions, so write your questions down, and Professor will address them, I hope, in the panel discussion. And now, without any further ado, we go to our second speaker in this session.
Sorry for having taken up all my time.
No, everything is fine. We will shorten a bit a coffee break, I think. So our second speaker in this panel is Daina Habdankaitė. She's a PhD candidate at Vilnius University and Turin University. Her main research interests are the problem of future or futurity in Mesu, Stigler, and in general. And today she is giving the talk titled "The End is Near, but for whom?" So, Daina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruslanas, and good morning, everyone. I also have to do a few initial remarks before I start. So, first of all, I'm very happy that this conference is taking place, and I'm very thankful for the organizers to do this difficult work to collect everyone together, even virtually. But it's that I need to say is a pretty technical and bureaucratic one. The paper I will read is part of a research of the European research project, The Future of Humanity, New Scenarios of Imagination, done by Vilnius University. And I need to say that the project has received funding from the European Social Fund under a grant agreement with the Research Council of Lithuania. Right, I will go through my talk initially without any slides or visuals, but by the end I will show a few examples of artwork. So I will try to transfer the visuals to you as well. So the impression of living on the beginning of the end of times seems to be haunting humanity throughout its history, from biblical narrative of the apocalypse to reading even Shakespeare as the voice of doomsday, of the great expectation of the end of the world. In the change of the millennium, we humans seem to be, if not fascinated, then definitely driven by the idea of an end. With this in mind, there has been many different ways to think and act in the face of the end of times, ranging from pious resignation to hopeless carpe diem attitude. Yet, the discourse of the end of all has experienced a shift with the advent of the horrors of the 20th century, as well as with multi-layered crises in the 21st century, of which the recent pandemic is only one case. Among such challenges as climate change, mass extinction of animal and plant species, and political crises due to major power shifts within the society. The reason for a conceptual shift resides in the idea of the Anthropocene, which, although widely discussed and even discarded by some, is becoming more and more mainstream concept, used in explaining the current state of humanity and Earth, as well as drafting possible stances regarding their future. If we accept that human is a major, if not the main and highly destructive cause of rapid Earth's changes, the question of how to live and act in today's world so that there is a tomorrow becomes increasingly urgent. One of the possible strategies to face the threat of human and not only human extinction is proposed by Jean-Pierre Dupuy as the concept of enlightened doomsaying. Well, in French, Dupuy is using the word catastrophisme, but I have discovered that in English versions, it is more accepted to say enlightened doomsaying. So if I remember every time, I will use the English version of the term. The term was first introduced in 2002 in Dupuy's book Pour un catastrophisme éclairé, published shortly after the events of 9/11, as well as following the dawn of the international discussions regarding climate change policies. Dupuy's book is a philosophical response to the change in the ways of living, and most importantly, the ways of thinking about the future. Following the ethics of Hans Jonas and the ontology of Martin Heidegger, as well as reversing the concept of Bergson's creative evolution, Dupuy proposes thinking the future of humanity as inevitably leading to a complete self-destruction, which is supposed to reactivate the present by engaging the ethical subject to do everything it takes to avoid the unavoidable destruction. So let us take a closer look into this idea of the enlightened doomsaying and what it entails for the subject, both ethically and ontologically. After having done that, we will proceed to discuss a few examples of Patricia Piccinini's artwork, which I suggest considering as possessing the transformative power needed not only to survive, but maybe even to prevent the absolute catastrophe. So first, what is the enlightened doomsaying, the catastrophisme éclairé? According to Dupuy, the enlightened doomsaying consists in thinking human experience as resulting in an auto-destruction, which, although inscribed into the future of humanity as its faith, can nevertheless be negated if only one has hope. One can easily see an underlying contradiction in Dupuy's reasoning, which is the following. On the one hand, he proposes to think the catastrophe as faith, as something inevitably coming. Yet, on the other hand, it is urged to prevent it by claiming that humanity's hope is strong enough to do that. It is obvious that here we are dealing with a particular temporal structure, which Dupuy himself calls the loop. According to him, catastrophe as an event becomes possible only by possibilizing, if one could use Sartre's term. It means that in order to prevent the catastrophe, one has to believe in its possibility before it takes place. And, continues Dupuy, as soon as the catastrophe is prevented, its realization falls back into the domain of the impossible. Means that as soon as we prevent the catastrophe, it becomes again impossible. For Dupuy, the freedom for us to act resides precisely in between the two temporal points. On the one side, we have the possibility of the catastrophe taking place, which then retrospectively actualizes the impossibility of not taking place. While on the other side, we have the point in time when the catastrophe has not taken place yet, and at that point it is or seems impossible for it to take place. So the temporal structure of the enlightened doomsaying reverses the usual metaphysical causality, where time seems to flow from past through present towards future. When faced with the possibility of self-destruction, our consciousness shifts into the mode of the ethics of the future, a term which Dupuy borrows from Hans Jonas. Ethics of the future is constructed for both Jonas and Dupuy by looking at the present, our present, from the point of the future. Yet the question remains untouched by Dupuy's catastrophism or enlightened doomsaying, is what kind of subject is to experience the mental and consequentially practical exercise of catastrophism. Does it mean that in order to think our inevitable extinction and take upon the responsibility for our actions leading to it, we as humanity need to transform? And in what way? The question of possible, if not necessary, human transformation in the face of catastrophe is not completely foreign to Dupuy's discourse, and this I admit. In his later book, The Mark of the Sacred, Dupuy writes, I quote, "I believe that the present crisis is apocalyptic in the etymological sense of the word. It reveals to us something fundamental about the human world, the violence of human beings." End of quote. Even though Dupuy himself does not go into detail about this topic, it is pretty obvious that faced with the revelation of the violence of human beings, paired with the inevitability of catastrophe, human is pushed to the edge of the decision: transform your ways, or maybe yourself entirely, or perish. The path of possible transformation into a more caring and careful being has already been traced by Martin Heidegger, who Dupuy is also inspired by. For Heidegger, in Being and Time, the anticipating structure of Dasein's being leads to facing its own authenticity. I quote Heidegger, "We must characterize being towards death as a being towards a possibility, indeed, towards a distinctive possibility of Dasein itself." End of quote. It seems that for Heidegger, temporality or the transformation of temporality is prior to subjectivity. Time develops as becoming of subjectivity. This also means that in Heidegger, the Kantian axiom is reversed. It is no longer time, which is an interior form of experience, which could not exist without consciousness. Here we are dealing with a completely different structure of time. Yet it is still a question how to reflect on this future-orientedness of the being towards death within Heideggerian thought and outside of it. If we ask what is anticipated by Dasein, it would be quite difficult to answer because the answer is pretty negative. It is first and foremost Dasein's own end. Nevertheless, for Heidegger, such end is marked by the sign of authenticity, since only when facing its own end, Dasein is believed to face its own possibility of being, which would be authentic. In a sense, Dasein's authenticity is expressed in their contact with their own possibility of being and is always processual, or to use Deleuzian terminology, in becoming. I quote Heidegger again, "Anticipation makes Dasein authentically futural, and in such a way that the anticipation itself is possible only insofar as Dasein, as being, is always coming towards itself. That is to say, insofar as it is futural in its being in general." End of quote. Even though Heidegger never explicitly claims that inauthentic and authentic being belong to different ontological realms, it seems that he presupposes a more fundamental temporality than the everyday time. Heidegger holds that the linear temporality results from inauthentic being, and therefore invites to restrain from applying the terms of past, present, and future when talking about authentic being. Therefore, Heidegger's being towards death can be said to fall out of the causal chain of everyday time. Moreover, even though it is based on anticipation, the being towards death does not belong to the future as such, since it is understood as something more fundamental than the causal temporal chain, which is based on past, present, and future causal relations. So while imagining the death of one's own, Dasein is turned towards himself as a person, as a human being in the ultimate sense, and is doing that by undergoing an exercise of thinking the most abstract, the most common thing for all, one's own death. Everyone dies, but not me, or at least not like me. By contrast, imagining everyone's death in Dupuy's proposed enlightened doomsaying, one undergoes an exercise of thinking the unthinkable, the complete extinction, for which I and only I am responsible. Yet for the doomsaying to be truly enlightened, and inescapable guilt, which brings forward the responsibility, needs to be activated. The problematic shift in Dupuy's reasoning is the following. How can we be sure that thinking the complete and total destruction of humanity by the hands of ours would invoke the feeling of responsibility instead of that of despair? What kind of moral imperative leads Dupuy's Dasein, who no longer operates the human scale categories and instead is thinking for and about everyone's death? What the idea of the enlightened doomsaying would benefit from is a little bit more embodiment or mediation. The difficulty to start caring about one's own death, not to mention the destruction of the whole world, resides in the lack of suitable imagery for such an act of thought. I know how others die and how certain things end, but I cannot imagine my own death and the end of all things. So in order to become more caring and careful in the wake of a catastrophe, one needs to go through an embodied experience. The transformation of the subject required for engaging in the ethics of the future should involve the body, which is always close, so familiar, yet never fully accessible to me. So here is why I want to suggest to turn to Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari's idea of becoming other, as well as the artistic practice of Patricia Piccinini as one of the instances of such a becoming. I would like to claim that one can only take the responsibility and become proactive when faced with the idea of catastrophe only if one thinks of themselves as becoming other, becoming animal, becoming earth, or becoming no more existent. Here's what Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari have to say about becoming animal in 1,000 Plateaus. I quote, "This is the point to clarify, that a becoming lacks a subject distinct from itself, but also that it has no term, since its term in turn exists only as taken up in another becoming of which it is the subject, and which coexists, forms a block with the first." End of quote. In other words, the becoming other has no end stage and is functioning as a permanent process, an always open schism within the ethical subject facing the catastrophe. On the one hand, there is a human, all too human ego who is responsible for the definitive destruction of the earth. And on the other hand, there is a human in the becoming who is the transformed, the salvaged one, the one who will live the life whose path has been turned towards a new direction, away from the catastrophe. But how one enters this permanent transformation? Let's look into Patricia Piccinini's artwork for one possible answer. I suggest interpreting Piccinini's work as the weirding of the human, making a human look and feel weird, which paves a path towards becoming more human and more humane. Creating lifelike sculptures, which are strikingly biological and heavily embodied, the artist questions the relationship between human and animal, old and young, familiar and uncanny. None of the creatures depicted in her art look like something recognizable, yet every one of them seems strangely familiar. I will show a few examples as soon as I finish describing. Here we are playing a little bit of the game of imagination. I will talk about the creatures and then show them. So when we look at Patrizia Piccinini's creatures, the question raises, are they almost human or more than human or next to human or barely human? For Piccinini, connection and empathy constitute the heart of her practice. By calling her sculptures creatures, the artist opens a possibility to question the line between artistic and evolutionary creativity. Here I would like to quote the artist herself. My creatures are just that, imaginary beings that are almost possible. They are not always traditionally beautiful, but they always have a beauty and honesty within them. They are more vulnerable than threatening. People sometimes find their strangers off-putting at first, but they usually learn to see past this. The creatures literally appeal to the audience's empathy. They entreat the viewer to look beyond their strangers and see the connections. End of quote. In last year's interview with philosopher Rosi Braidotti, Patrizia Piccinini said the following, and I quote her again: "The hybridity in my work is an acknowledgement that there is no pure, that we all exist on a continuum. When you do that, it is much more difficult to exclude or malign. It is much easier to destroy an environment that we feel separate from, much easier to exclude or even eliminate humans that we consider different from and inferior to us. My interest in hybrid forms comes from a belief that there is no pure, just a complex and diverse world that we are part of." End of quote. So here I suggest looking into three Piccinini's works in the context of the already discussed enlightened doomsaying, the becoming other, and the concept. I will try to share my screen. I'm not sure if you see it full screen or like a. Okay, perfect.
But
right,
maybe
I
you
will
should
turn a
make
little
it,
bit.
yeah, full screen the presentation.
I am trying, but oh yeah, worked. Perfect. I will be a bit sideways because I'm following the text from another computer. I'm sorry about it. So first artwork is called the Teenage Metamorphosis. And artist herself says that it has been inspired by her personal experience being a mother of a boy of a coming of age, transitioning from childhood to a young adult. And at the same time, it's a playful reference to Kafka's book Metamorphosis, which you can also see link next to the creature. So as informative as these two contexts are, I would like to talk about the artwork as it is presented here and now, not dwelling that much in the context that I just mentioned. So what or who are we looking at here? It seems to be neither an animal nor a human, and neither a child nor an adult. The creature, to use the artist's favorable term, is permanently stuck in a state of transition. I would go as far as suggesting that the uniqueness of Piccinini's work in general is precisely the permanent in-betweenness as species when we look at her creatures. What the permanence of transition implies is again a peculiar temporal structure, which differs a lot from the traditional concept of past flowing through present to the future, as we already talked about that. The creatures of Piccinini seem to step from a temporality which defies any continuity of time, as if we were looking at the inhabitants of a time of possibility, as if we were taking a glimpse to a moment of an alternative process of evolution. They are not in our time, they are not before us, they are not after us, they are as a possibility which is very much present. And I think what makes it even stronger when you look, because here we are in disadvantage because we are looking at a picture, but every time when there's an exhibition of Piccinini's work, you are encouraged to touch the creatures, and when you touch, you can feel almost lifelike bodies. And I think this touch is also very important here because you are presented with a possible, very creative, imaginative way of viewing life. And at the same time, it's very, very physical, painfully physical, and very uncomfortably physical. So another artwork is a bit earlier, from 2010. It's named Litter. Litter is a word used to designate a group of young animals who were born to one animal at one time. But yet again, when we look at these creatures, there's a lot of confusion. It is not exactly a well-recognizable animal species we are looking at here. Interestingly enough, here we seem to be invited to play the look-alike game, which is rather common for new parents when they welcome a newborn baby and start guessing who the baby looks like the most, no matter how squishy, wrinkly, and frankly rather similar. I'm seeing that my connection is unstable, but I'm hoping that it's okay. If you don't wave, I assume that you can still hear me. So so for parents, it's quite natural to guess who the child looks like. But in this case, the problem is not that we don't have parents to compare their children with. The problem is we don't have any referential or like starting point of species, any template where to assign these creatures. And at the same time, it looks like they look more human than animal, even though the title suggests or offers us the vocabulary which is applied to talking about animals. So they look like human, but not exactly, or not really human, or not fully human, or not yet human, or maybe not anymore human. This human likeness is both the abundance and the lack of humanness, and this is precisely what puts these creatures in an almost sacred, untouchable zone. As eerie and uncanny they look, they don't seem to invoke any hostility or distancing. On the contrary, the cuteness of an indistinguishable species is rather overwhelming, and it is a valid question to ask whether the non-humanness of these human-like creatures is not precisely what invokes the so-called parental instinct towards them in the viewer. To jump to the last example that I showed to you, you might have noticed that the creature depicted here next to the more human-like creature looks quite similar to the first one that we saw from the teenage becoming. If I go back, you can see the resemblance. I'm not dwelling into comparison there, but you will notice from the bodily structure that it might be the same or a similar type of creature. So here you can see also a quote, quite a lengthy one from artist herself. I'm keeping an eye on the time. I would take a luxury of reading it out, and then I will comment and conclude. So Patrizia Piccinini says about what we see, that the creature itself has a strange physiognomy. the back is essentially the sole of a running shoe, which is an interesting formal trope for me. Its significance is twofold. First, it refers to the common evolutionary trait where animals, such as stick insects, for example, disguise themselves as part of their environment, which highlights both the strange and super-specific cleverness of evolution, alongside the deeply specific connections between species and their particular environments. In this case, the animal's mimicry of a piece of consumer sportswear locates it totally as a product of our world. And secondly, it invokes the idea of the proteanomorphousness of the body, as it is understood in the age of biotechnology. Bodies are never final or even particularly specific. The universality of DNA means that organisms can be changed and manipulated, crossed and hybridized, with elements from completely outside their realms. This crossing of an animal with a shoe doesn't seem so surreal anymore, but it is. Here I stop sharing my screen and try to come back. Right. So the question is, how do we bond with someone, and most importantly, on what terms, on what basis? In many languages, English included, there is a saying to designate one's family member, and we're used to saying, "You are my flesh and blood." But can one form a kin, a relationship, without sharing the same flesh and blood? Looking at these pieces of artwork from Patrizia Piccinini, it seems that a loving and caring bond can be formed on a different basis, which nonetheless is still heavily embodied. Piccinini's creatures are looking at us from the future. But this is not the future of calculation, not the tomorrow which can be predicted and for which we can prepare ourselves. On the contrary, it is a future which will never fall under the logic of the temporal triad of past, present, future. This is a future as a possibility, which, as pressing and sometimes painfully present, may never become actuality. In a similar way, and here I am concluding already, Dupuy's enlightened doomsaying urges us to think the possibility of a very radical extinction, which, while caused by us, is not necessarily unchangeable. This is the question of responsibility for me and for others. Responsibility and caring for the other is what connects both Dupuy's theory and Piccinini's artistic practice. The only, or should I say, the major difference between them is the role representation and mediation and embodiment is playing in each of the cases. While the enlightened doomsaying is never imagined and only thought of as something necessary, yet hopefully reversible, the care invoked by the so familiar yet so uncanny other in the Piccinini's work is always heavily embodied, always present, and always uncomfortable for the one faced by it. Yet, despite the different levels of mediation, both philosophical and artistic approaches discussed in my presentation offer some strategies of transforming oneself in the wake of the catastrophe. Without the transitioning from the careful to the caring one, a future can hardly come. So here I stop.
So now you should hear our applauses. And we still have a whole 12 minutes, 12 minutes for questions. Questions in YouTube, as I see now, usually come a bit later. So we will start from our participants. Pietro, I think, has a question.
Yes, I have an information to ask Daina. If the creature products of Patrizia Piccinini are always mammals or there are some other forms of life, of animal life? I didn't know this artist.
From what I've researched and seen, it's well, to be very, very precise, it's hard to. Well, you made a very brave gesture of putting them into mammal category, but when we look at the shapes and structures, some of them look like more like insect. but all of them have this flesh. They're very fleshy.
Or shoes, etc. She said shoes. If I read correctly.
Yes, but what is actually a recurring feature in all of these creatures, or all that I've seen from her, is the fleshness. None of them have like a, like an insect surface, so they all look like quite fleshy, even though they might have, recognizable features from what we see in other species or objects. But I think they're all like mammal-like, if you want. So yeah.
Professor Malabu.
Thank you very much, Daina. It was really beautiful, very interesting. But maybe Dario will talk about that. But I was wondering if you could not include in your, let's say, imaginative otherness some of the most recent AI realizations, where it seems to me that uncanniness is even more striking. So would you say that this projection on non-likeness, on otherness, would work also with robots and very resembling ones?
Thank you. Very, very good question.
I don't know how to share my screen, but if I could, I would show you some pictures of, these Ishiguro artificial intelligence robots who look like humans, and that are still very uncanny.
Yeah, if we think about the uncanniness, we can think of this uncanny valley. Yes. So why I chose Piccinini's work is because here the uncanniness almost falls on the place in the uncanny valley where we feel very uncomfortable, because here the human likeness is not it's not a comfortable one. Because when we think about for instance practical applications of robots, when like robots are putting into nursing homes, so from what I've read and heard, it seems that looking too much like human is off-putting. So this like round, still covered in some kind of metal or plastic, round-headed, with like drawn-on features, robot is something that we still feel comfortable with. But when we have like this fleshy humanoid run as AI around us, it feels uncomfortable. But my question here is, what kind of uncanniness invokes some kind of an ethical feeling, moral feeling? And I think here Piccinini strikes straight to the point. And I was reflecting how and why the creatures that we look at don't seem threatening, they look strange, they're not very uncomfortable, but at the same time you want to somehow protect them or get to know them. So if we look at the scale of the uncanniness, I'm really looking forward, maybe Dario will join us about that, since I see that there's going to be something about AI as well. But I suppose that if we go too much, too close to the human, it becomes too comfortable to raise questions of responsibility towards the others. And by others, here I'm like being a bit excluding, in a sense that when I talk about responsibility towards the others, I never think that like, oh, responsibility towards AI. I don't think about that yet. I think like towards the other, which maybe I should, but when I'm thinking about towards other humans, towards other life forms, but I'm not including AI as one of the possible subjects, ethical subjects. Maybe I should, but this is a totally different question.
So I was thinking about, we have this, at least in our university, unique set of researchers here. So I was thinking about bringing in Professor Galese with the question if maybe he knows, maybe there are some research about this topic. Do our mirror neurons, so to say, light up when we see, I don't know, something done to the fish or some other non-human-like animal life forms?
Yeah, well, the first interspecies demonstration of the possibility not only to communicate, but showing the neural underpinning of the possibility of such a communication are mirror neurons. The original discovery was made when a human being was performing an action in front of a non-human primate. Then this issue has been further explored in humans with fMRI, and I want to refer to an experiment done in 2004, if I'm not mistaken, where human participants in the scanner were exposed to short video clips in the first session of the experiment with 3 agents performing 3 actions like chewing, and the agents were a human being, a monkey, a macaque, and a dog. And all 3 instances of the action of chewing led to motor resonance, namely to the activation of the premotor sector of participants' humans' brain, where movement of the mouth are met. What is interesting is that in a second session, the same agent performed in the video clips communicative actions. So there was silent speech by means of the human agent, like looking at me. Okay. Then a monkey performing an affiliative communicative gesture, which is lip smacking, which I want there to imitate. And finally, a barking dog, all without sound. And here the results become even more interesting. In the case of the speaking human, there is a huge activation of the mirror mechanism network, bilateral, but with a stronger intensity of the activation on the left side, of course, because it's language being involved. In the case of the lip smacking, there was a greatly reduced bilateral activation of the premotor cortex, but far less important than in the case of human speech. And finally, when beholding a barking dog, the motor system was totally silent. It was possible to detect activity only in the visual part of the brain, which means that we seem to resonate in the first place, not only with what we are familiar with, but with something that to a certain degree we can do, or at the very least that we can learn and incorporate in our own behavior through learning. Which also tells another interesting, well, 2 interesting things, I think. The first one is that you don't need mirror neurons to understand what's going on in the world. I mean, I'm perfectly capable of understanding that I'm facing a barking dog without the necessity to acquire this knowledge by internally simulating that motor program, because I don't have such a motor program. I cannot buy. But secondly, I think it also suggests that just because we have a variety of cognitive toolkits enabling us to make sense of the world, that doesn't amount to say that all these different forms of understanding are in similar way. So the empathic form of understanding, where I can provide the experiential feeling, as Edith Stein would say, according to my hypothesis, is precisely embodied simulation is purchasing for you. Namely, the possibility not only to understand, but to understand from within. In the case of the barking dog, I provide a post hoc interpretation of a sensory input to which I have no direct access, because we are dissimilar in that respect. There are experiments also showing that the mirror mechanism in humans can also be driven by a non-anthropomorphic robotic hand that grasps objects. So in that respect, once the goal can be mapped in my motor system, even if the visual feature of the agent accomplishing that particular task leading to that particular motor outcome, that is not a big deal for the system. The system picks up the outcome of the motor act, most likely by relying on more primitive, low-level cues, like a certain form of kinematics, the proximity between the affecting agent and the target object and the like. I don't know if I answered.
Yes, okay, thank you. And Dario, if your question is short one, then go now. If it's kind of long consideration, let's leave it for a panel discussion.
I can leave it for the final discussion if you prefer. So thanks.
So okay, thank you very much all. Thank you, Daina, for a wonderful talk. And we have now a 14 minutes coffee break, and then we return all here, and we will hear the talk by Dario Cecchi on imagination, creativity, art, and AI. See you then. have here a comment in the YouTube, which we will keep in mind, I think, for our panel discussion. Marco reminds us that in some indigenous cultures, these non-human, as we call them, non-human agents are not even treated as non-human. They are thought of also being human. So it's interesting how in those cultures, these mirror neurons and all this stuff would work. But now we are moving to our second part of the morning session. And we have Dario Cecchi from the University of Rome, Sapienza. And Dario will give us a talk on imagination, creativity, and art and AI, which I think will be wonderful continuity of the topics we discussed in the first part of the day. So, Dario, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, it's perfect.
So let me first say thank you to all of you, the friends in Vilnius who work at Vilnius University, for this very grateful invitation. And I'm sorry we cannot be all together in your beautiful city, but I'm sure that in the next future, this will be possible again, cross finger. And I apologize if I will read some parts of my paper, but this will be a way to go faster and try avoid lose time. So let us start. My talk concerns the possibility of an aesthetics of artificial intelligence, or AI aesthetics, which is the title of Lev Manovich's last book. So I will take some examples, and above all, I will take one statement from his book in order to develop my paper, my talk, but a little bit later on. But let me say now that the focus will be mainly, it is a discourse on aesthetics at large, but both mine and Manovich's focus is mainly on the issue of creativity. And of course, creativity is a notion which is much larger than aesthetics and more precisely than art. But I anticipate that in the final part of my talk, I will focus a little bit on how we should conceive artistic creativity. And I will do that with the help of a book of an Italian philosopher, so that maybe you don't know because only some of his books have been translated, but he is Emilio Garroni. But let me now summarize 3 points on creativity. I'm sorry, because I imagine that something I'm gonna say has been largely anticipated by Pietro's talk. We have worked for such, and we still work for such a long time together, that this is a little bit inevitable. But since I will focus on this topic of art, it is still useful to remind some passages. So when we speak of creativity, I think that we must keep in mind at least 3 points. The first one is that we expect that creativity is bound to a certain intentionality. This is usually at least our ordinary understanding of creativity. So that's why, for instance, we are a little bit suspicious when people speak of animal creativity, because I think that we usually we think that it is implausible to think that a cat pushing the keys of a piano or a monkey sprinkling colors on canvas is intentional creativity. The second point is that we associate to creativity some kind of originality. And the third one, perhaps the most important one, is the idea of innovation. So I will focus for a moment, because this is, to me, maybe the most important one, but also the most relevant to a discourse concerning the possibility of AI creativity. Human creativity is likely not to produce only the reconfiguration of pre-existing patterns, as, for instance, AI could do. This is one of the example to which Manovich comes again and again. The idea that AI is much more apt to reconfigure, for instance, musical teams together, or rearrange teams with another rhythm. So let's imagine you take Mozart's Eine kleine Nachtmusik and you arrange it in ragtime. So it's true that AI is much more powerful in performing these operations. This is out of doubt, let's say. But yet, my problem is that to think of innovation, we still need, for thinking that something is taken, is borrowed from a certain tradition, but with the intention of reconfiguring this tradition. So you will find a lot of Bach in most of Mozart's and Beethoven's, for instance, pieces, but yet they do not reproduce or just edit together pieces. They rethink passages, motifs, themes in Bach's music. And you never, for instance, almost never find kinds of compositions which are so significant to Bach music, like preludes and fugues. Nevertheless, you will find a lot of Bach in Mozart's sonatas or symphonies, and so is it for for Beethoven. What I want to say that in the case of human innovation, we do not care only for the combination of pieces taken from different parts, but we also care for the virtual design behind it. The virtual and rather quite indeterminate design, but yet a design that we are able to feel behind this composition. So in a nutshell, human creativity seems to fulfill at least three general conditions, which I have just mentioned: intentionality, originality, and innovation. All of these conditions are better described by the idea argued by the Italian philosopher I was mentioning before, Emilio Garroni, according to whom only human creativity is predominantly a rule-changing creativity. Garroni borrows the expression from Noam Chomsky, but the latter, however, believes this is a purely hypothesis. Chomsky thinks that only a rule governs creativity, a creativity which is accompanied by the application of given rules can be really described and therefore recognized in our experience. But what I believe Garroni aims to say, on the contrary, is that as far as human creativity is concerned, we are able to recognize that kind of indeterminate design I was evoking before. That's why he introduces the notions of meta-operativity and meta-operation beside those of operativity and operation. What he is thinking of, plausibly in accordance with his Kantian inspiration, is a sort of transcendental condition of the human creativity. However, let us keep in mind two things when we speak of Kantian inspiration in Garroni's philosophy. The first one is that his way to transcendental philosophy is largely inspired by the critique of judgment rather than the critique of pure reason. And from the critique of judgment, he takes the idea that the sense of a transcendental philosophy is not to consider a priori patterns of the human experience as granted forever. The sense of the transcendental method is rather to understand how a priori conditions are implied in experiences in such a way that they would make no sense outside this reference. And the second thing we must not forget is that Garroni never argues that non-human animals, for instance, are not creative. He only tries to formulate a hypothesis concerning what he considered the exceptional status of human creativity. But there is another condition of human creativity that I have not mentioned yet, and which, to me, the most important one. This kind of creativity, predominantly meta-operative, as I said, makes a pervasive use of technology. Animals, non-human animals, also make use of tools, but Garroni borrows an argument from André Leroy-Gourhan. By the way, the same argument is borrowed by Merleau-Ponty too. For them, only humans are able to fabricate or use tools for the exclusive sake of fabricating or using other tools. The flint industry, in that sense of the Paleolithic age, is the forerunner of modern industry. There is a continuity, if you want, in the human evolution. I would like to radicalize Garroni's statement and say that human creativity has always been technological in its very essence. We usually, in our common sense, we oppose creativity and technology very often, thinking that technology is mechanical whilst creativity is free. But I think that nothing is more false as far as we better display our creativity when we saturate and explore all the possibilities and potentialities concealed in a technical object. And by using the expression technical object, I'm of course referring to Simondon's philosophy of techniques, which I will use here to expand a little bit Garroni's perspective on creativity. We explore the potentialities of a technical object, as I said. However, since the being of a technical object, according to Simondon, necessarily depends on the existence of an associated milieu. We spoke of milieus, I think, in that more or less in that perspective yesterday with Kristupas' talk. Our creative handling with technical objects also reshapes these milieus. We can either enrich them, that is, enhance their nature of creative hubs, or impoverish them, that is, specialize them in the extreme. And it is exactly what happened for entire ages with our regions, which could flourish or be impoverished by the transformation of the communication networks, streets, railways, and so on. But human creativity should also, so in a sense, if you want, I'm describing here in the relationship between a technical object and an associated milieu, I am describing here a little bit a kind of rule-governed creativity. I have a technical object, no matter what it is, a train, let's say, and I have an associated milieu, like the network of the railways, and the most fruitfully I'm able to connect them, the most creative I am in their use and in their exploitation. But I think human creativity should also be able to make new links between technical objects and associated milieus. This is apparently what is likely to have happened some 4,000 or 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. It is an example evoked by Pietro too in his talk, when a system used to register calculations was applied to transfer language into an enduring format. Humans, let's say, discovered writing, and this hypothesis about the way writing was, so to speak, discovered has been argued, for instance, by Emile Benveniste in his lessons, or more recently by the cognitive scientist Francesco Antinucci. No matter how far these new links could be indeterminate, they display the features of a certain intentionality, originality, and innovation. In other words, they display that character which Kant calls a purposiveness without purpose. And as we learned yesterday from Pietro's talk, in the first introduction to the critique of judgment, this purposiveness without purpose was firstly meant by Kant as a technique of nature, so which a much stronger emphasis on its technical sides. And this purposiveness without purpose can only be judged according to the idea of an imagination schematizing experience without a concept. That is, in accordance to the legality of understanding, but without any direct reference to this or that concept. In a techno-aesthetic perspective, these links between new technical objects and associated milieu could be established according to this idea of a purposiveness without a purpose, with a techno-aesthetic purposiveness without a purpose. Now, sorry. To use Derrida's words, this could be seen as a supplement, something without which we could not be able to think the subject-object relationship in a certain way. But I follow here Bernard Stiegler's way of reconsidering these hypotheses of the supplement applied to techniques. And I believe with him, to whom goes my grateful thought for the few moments passed together in Rome, Paris, and Ravello, and the many things I happened to learn from him, that the supplementary force of technology is effective only when it empowers a process of co-individuation, of mutual individuation of an I and a we. Otherwise, let me say, it would be mere machinery. And here we find another connection with Kant's principle, aesthetic principle of the faculty of judgment, because Kant claims for the exemplary validity of aesthetic judgments in a way that refers to their intersubjective dimension. Namely, the one who judges must assume that she is judging according to the idea of a sensus communis or Gemeinsinn. That is, as if she is speaking with a universal voice. In other words, our imagination as humans is not only destined to reorganize the data of experience, it is also meant to put us in the minds of others, which is, by the way, the second maxim of sensus communis for Kant. So why is the aesthetic principle of sensus communis necessary to our understanding of technology. Here, I would like to develop an argument that could be useful to focalize the boundaries of a possible AI aesthetics. I believe that we often mistake technical objects for associated milieus and vice versa. We could even reformulate a theory of art formed based on this distinction. In painting, for instance, we could say that the stroke would be the technical object and the colors, on the contrary, the associated milieu. And so can be said for harmony in music, which is the technical object by the means of which we can exploit an associated milieu made by the instruments. So, as you see, we can redescribe the dynamics of artistic creativity too in a way that makes the technical objects and the associated milieu emerge. Most importantly, when we focus on what we usually call art, we see that these two ontological statuses, technical object and associated milieu, are intrinsically reversible. What was technical object then becomes associated milieu, and vice versa. Simondon speaks of the modes of existence of technical objects, and I believe that the meaning of this formulation is that an ontology of artifacts is necessarily modal. And when I say that these two poles, the technical object and the associated milieu, are especially reversible when we take the case for art, let me just bring the example of writing again, because writing was, of course, a technical object which enhanced the nature of language. But when we consider writing, for instance, with regard to modern novel, it is also an associated milieu which offers new potentialities to the developing of stories in a way which was impossible to oral narrative, for instance. That's why, in my view, it is out of doubt that an AI aesthetics is legitimate, but I believe that we have not focalized yet in its modal nature. And I guess Manovich is thinking something similar when he argues that it is not clear whether AI is meant to be a tool for the single artistic imagination or to influence our collective imagination, influence or even manipulate our collective imagination. To reformulate Manovich's question, it is not clear whether we are dealing with AI as a technical object or as an associated milieu. I would like to mention 3 different situations which could help me explain what I mean. The first situation concerns the application of machine learning to playing games. It is probably one of the earliest experimentations in this direction that gain the highest results. We are able to say today with a good degree of plausibility that machines play chess better than humans do, for instance. When we apply machine learning to playing chess, it is indeed clear that this is expected to behave as a technical object that saturates the possibilities and potentialities offered by an associated milieu formed by the data of an incredibly huge number of games. The famous Russian chess player Mikhail Botvinnik once said about 2 of his most renowned antagonists, "If Tal sacrifices a piece, take it. If Petrosian sacrifices a piece, don't take it. I guess that today machine learning could formulate the same remark. And it probably lacks the symbolic background of the play. It would never wonder the meaning of sacrificing, let's say, the queen for winning the game. However, this is only a surplus of the aesthetic pleasure one takes in the game. What is mostly important is that we can establish analogies between the behaviors of the human and non-human players. And I believe it is not only legitimate, but also worth of interest to investigate the displacement of the boundaries between the so-called esprit de finesse and esprit de géométrie. So this is the first situation of a machine-oriented creativity. The second situation concerns the application of algorithms to ethical, legal, or economic deliberation that requires a remarkable degree of creativity. Notoriously, algorithms are increasingly applied to verdicts, to sentences in courts. They do not replace human judges yet. Their purpose is only to support, guide, and eventually confirm humanly produced verdicts. However, the replacement of the human factor is not excluded in the future. Legal creativity concerns a specific problem, the interpretation of the law and its application, what Gadamer called applicatio or Verwendung. And this is a complex problem which entails the fact that laws are texts. I will not consider this aspect, but will focus on the fact that the application of algorithm to deliberations such as verdicts or also financial trading might conceal an epistemological fallacy. Unlike playing games, it is virtually impossible to establish perfect analogies between human and algorithmic deliberation, because algorithms make their decision elaborating data derived from human decisions. But as soon as algorithmic decisions are made, they should be in principle available to the comparison with other decisions. In other words, algorithm would be here at the same time and surreptitiously technical object and pre-individual sources of the decision process. Let me mention one novel by Don DeLillo, Cosmopolis, in which the protagonist, Eric Baker, is a financial trader who behaves perfectly, we could say like a machine. And although he still refers to a human person as a decision maker, this novel expresses quite well this paradox of how we can introduce a perfection process of decision making into reality. Now we come to the third situation, which is more focused on art and artistic processes at large. So I will mention one example, which is probably close to what Daina was saying in her talk. In Manovich's book, examples are taken from different arts. However, music and pictures play a key role in his argument. This is probably due to the fact that these arts need sequencing, montage, composition, assemblage, no matter whatever it is, but they need some sort of sequencing. Roughly speaking, The idea is that AI could optimize the production of sequences of either sounds or pictures or audiovisual pictures, or extract a much greater number of variants from the same data than a human artist could do. It is a little bit what at the beginning I was saying about how it is possible to arrange variations on a Mozart's theme, or mix it with other rhythms, or even with other musical pieces. Of course, Manovich is not arguing that we should identify aesthetic value with this sort of naive version of the will to power. He aims to distinguish situations in which AI manipulates imagination from those in which, on the contrary, it supplies new tools for developing creativity. But I think this alternative makes sense only if we correlate it to a technostatic paradigm concerning the different forms of purposiveness, or if you prefer, of technique of nature available to an AI aesthetics and creativity. AI aesthetics can claim for this purposiveness at least in 3 different ways. The first one is the saturation of a technical object's potentialities. It is what we have just seen with regard to musical or audiovisual sequences. Or it can be a way of binding the psychobiological individuation of humans with an associated milieu. It is, by the way, this is the example which I guess is close to Daina's talk. This is, by the way, what millions of teenagers actually do today with the social media. And it is not surprising that several virtual influencers have been designed by means of algorithms, and they have gained millions of followers. So perhaps the most famous one, her name is Lil Michela, and she's a real influencer. She's active on Instagram and social media, but she is a virtual entity designed by means of an algorithm. So in that case, the algorithm, and of course, if you want at a strictly speaking visual level, the confusion of, if you prefer, the overlapping between real physical and virtual influencers is helped by the fact that the use of a lot of filters for posting our pictures on the social media, and especially Instagram, helps some sort of confusion between what is virtual and what is physical or real. If you take some of the pictures posted by Lil Michela, you could hardly say if she's a virtual influencer or a physical person. So in this case, the algorithmic imagination realizes an anticipation of the follower's inclinations and preferences that is so powerful that one could speak of an artificial supplement of the individuation processes. But the point is to me whether AI aesthetics also deals with an art that presents algorithm as an associated milieu to our forms of life. In other words, it is a matter of how and how far indeterminacy and optimization could coexist. According to Garrone, the pervasively meta-operative creativity, which is typical of humans, engenders a high degree of anxiety in them, as far as an unpredictable trend of technological process is so originated. And as far as art is a way of exerting this meta-operativity for its own sake, having neither mediated nor immediate goals to gain, it works through, so to speak, this anxiety. In conclusion, I believe that an AI aesthetics should take the direction of a pharmacon against the drift of anestheticization began with machine learning and algorithm and all the rest. But take note, it is not a pharmacon against the machine learning, but against the illusion that freedom is outside the machine, instead of rethinking the conditions of our freedom inside it. And I mentioned the last case, which is to me a naive reaction to the introduction of algorithm inside the creative processes in art. In an old movie, now it's old because it dates 2006. It's a movie by Lars von Trier. The title is The Boss of It All. The way of applying an algorithm to the montage, to the editing of the movie, was just that in a very arbitrary way, one frame was eliminated sometimes in the final cut, in order to create a distortion in the spectator's perception. So in that sense, what I want to say is that for the moment, we have the impression that the artists, in the official sense of the word, have reacted only in the direction of de-optimizing the use of technology, instead of trying to see how freedom of invention and innovation could coexist with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dario, for a wonderful talk. And we still have 7 minutes for questions. So I was thinking there are a lot of broad topics in the YouTube comments already, questions and topics which I think would be better to leave for panel discussion. But I want to bring 2 questions from the YouTube comments, which at least one of them I think will inevitably arise again and again. So it would be great to hear your thoughts on it, so to say, at the beginning. In the comments, the example was given of experiment where three works of photography were shown to professional photographers, and 2 of them were produced by real photographers, and 1 was produced by artificial intelligence. So to put it in a more philosophical sense, does it matter if the real human beings can recognize or distinguish what works of art, pieces of music or something is composed by humans and what composed by artificial intelligence? Or this question is not essential, when thinking about creativity and artificial intelligence?
Thank you. I will answer mentioning two different positions, 2 different philosophy or aesthetics of photography, which are quite at the opposite. One is a very famous one, is Susan Sontag's position, which in a certain sense subordinates the aesthetics of photography to an ethics of vision. And of course, as far as you assume this position, you can only refer it to a completely, let's say, humanly dominated world. The machine must be strictly subordinated to the human factor. At the opposite side, you have a philosophy of photography which has been developed by Willem Flusser, perhaps less known or less popular than Sontag, but very interesting one. And actually, Flusser was very pessimistic about photography. This book on photography belongs to, I believe, a more pessimistic period in his attitude toward technology. because he argues that the photographic device is a black box which already contains all the programs available to the production of pictures, and the only creativity left to the photographer is the exploitation of these programs. But yet, what is interesting to me is that later on, Flusser developed a more interesting idea when he started arguing that all our technological devices belong to a network, which is a network meant for the circulation of information. And he argued that we should try to understand that information and imagination are not opposite, but they are actually the same reality seen from different perspectives, from different sides. And he actually says that if you want, in German, imagination is Einbildungskraft, if you take Kant, and information has quite the same structure etymologically. It's a way of putting a certain number of data into one format and giving it a certain direction. So this is my answer. The problem to me is not to recognize what if the click is human or non-human. The problem is to understand what kind of information imagination is at, let's say, at the basis of the projecting activity of the project. So I would displace the question in a sense.
Okay, thank you. And the second one is Marco is curious if by chance you know the work of Alberto Casadei, Biologia della Letteratura, and if you know this work, what do you think about this kind of approach to creativity and creation?
Actually, yes, I know it a little bit. I think it's in part a different question, let's say, because as far, at least in my view, as far as literature is concerned, it's very important to keep in mind that it's a dialogue between two different imaginations, the author's imagination and the reader's imagination. So the problem to me is not to refuse possible cognitive, neurocognitive or biological sources and basis of the process of reading. But the problem is that the process of reading cannot escape this unpredictable moment, which is the encounter between the author's imagination and the reader's imagination, which is, which, although in very different way, it's been argued by Eco with his theory of cooperation in reading, or by the aesthetics of reception, among others, which is a moment which is a constitutional part of the text.
Go to the panel discussion, and I give the word to Kristupas.
Oh, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes, it's okay. So, yeah, I'm very happy and very thrilled to continue this discussion, because there are so many inspiring topics that could be raised in the relation of free talks that are in tune with each other in many ways. And I guess maybe we could go back to Pietro and maybe pose a few questions to Pietro, because he was not given a right to respond to any of them. So I think it would be nice to hear some responses to Pietro. And I think we have some questions from the audience on YouTube channels. There is Rachel asking Professor Montani about the idea of désœuvrement being a game. Is this play the relations of? Is this the play of relations of co-citizenships? Did I understand it right?
The relationship between the désœuvrement and the citizenships need a mediation through a conception of the creativity that is capable to renounce to the concept of the work. I referred this couple of concepts to the idea, to the Schiller's idea of the best work of art is an authentic political freedom. We can, I said, interpret it in two ways, this statement. The first is the way that compare the polis to work, something perfectible, something objective. The other way, the other interpretation, the Hannah Arendt's interpretation, refers this artistic or non-artistic, this general creativity to the construction of new forms of relationships, the future, the beginnings, the new beginnings that each of us is in, can introduce in the world. From the point of view of relation of co-citizenship. This is a very interesting conception. Benveniste, who is that is quoted by Dario, differences from citizen, civis, Roman civis, and polis, Greek polis. The citizen of the Greek polis is internal into the work that is the polis. The polis precedes, comes before the citizenship. The Latin paradigm is the opposite. The citizenship configure the polis. This is the first is an artistic conception of polis. The second is a conception that is referable to Hannah Arendt ideas. For me, this second way to interpret the political creativity suggested by Schiller is for us in this moment, in our technical condition, that is the digital technologies, is for me the better, the way we can actually work into.
Thank you, dear Pietro. And also another question to you from Ohad.
Yeah.
Yes. Can your historical reading of technoaesthetics be reconciled with Adorno's historical concepts of natural beauty? And he continues, I miss a bit in the sensitivity-led model. You lay out the notion of beauty and particularly that of natural beauty. I understand the concept of natural beauty as the empty conceptual category, so I'm assuming it can fix with the notion of schematizing without any concept, including its political implications.
Yes, a very, very good question. I agree with this question, but this needs a lot of passages. This needs a lot of steps to produce an argument persuasive. I try to sketch some passage. When in the Kantian paradigm, into the Kantian paradigm, when I have the human being, Pietro as human, as the possibility to express a pure, a simple, pure judgment on beauty. This is beauty. For Kant, what happens is the unification in a single perception, better, in a single feeling of this purposiveness of nature that I have the chance of have encountered in a single contingent event. That is the case in which I feel in me this feeling that pushes me to say this is beautiful. This is the first bound between the problem of the question and the question of the beauty. I didn't touch this question. But in an article I wrote, if the person who posed the question will write me, I can send this article. I have developed this relationship between techno-aesthetics and the natural beauty in a large form. I know that this is not an answer, a response, but I agree with him, with the problem.
Aš tai bėgu, sėkmės tau. Bet aš va, kišenėje.
There is some voice.
Yeah, sorry, I think Ruslanas didn't turn off his microphone, so we can continue.
Yes, that's all. If you want, I address my question, my invitation to the person who posed the question. If you want to write me, I can send him this brief, this little article in which I have I try to show step by step the situation that entangles beauty with techno-aesthetic, natural beauty with techno-aesthetics.
Yes, thank you, Pietro. And I see Catherine, you would like to ask? Yes, please.
Yes, so Pietro, thank you so much. It was a wonderful talk. I was just a bit surprised that you didn't mention the sublime at all, because with the sublime, I think we leave the domain of the anthropomorphic. I remember what Lyotard used to describe as the unpresentable. Like the sublime expresses the failure of imagination, and then we leave the domain of the anthropomorphic, don't you think?
Yes, yes. only partially, only in part. In part, you are right if you thematize the Lyothardian interpretation. There is another way to interpret the very, very important problematic of the sublime in Kant. In my reformulation, Kristupas knows this because I used in one of our discussion. In this other way to interpret the sublime, you can attribute this failure of the imagination only to the capacity of the imagination to produce an adequate exhibition of the object, adequate. But Kant, in a fabulous passage of the paragraph 23, I think, or 24, says that the imagination, in the case of the sublime, is in the condition to work inappropriately, to work only in an analogic and indirect way. This is a big force for the imagination, because this, what is not exhibable, not presentable, the impresentable, is possible to indicate this impresentable in an analogic form. In a very important paragraph of the Critic of Judgment, of the Power of Judgment, 59 paragraph, Kant used this analogic exhibition to ground the capacity of our language, our imagination, to sensibilize also the idea, the reason ideas, liberty, freedom, and other, sin, beauty, and other. This concept that the imagination can't show directly, it can exhibit analogically. This is a powerful capacity of the language, said Kant. Our language is full of this. He called symbolic, but symbolic is a foolish definition, because symbolic is used by other philosophy in other way. We can call this exhibition analogical. Our language is full of analogical exhibition, and the exemplification that Kant used in this passage is a lot of example from sensory motor activity of human being. This is important for our friend Vittorio. The same, I think, used by Lakoff in the famous book, The Metaphors We Live By. You wrote something with Lakoff. The same. Grund is put our feet on the ground. That's depend. I am hanging from something, etc. This is a body in action that produce the capacity of imagination to work indirectly, not, I said to Kristupas in the other discussion we had on this theme, not in the homoiosis from logos and the object, but from disformity, analogy, new finding of affordances. That's a fascinating theme. Okay. I hope I answer Catherine.
Thank you both Pietro and Catherine. Vittorio, please pose your question.
Thank you all the speakers for this wonderful morning. So thank you to the organizers in the first place. I'm really enjoying very much this meeting. I have a question for both Dario and Pietro. Dario mentioned anxiety in relation to technology, and this reminds me of another recent Italian contribution to this debate, namely the book by Michele Cometa about the relationship between narrativity, the body, and in one important chapter, anxiety. Michele Cometa refers quite extensively to philosophical anthropology, Arnold Galen, Blumenberg, the notion of the limited scope in terms of adaptation of the human being, and so much so forth. So I think I would like to ask Dario, what do you think of this possible relationship that in the hand of Michele Cometa has very important implications for a theory of the origin of symbolic expression by means of a cultural artifact. And to both Pietro and Dario, I would like to ask you. You mentioned in your talk about technology and the metacognitive level of technological use. You yesterday, Pietro, were mentioning Iriki's work, and Dario explicitly referred to Garroni and the relationship between Garroni, Leroy-Gurin, Lutil, etc. So, to which extent can we discuss? I don't ask you to answer this incredible question, but to which extent do you believe it is legitimate to pose the question? Can we think about a sort of temporal order between the capacity to organize behavior in such a way that can be described in metacognitive terms and the possession of language? Because you kept referring to non-conceptual purpose without a purpose. So this is incredibly resonant with the stuff I've been thinking about and doing in the last 20 years or so. I mean, in my hands, this can be it can be attempted to be translated in my own neuroscientific jargon pretty easily. I'm not claiming that this can be done, but it can be envisaged. I'm trying to do it. So what do you think about that? Thank you.
Dario first. Dario, there is a question for you.
Yes, Dario, but
specifically for you.
Yeah, I have to turn on my microphone. So anxiety, yes, I think that actually Garroni never mentions any of the philosophers of the so-called philosophical anthropology. So I guess he was not very fond of them, maybe, but yet in another perspective, which is the one you were mentioning, Vittorio, the idea of thinking of how symbolic sources were firstly established in the human nature. I think that yeah, his contribution could be very interesting. Actually, when I was working on this paper, I thought I didn't say that during the speech because it's still like an idea, but I thought that in a certain sense, Garrone was saying something in a way apparently contradictory when he argued that art was especially engaged in I used the verb working through the anxiety connected to these entanglement of creativity and technology, because actually he was founding all his discourse on the idea of purposiveness, whilst anxiety suggests a little bit a sense of negative detachment, of impossibility of adapting to reality. But I think that here something Pietro was saying before could be useful in the sense of rethinking not only the sublime, but also the relationship between the beautiful and the sublime. So it is out of doubt that for Kant, the beautiful holds the principal position. It's through the beautiful and the analytic of the beautiful that he is establishing all these transcendental standards for speaking of these reflecting judgments, and that the sublime is only an appendage, but yet it is a very interesting appendage. It shows what Pietro was saying. It shows how far it is impossible for humans to avoid going to the limits of this power of presenting representations of the reality surrounding them. So in a certain sense, I think it's like we must keep in mind always the two sides of the coin, that anxiety and purposiveness, let's say, anxiety and technique, it's easier, and we saw that we say almost the same. Anxiety and technique are like the two sides of the same coin, in a way.
Yes, I have two words to answer to your question, Vittorio. The hard questions. I'm working on this topic now. I think that a passage in the field not only of meta-operativity, which is the expression used by Garrone, but I think in the field of there is an important concept. I don't find now this. When you are able to open space in a sequence of action. Do you know this? In the language, this is when you can put a sentence into a sentence, another sentence, etc. For Chomsky, this is the first characteristic, syntactic characteristic of the language. I'm not Chomskyan. I think that when your action, your agent, I know very well, when your agency is capable, is able to have this distantiated experiences, you are on the way, unterwegs, of the language, of the articulated language. This is I wrote this word, but I don't find it.
I was just thinking, are you thinking of recursiveness?
Yes, recursion. The recursion. When the macaque learn to use an instrument to grasp another instrument, he can continue in infinitum. This is also the difficulty that characterized the rise of the language. This is the first step toward the emergence of a language, a denotative, compositional, phonetic, discrete language, not the first form of language that hominins, I don't know, had thousand century before something like language.
Our conversation is almost coming to the end, and I haven't started asking my questions, but maybe that's a precondition of another meeting. However, I want to pose one, maybe starting from Daina, and I don't know if it's possible to hear all three of you. But I just, it popped up in my mind during Daina's talk, but also it relates to the question of anthropomorphism that was already brought in by Pietro, and also to the question of AI, and namely robotics, the robotic aspect of AI as well. So whenever we speak of certain anthropomorphic forms of imagination, I think a certain anthropomorphic feature becomes really important. That is the moment of the face. If you want, even in Levinasian, in Levinas manner, we can see that we are creatures of pareidolic imagination, meaning that we are guided by the idea, rather than the idea, by the necessity to see a face everywhere. You know that pareidolic effect, pareidolia, where you see faces. Maybe also Vittoria has some comments on that regarding the newest research. But you know what I mean. The human beings tend to see faces everywhere, even in the cars, in the sky, on the wall. You need 3 dots to see a face, and three elements to compose a face, to schematize a face, basically. And I'm wondering, sorry?
As a newborn.
Yes, exactly. So basically, does this have to do something with that moment of also in Piccinini's art that was presented by Daina? We saw that I think all examples were given a face. We were seeing creatures with a face. No microbes, no I don't know, no, you know, slime molds those strange, like mushrooms, no mushrooms, no microbes, no plants, something that has a physiognomy akin to a human being. So, how would you, maybe I'm asking this, and I know it's a tough and a long one. So how would you relate that to the question of the human that we are discussing today? Do you think that imagination in human terms, and also I think it's a very interesting question, if imagination is only human, that was posed also today. So do you think that imagination in human terms is necessarily pareidolic? It has something to do with the face. starting from Daina. Maybe others have some short comment because we are almost out of our time, but maybe 5 minutes, 2 minutes for each of you, if you have just a remark on that.
All right, thank you. This is a very important question, actually. And I was tempted last night to include something about Levinas to my talk, but then I realized that this would be some kind of a step back, because and this is a performative act that us as thinkers need to make if we accept that the responsibility, the ethical, for instance, responsibility is only and mostly in front of a face, then we are doomed forever to stay in an anthropocentric thought, because there's so many life forms which don't have face, or whose face is not an inviting, not a familiar face, if we want to use it as a metaphor. So I did it on purpose. When I talked about Piccinini's work, I didn't speak about faces. I spoke about bodies and the ability to touch them and their presence, which I think is a bit like a step further, or like closer to opening up this very anthropocentric view about face, who invites us to be responsible and to act. But on the other hand, I see that Kristupas is asking a broader question about imagination's humanness, and it's being bounded to basically human, all to human facial categories. And here I think we need to be quite realistic with our boundaries and with our limits. I don't see at the moment how we could step outside of our human imagination. But what we can do, and I think here artistic practices is one of the best probably niches where to look into. What we can do is try to maybe extend a little bit the limitation and to include other factors by maybe putting aside the facial aspect and looking into other aspects of being together. And here I think we're like, even here we are all talking, and we are talking heads. We are all in this virtual box, and our like the rest of our body is like somewhere, you know, very, very, very like in some kind of brackets, very virtual. So at least bringing in other body parts when talking about connection with other creatures is already good. So I think, yeah, we should be very, very reasonable with the limits that we have as human beings. And I think artistic practices should somehow, and that's what they're doing, some of them, to open it up. But can we completely open our imagination to connecting with non-human, non-facial creatures? I would say I would be very careful claiming that it is like possible 100%, but we are trying as much as we can.
Despite I have a very little statement about this important topic. We know now that the algorithms of artificial intelligence recognize a face, a human face, or a picture using pertinent affordances completely different from those of human beings. We know this is the deep learning. But, however, it can interact with a human being, and perhaps, for me this is more important, it can co-evolve with him. This is the very problem of the so-called social robotics. That's all.
Thank you, Pietro. Although we are talking about talking heads, I saw a few cats passing by at Vittorio's place and also at Catherine's. So those companions are always with us. Dario, the last remark, if you have some.
I have just a very short remark. It was the question I wanted to make to Daina, if you don't mind. It's just a remark. It's a very important topic. It made me think of this debate about transgenerationalism, which is characterizing a little bit political philosophy in the last years. So how far we can be, or we ought to be, responsible for future generations. And you made me think that one possible answer is not focusing only on personal responsibility and human responsibility, but focusing on objects and heritage legacies of our actions. So I would just want to say that because I had that in mind before.
So thank you, everyone. I guess we should call it a day, or at least a lunch, for an hour or 50 minutes, let's say. We should meet up in 52 minutes. Thank you so much for everyone. That was an amazing contribution from different parts of the world. And I guess our talk only starts here, because really I have too many questions to each of you. And we'll think of something. We'll develop it into something maybe more full of content. Okay, so see you in less than an hour. Ciao.
Ciao.
Bye.
2 weeks are done.
Wow.
Yeah, you know.
So,
but Len didn't know. I mean, I was good. I stayed in my neighborhood. I masked. You know, I didn't go out to eat or anything, but it's not really quarantine.
I see.
If you ask me. But. So are you done with your 2 weeks or?
Yes, I just got out of jail.
Right on.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you know, it's strange. Columbia doesn't, I don't teach until March 8th or something crazy because of the way they just, I mean, our president just seat of his pants in May came up with this new schedule. And they needed senior faculty who would agree to like do these intensive courses late spring and early summer. And I was like, I'll do it. Get it out.
Maybe that's a good idea.
I'm going to vote remotely, but I just can't, you know, on the best of days, I can barely stand the US in general, the kind of climate. I mean, there's a lot of great politics in the BLM, you know, movement. It's just amazing and great. But there's just something about being assaulted every day by, anyways. We're not live, are we? No, I don't care if I say it.
We are getting live now.
All right.
So I think it's time to begin.
Good.
So welcome everyone to the afternoon session, which is kind of intense because we have 4 talks and no breaks. So let's brace for it. And first we will have Professor Elizabeth Povinelli from Columbia University. She's a professor of anthropology, and her writing has focused on developing a critical theory of late liberalism that would support an anthropology of the otherwise. And their theory has unfolded primarily from within a sustained relationship with Indigenous colleagues in North Australia and across 5 books, numerous essays, and 6 films. So we welcome Professor with her talk named 4 Axioms of Existence in Toxic Late Liberalism. So the floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's just a wonderful symposium that's been organized on all of our behalf. So really praise to the organizers and to the really wonderful different platforms that we're all moving across. I think it's very elegant. So bravo. Today, in the bit of time I have, I thought I would talk about new work, and in particular, a book that I'm finishing that focus on 4 axioms of existence that seem to me to be emerging in the wake of Gianto power and toxic late liberalism. So let me give you the 4 axioms, and then I'll just give you a sense of how I'm going to move, and then I'll move in the way hopefully I say I will. The 4 axioms shouldn't surprise anyone. I'm hoping that indeed, in some ways, we say, yeah, we know all these axioms. That's part of what makes them axiomatic in a discursive sense for me. So the first axiom, and notice the order of these, because it's going to be important. The first axiom is the entanglement of existence. The second axiom is the distribution of the effects of power and the power to affect a given terrain of that entanglement. The third axiom looks at both the multiplicity and the collapse of the event as a political form. The fourth axiom is the violent roots of Western epistemologies and ontologies, or what I've called geontology or Gianto power. So the violent roots of Gianto power, liberal epistemologies and ontologies in the history of colonialism and the enslavement of primarily West Africans. Now, these axioms I'm suggesting are simultaneously attempting to politically reimagine the human in the wake of geontopower. That is, it's geontopower's inability to self-evidently reflect existence rather than now be seen to be governing existence. So these four axioms are emerging as a way of trying to rethink, reimagine the human. But I would suggest, and we'll be arguing, that they are also and primarily themselves a reflection of a certain conservation of the Western epistemological and ontological imaginary. And these four axioms, their syntax, and I'll come back to that, also, depending on how we approach them, give us two alternatives for thinking about contemporary climate, environmental, and social collapse, struggle. That is, we have embedded in these four axioms an imaginary of a coming catastrophe, right? Something on the horizon moving toward us, and or an ancestral catastrophe. That is a catastrophe that has happened and is now accumulating differently. Now, more than these axioms themselves, more than like, oh, look, I found I can give shape to the four discursive formations of the contemporary present, rather than the axioms themselves. What I'm interested in is the broad anti-colonial struggles and anti-racist struggles from which these axioms emerged, and the way in which a certain syntactic ordering of them, the way we tend to begin and end from 1 to 4, operate unwittingly as a way of conserving liberal Western epistemologies and ontologies. So although I treat each of these axioms as a separate theoretical statement, like the statement, existence is entangled, they're in fact part of a much broader discursive surface of political thought and action arising, again, as I said, in the wake of geontopower. We need to pay attention to how these axioms thus are operating, how they're ordered and ranked, what begins, what ends, what's a consequence of what, if we're going to avoid a certain co-optation of a critique of Western epistemology and ontologies of the human and the more than human world, if we're going to keep them from being co-opted by late liberalism and liberal capitalism itself. So my broad question is, what is being conserved and what becomes impossible to iterate in the articulation of these four axiomatic discourses? So what I want to do very quickly, or not so quickly, give us a lot of time to talk since we have four of us, is first just give those who don't know what geontopower is, because you don't have to read everything a scholar ever writes. They should be able to help you along. So first I want to just give a rough overview of what geontopower is. Then I want to say what I mean by toxic late liberalism, again, very short, kind of, abstracts. And then I want to move into the axioms and discuss the stakes of their discursive ordering and what kind of imaginaries, what kind of political practices and habits become possible and impossible depending on how we approach these axioms. Okay, so first, geontopower. Geontopower refers to the governance of the human and the more than human world, so the human and more than human existence, through the division of existence into that which is said to be life and that which is said to be non-life. And geontopower refers to the toxicity that is left in the wake of operating within this division. Now, the division of life and non-life is not, what I'm talking about, is not the division of life and death. Death, finitude, is a crucial quality and aspect of life itself in the Western imaginary. The non-life I'm talking to is that life of mineral life, the geos, or maybe the meteoros, right? That which is said not to be able to be born, not to have a indwelling potential to become or not to become what it could be, and that which faces and cannot avoid finitude or death. And what I do in the Geontology's book is try and give a long history, but then the particular ways in which this geontological imaginary operates to govern existence. So the division between life and non-life is not simply a division between bios and geos, or bios zoe on the one hand and geos meteoros on the other hand, but rather that division subsumes and enfolds human and animal, but human, for me importantly, humans into a fractal recursivity based on that same existence. The simplest example of this is that primitivist colonial discourse about about Stone Age people, right? So the justification of colonial extermination based on that these are Stone Age people, and here you think about the Australia, but there's the ranking that unfolds, is the location of human existence within the geontological imaginary with some siloed into the position of the stone. They're inert. They came into existence the way they are, and they can't indwellingly change. And governance, liberal governance, colonial governance, is working to put them in their right time. And so the justifications for genocide, extermination, assimilation are all about getting them in the right time, which is the past perfect. That is not in the present. Okay, so geontology pulls all of that within the frame of the division between life and non-life. By toxic late liberalism, I'm not using toxicity as a metaphor. I mean, it sounds like a nice metaphor, I suppose, but as a metaphor, it doesn't really get to anything substantive if you ask me, since I'm the one talking. Toxicity, of course, technically refers to those substances that are biologically noxious or poisonous, right? So that which has the capacity to disrupt biological function. One of the things we know is that anything can be toxic. Anything can move from medicine to poison on the basis of the rate of ingestion. So if we think about toxicity that way, then it, not as a metaphor, but rather thinking about the history of colonialism and how colonialism and the enslavement of men, women, and children created colonialism, created capitalism, created Europe out of original dispossession and dispossession of lands, labor, creativity, language, etc. Then there was a certain way in which Europe and its diaspora and the Americas and Australia and New Zealand, etc., could separate the toxins that were created by that accumulation, leaving the toxicity in Black, Brown, Indigenous worlds, and taking what they considered to be the non-toxic into their own body, thus making their body, taking it into Europe, making Europe, taking it into white America, making white America, etc. What we, of course, see now is that it's a geological, territorial, temporal aspect that's washing now back into the European, the white body, such that the original toxicity that those who benefited from from the emergence of liberalism, capitalism, never had to experience bodily, is now coming into their lands and their bodies, right? So that you see material that. And that's why I talk about toxic late liberalism. So I'm hoping we can talk about it more, but I'm hoping that just gives a little bit of a context for what I'm going to talk about now, which is indeed, how do we think about these four axioms that seem to have been emerging over the last 10, 15 years, right? But really consolidated. And remember, the four axioms are that existence is entangled, right? That the distributions of the effects of power and the power to infect a given terrain of this entanglement differ or distributed. 3, that the political event has now multiplied in its form and has collapsed. And 4, that the violent roots of Western epistemologies and ontologies are in the history of colonialism and the enslavement of people. So let me now turn and just walk through each one of those axioms in the order I think we're accustomed to saying them. Like, you know, we hear, what is the first thing we always hear? That existence is entangled, right? And there's a long genealogy. It's very complex, right? We could say that in the present, the names we associate with this and should associate with it are Donna Haraway, Karen Barad. We can also say that what they're thinking and struggling with could be also situated in the complex discourse of the milieu and life in the milieu, so Kang Yam and Simondon. So, you know, there's this complex discourse going on, out of which I think it's fair enough to say that with all the differences between people in their positions, which we have to do as academics, we might as well say that straightforwardly. There's an important agreement that anchors this field of discourse, which is, we're not talking about two things that are tied together with strings. We're talking about rather the way in which the external, you can think about it in extimacy, that the internal integrity of anything is external to itself. So you kind of take Lacan and you materialize it. So I am over there. I am only ish here because the conditions of me are over there. We breathe and we know the conditions of me are outside myself. Now, what I want us to note is that there's a tendency in the literature on axiom 1, that is the literature on the way in which we can think about existence as not a bunch of objects hitting each other, but forms of entanglement, have a tendency to ground themselves, to refer back to make use of new insights in science and or long genealogies in philosophy, Western science, Western philosophy. And I want to at least suggest that there's also a tendency, sometimes weak, but often strong, to have this axiom, existence is entangled, to be an ontological claim. That is, we're not saying, well, it's useful for us to think about existence as entangled, but I don't really care. Rather, there's a no, it is entangled. That's what existence is. Okay. Axiom 2 flows in this way of moving. Note, axiom 2 seems to flow from, to be a consequence of axiom number 1. That is, that there's a distribution of the effects of power and the power to affect any given terrain of existence. Why does it seem to flow? Because if you say, well, no, this is an ontological claim, existence is entangled, then how you're entangled in that existence, in any given arrangement of existence, means you're inside the ability of you to have agency in your movement has to do with how the forces that constitute you as such flow through you and how you're able to counterflow through it, right? So all I want us to note here is that we all, of course, it's like existence tangled, but not for everyone the same. This is like when Judy Butler said that identity is always improper. That's true, but having an improper identity is the effects of having improper identities are differentially distributed depending on what improper identity you have. Okay. Axiom 3 also seems syntagmatically to take into account, if not flow as simply from the first two. And that axiom is, of course, the argument that the political event has multiplied in its form and has collapsed. What do I mean by that? I mean that the long discourse on the political event, which we could see in the differences between Badiou and Deleuze, like the one, the felicity to the event, the other, the infelicity of the event, ground itself in a specific universalizing form. Even if it's just a felicity to a form that creates a bracket around the dispersions of actions and creates an event, say in Badiou. There's the necessity for that event to have a universal reach, right? Such that, like in the St. Paul book, such that although it has to happen to you, have to say, yes, that is me. Anyone can say that, right? So, but what's happened now, and so it's a decisive, world-shaping, potentially universally reaching form of happening. Well, one of the things we've seen is that in the wake of thinking about entangled existence, in the wake of thinking about the distribution of the power to affect that entanglement, scholars have also started saying, well, wait a minute, the political event doesn't manifest like that because that assumes a different kind of ontology of existence. Instead, what we see are quasi-events, small events, the formations of the politics on a lower frequency that Saidiya Hartman and others talk about. And so what we see is the form of the political event has multiplied. You have these big march, decisive revolutionary events, but the focus on where politics might actually lay is all these little small events that are kept from accumulating and being decisive. And you can see how that relates to the first axiom and the second axiom. But the event itself has also collapsed in political discourse in the sense that we're really, a lot of folks are focused, as they should be, on intensifications that don't seem to have events, or intensifications that have events in spooky action at a distance. And again, you see how this is related to the entanglement, that there's a differential power to affect or be affected by the entanglement. So where events might be happening in one area of entanglement, they might be creating just these forms of vibrations that are disruptive, that are destabilizing, that are discapacitating, and other is one of the ways in which poor, Black, brown, Indigenous bodies, subaltern bodies are disabled from affecting at a farther reach. So we see how these first three axioms seem syntactically to flow one after the other, from an ontological claim to a social claim within the ontology, to a political claim within the social claim within the ontological claim. Okay, that's exactly, I'm not going to be subtle today. That's the problem. So let's go to axiom number 4. That is the violent roots of Western I want to suggest that this fourth axiom, which we often just put it beside these other ones, is of a very, very different order and consequence to the first three. Axiom 4 is irreducibly a historical claim. The first and the third really make no, it doesn't, time and space in some ways don't, more than human geography, are in some ways irrelevant. You could say it no matter where you are. The second one everything kind of aspect to it. But what about argument in a very specific time, in a very specific unfold? Okay, just as an example of what might be in the interesting conversation and divergences between in how they build concepts and what they and Deleuze and Guattari's What is Philosophy? So this is where I'm in what is philosophy, which we've all, I'm sure, have read. The concept of the concept in a language of proper domains. What philosophy, the sciences and logic, and the arts produce as proper to their mode of practice, right? So what's proper to philosophy? What's proper to the sciences and logic? What's proper to the arts? What do they overstep when they try and do something else? It sounds Kantian here. What do you overstep? So in What's Philosophy, they tell us that, we know this, right? Philosophy produces concepts. Science and logic produces prospects and properties. A political vision of the disciplinarily proper, right? It's not like they lacked a politics. That's ridiculous. Of course, they had a very strong political orientation. They're working in the emergence of consumer branding, etc. They believed, and they write, that philosophical work is more or less dangerously deranged when liberal capitalism, democratic communicative reason, so, science and logic, or persuasion, the art of persuasion, perhaps, and the commercial art. So when liberal capitalism, democratic communicative reason, Habermas, and the commercial arts lay claim to concept formation, right? They see a crisis of politics and the social emerging when these other, he asks, what is a concept for? What's the point of a concept? And one of the answers we see is that it doesn't seem to be a disciplinary answer. It doesn't seem to be, well, we have to first see who owns the concept. Instead, he moves in a very, very different way. He opens the first little prose poem, prose concept poem of what is relation. Opens in a boat in the middle of the Atlantic, in the midst of the sadistic, radical exploitation and dispossession of West African men, women, and children. And this is Glissant, who lived through the experience of deportation to the Americas, but they're not there yet. They're in the middle of the Atlantic. And for Glissant, 3 abysses unfold in this turbulent sea in the middle of the Atlantic. He says it's the abyss of the belly of the boat. It's where this horror scene of European sadism in the belly of the boat, where these enslaved men and women are kept, some pulled out and thrown into the sea, right? The abyss of the sea, where the horrendous treatment of humans as cargo comes to hold those murdered bodies. And the abyss, he says, of that which has been severed, that is the shores of their homes in West Africa, and the shores that they will come to, but haven't arrived at yet. So there's the belly of the boat, the belly of the sea, and this other kind of severing. From these gaping abysses, Glissant sees new concepts as emerging, right? So it's concept work, right? Concept development. And for him, some of the concepts, again, I'm not going to go into what they are, we can talk about it, but it's relation itself. What do we mean by that? It's his 3 mondes, so echo monde, tout monde, chaos monde. It's arrow and circular nomadism and other concepts. What I want to point to, what I want to suggest is that the stakes of what existence is, whether it's entangled or whether it's object ontology, whether it's an essence or event, the stakes of what existence is, or who properly owns, although I'll get back to this, owns the right to produce concepts, shrinks to a vanishing point relative to, on the one hand, how the world became entangled in this specific history of sadistic dispossession of lives and lands, and how, on the other hand, the relationship that opened in these 3 abysses created a set of relations that continue to entangle existence in the present in a particular form. That is, by anchoring his concept building in the horror of the slave vessel, Glissant does not simply seek, and I'm quoting Deleuze and Guattari, God bless, doesn't simply seek, as every great philosopher, to lay out a new plane of immanence, introduce a new substance of being, and draw up a new image of thought. Nor does Glissant, I think, only seek to initiate and provide a new course for old affects and discourses. He does both of these, yeah, that he absolutely does. But he does something else that's slightly errant, to use his own conceptual vocabulary, to the obsession of his friends Deleuze and Guattari. I think Glissant asks us, all of us, proposes, challenges us to ask whether any concept matters outside from the worlds in which and from which they come and toward which they intend to do work. Now, that can sound very close to Deleuze and Guattari, but it, I think, starts to diverge in ways that force us to reflect back on our own concept building, our own axiomatic building in this moment as we're reimagining the human. That is, what do we ultimately care about? The ontological status of existence, axiom 1, or the modes of sociality and politics that emerge from ontological claims, axiom 1 to axiom 2 to axiom 3? Or do we care about the specific engorgements of the human and non-human, more than human world, produced out of the very forms that arose in that open boat? Do we say, in the end, I don't care whether existence is entangled or not. I care that from that boat, certain forms of entanglement emerged and created specific relations between the human and non-human world that continues to pull out values for some and leave behind toxicities for others. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a very capturing and inspiring talk. I see from the comments on YouTube there has been a little glitch while you was talking. So I hope still that the main message was received. But let's see if we have any questions from people who are connected. I see Chiara would like to ask, so go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you for your very provocative talk. Okay, so I have a couple of questions. The first is, I'm not sure what you mean by axioms. In the sense that it seems to me there are, for instance, that the political event is multiplied. It's far from being a self-evident truth. I mean, of course, it depends on when you are located. I mean, if you are located, you know, among the elite faculty of university, you know, Columbia, New York City, fine, maybe, yes, the event is certainly multiplied. But, you know, I was in Italy, in Carrara, a normal town just outside of those cities. And the event is certainly not multiplied. Existence is not entangled.
I should say, I can do this quickly. I meant to say if I didn't, and what I'm looking at is not, I'm looking at critical discourse and a very kind of a particular, so it's not all of critical discourse, but rather critical theoretical discourse that is attempting, it seems, to be moved by the need to rethink and reimagine human existence in what I call the wake of Gianco power. So you're right. I have a very limited, I'm talking to, it's an academic book, I'm talking to us, what are we doing? You know, how are we doing it? Let's be careful how we do it. Yeah.
Right. But okay, yeah, because the other question that I had in mind was like, who's this we you are talking about? In the sense that you know, in the end, you are, I think rightly so, pointing to the violent root of Western epistemologies. But I mean, you're still referring to the all the people you mentioned. They are all within white Western epistemologies. So somehow you're reproducing that very violence in the fact that, I mean, just to give an example, first axiom, that existence is entangled. Well, if you take Ubuntu philosophy, Sufi metaphysics, Ibn Arabi, Wu Ming in Taoism, I mean, these are all other philosophical traditions that have been arguing that existence is entangled, the Buddhist interdependence. So, you know, by assigning this claim that existence is entangled to Donna Haraway, Karen Barad, you know, you are reproducing that very violence.
I apologize. It's very, very quick. I'm talking about, I'm talking about a section of critical theory, and again, longer if we had more time, but we have time now, so I will say that one of the movements that this is the full argument is that in the entanglement of existence, that I would say that movement in certain regions of critical theory actually have their origins in the original and ongoing refusal of these Western epistemologies and ontologies that came out of the colonial movement. So there's a certain kind of erasure. Now, erasure, and the book is really all about that erasure and disavowal of the long history of, well, we could say indigenous modes of relating to the human and more than human world, let alone the long history of critical theoretical positions in the Black Atlantic. So I agree with you. It's that if we start with axiom 4, which there's a lot of folks that just don't start with axiom 4. I just go around, part of this is just anger. Not anger, but it's like, why do we just always start with, existence is entangled? Why don't we start with the way which a lot of like De Silva, Winter, we could just go on. There's Black Atlantic, there's Coulthard, there's Morton Robinson in Australia. There's tons of critical Black studies and critical indigenous studies that have been arguing this for years, but not as like a separate ontology, but the way in which this entanglement entangled them and they refused it, right? And so what I'm trying to do is to push against the reversion to an ontological claim. And I would even push against that, the Bantu or the Karabing or the Dene or like that, that's an ontological claim they're making. And I think what kind of separations are necessary for us to say that? So on that, we might disagree. On the others, not so much. I just think if we start with axiom 4, then a different kind of history gets written.
Do you see the performative contradiction? I mean, at least in your talk, if we start with axiom 4 and then we only talk about Glissant, Deleuze, and Karen Barad, like we are reproducing it performatively in our own.
I am trying to reproduce it performatively. It's a rhetoric that might not work, but my rhetoric is to say, we know that, and get to 4 and say, this is the biggest contradictory piece of mess that I've ever seen in my life, right? So that axiom 4 is the rhetorical turn that says we're in 1, 2, and 3, we are saying something that is exactly opposite to what we're saying. And here, I mean, we who, are engaged in critical alliances with those who have suffered the worst and refused to cede to the worst of that colonial and racist history, right? So it might not work for you, but it's a rhetorical structure in which I try to say, right? It's kind of Foucault, God bless, in which he, in History of Sexuality 1, he says, we all know that, and then he goes, bank. So that's what I do. And then in the book, I redo it and say, now let's look at what a history of people have been saying emerging out of this particular colonial and history of enslavement.
All right, thank you. I believe we are already moving to the discussion mode. So I would like to stop us a little bit. We have time for a very short question, if there is one. And if not, then I propose to memorize where we stopped, because I think there's going to be more and more discussions, because the upcoming talks are also touching quite close topics to what has been said right now. So thank you, Professor Povinelli. And we move forwards to another presentation given by Ignas Šatkauskas from Vilnius University. Ignas is a junior researcher whose PhD thesis was titled Edmund Husserl's Phenomenology of Attention, Origin and Genesis. And lately, Ignas' field of research has shifted a little bit, and now it encompasses the study of indigenous peoples' cultures and worldviews, particularly of the anthropology of Amerindian perspectivism and its philosophical appropriation in discussion with contemporary philosophies. And today, Ignas will give a talk with the title Reimagining Non-Human Perspective. So Ignas, welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daina. Thank you everyone who is watching and listening. Of course, the biggest gratefulness I feel towards the organizing this conference, to having a chance to be part of the organizing team. So thank you for that so much. And of course, thank you all the distinguished thinkers that participate in this event. And since today I'm celebrating my birthday, it is the greatest gift for me to speak among such scholars as yourselves. So thank you for that. And I am indebted to say that my paper is part of the European research project, The Future of Humanity, New Scenarios of Imagination. This project has received funding from the European Social Fund under a grant agreement with the Research Council of Lithuania. So I would begin in saying that I will also be speaking from a certain perspective, and I will be using that pronoun we, as was just discussed in the previous presentation. And when I say we, I do not mean a typical, let's say, Western subject. I have in mind the unique history of Lithuania, and my position is that Lithuania is also a post-colonial country with a long hundreds of years of history of colonialism by various foreign cultures. So when I'm speaking from the perspective, and I'm saying that I'm speaking as we, I'm speaking basically as someone torn between indigenous Lithuanian folklore and traditional culture, ethnic culture, and of course the Western philosophy and the worldview that is expressed in Western philosophy. And to begin with, I would say that yesterday, many points regarding the otherness beyond the Western philosophical subject were made, regarding the cultural and racial otherness, and regarding the animate nature of non-human entities. And I would like to focus today a bit more on what does it mean to reimagine non-human perspective. Our goal here is to follow a wonderful anthropologist, Eduardo Viveiros de Castro, a colleague, a friend and theoretical opponent of Felipe de Scola, who was mentioned yesterday. And to follow Eduardo in his description of the means of the Amazon indigenous to adapt and conceive the perspective of the relevant other. Later on, we will interpret these observations and conclude with some more general remarks coinciding with the talks given in the symposium. And the key word in the symposium is reimagining. And I take it here to mean that reimagining is, for the purpose of this paper at least, entertaining a different technology of imagination. So I will invite us all to reinterpret it and to kind of consider a different technology of imagination. And this could be also like a subtitle for my presentation. And it would be a material technology, as we shall see. And we heard Dario Cecchi saying that we do not need to oppose technology and imagination. And I would agree for starters with this point. So non-human perspective might mean two quite opposite things, among other things. But these two opposites I would like to stretch, and it depends on one's perspective, like from speculative materialist point of view, like of Meillassoux and Brazier, non-human, first of all, means the world beyond its relations to humans, the world without humans, and certain discernible features of such world. For a type of deep correlationists that admittedly are Kristupas Sabolius and his interviewees, Baranovas and Viveiros de Castro, and probably many of us in this symposium, maybe it's like some kind of special relationist symposium. So non-human perspective to us, us in symposium, refers to the other side of the human world relationship, a proximity to the perspective of the other, to be exact. Non-human perspective is approached as if its trajectory is towards me, even if it's an accidental possibility. It reflects me, the other. At an initial phase, imagining non-human perspective means tracing the limits, the thresholds where human imagination reaches its boundaries, approaching radical otherness. These are the points where precisely imagination runs into its limit, and what it sees is a reflected me. While for the indigenous themselves, as was mentioned in the comments by Marco L. Piccole Scalate, as far as we can surmise from the field of indigenous studies, there is hardly anything that is non-human. Thus, reimagining non-human perspective, which would be inclusive to the indigenous perspective, might actually mean reimagining human perspective, but perspective in relation, in communication with the other. It is about relational imaginary of the other. In a recent interview where Kristupas went to Brazil and talked with Eduardo Viveiros de Castro and Deborah Donofsky, Eduardo said with some irony that it's time to take the point of view of polar bears seriously. So yes, polar bears, one of the others. From such a point of view, according to him, we can entertain the scope and accuracy of certain geontological concepts, such as the Anthropocene and the Capitalocene. It turns out that from the perspective of polar bears and other ecologically threatened species, Anthropocene figures as the appropriate and accurate term rather than Capitalocene. As if polar bears don't care whether the corporations abuse labor. However, the climate change, and it is as an intentional side effect of humanity's rise to like comfort and numbness, that as a geological force is supposedly directly experienced by the polar bears because it clashes with their vital interests. We will come back to that a bit later, to the vital interests. But first, we have to ask, what does it mean to take on the perspective of the other? What does it mean for the other, which is indigenous, which is an indigenous in myself, as would say. That is for the indigenous as a subject of the research of the aforementioned theorist. What does it mean for such a subject to take the perspective of the other? Viveiros de Castro claims that his research suggests that the indigenous, and now I quote, they distinguish dreams from wakefulness very clearly. It's complicated with these people because they use chemical prosthesis. They use very material technology of imagination, which is ayahuasca. It modifies your consciousness. What they call dreams is not what we call dreams, meaning sleeping. By the way, someone of the commentators I saw suggested to take some psychedelics and reimagine the human. So I'm moving in this direction a little bit, theoretically at least. So I'm continuing with the quote. What they call dreams is sleeping, but also the effects of hallucinogenic drugs, which makes you see things, strange things which you don't see normally. That's why dreaming is not a very good translation for what they do. They call it dreaming because there is no other word, but it's hallucinating actually. Although hallucination is not a very good as well, not a very good word, because hallucination means profound unreality. There is a whole problem of the indigenous epistemology of what is the real and what is the dream. What is the status of dreaming vis-a-vis wakefulness? It is at the same time truer, but less real, less material, but it's actually truer because it points precisely to the virtual aspects of things. What you see in dreams is not actual, it's virtual. What you see in dreaming would be the contemplation of the virtual, end of quote. Amazonian shamans use these rites to enter the virtual, fluent, and indeterminate state of being, which they call dream. Out of this virtual state, many and different perspectives may be adopted. This includes animal, plant, fungi, and even non-organic perspectives. And why and how do these dream states allow the fluctuation of perspective? Do they guide or enhance imagination in a certain determinable way? Even the possibility of enhanced imagination has some serious implications, both for theories of imagination and the neuroscience that is interested in such matters. Of course, it is being heavily scrutinized in the past 20 years or so. The amount of research in that direction is mind-boggling. It's really astounding. However, the philosophical perspective of Amerindian perspectivism is yet to be introduced more thoroughly into the discourses of this particular ethnopharmacology and the rest of the disciplines interested in these things. In the context of the symposium, we may follow up that reimagining the other perspective also entails re-evaluating the means of achieving the proximity of the perspective of the other. The means that previously were marginalized for one or another reason. So in his employment of the Deleuzian concept of virtuality, Viveiros de Castro makes use of its relation to actuality. This is probably very well known to most of you. Its denotation in potential to be actualized. To define myth as a story about primordial virtual state of being in a non-time, out of which structurally and continuously evolves present, actual state and condition of things. He recounts one of his favorite myths from the Panoan group of Western Amazonia. I quote, "That's it, the way of actually seeing the virtuality. That would be the way of defining it. There is a myth which I love. People normally think dualistically in terms of body and spirit, but the myth is precisely about the origin of ayahuasca. There is this man who is fishing and he sees a beautiful woman and tries to touch her, but she transforms into a snake and then she recoils and becomes a woman again. Finally, they get to understand one another and she says, well, you want to put some eye drops in your eyes and you'll see things the way they really are. And then you follow me into the lake. When he puts in the eye drops, she stabilizes as a woman and he follows her into the bottom of the lake, where is her city, her village. He marries her and they live with their brothers-in-law in the lake. One day, the father of the woman says, let's drink this potion we are preparing in the ceremony. And he was invited to drink the potion. Then the woman says, don't drink it. You're not going to like what you're going to see if you drink it. Eventually, he drinks the potion forced by his in-laws. After he takes the potion, he sees how these people really are. They were snakes, all of them. So the point is that when you take the drug ayahuasca here, you see real snakes as women. When you take it there, you see real women as snakes. End of quote. Also, he adds a little bit more later that the true reality behind appearances in the world of appearance is the body. End of quote. Dreaming with ayahuasca discloses the world depending on the perspective you're dreaming from. From the perspective of the virtual, of the world of souls, which is like the bottom of the lake there in the story, you dream the real and vice versa. This is an integral part of the indigenous ontology, I would think, in many different cultures. Traces of such communication between the worlds can be found in Lithuanian folklore as well. Hints of the dead ancestors dreaming of the living and similar communications between the living and the dead. The point is that both perspectives are there all the time, and dreaming serves as a transitional mediator that works both ways. It depends on our interests, which aspects of shamanism is pertinent. Either the objectified imaginaries of like turning into an eagle, a jaguar, a mountain, communicating with ancestors, and all of the mesmerizing meaning and symbolic contexts of these things. Or we are interested in the very virtual itself, always stuck in the yet to be determined state of dreaming that allows such imaginaries. As Professor Vittorio Gallese has shown us, imagining doing something is neurophysiologically close to actually doing it. Thus, imagining or dreaming or hallucinating being an eagle is right next to actually being an eagle. At the cognitive level that ayahuasca operates on, the shaman's eagle vision is as close to the eagle's perspective as possible. The proximity is tense enough to serve as a means to symbolically tie the perspectives of both observers. The eagle, after all, is almost throughout the world universally symbolizes the observation, or he's like a symbol of observation. So through these symbolic and neurochemical influences, there is a significantly modified expressed tension between human and bird perspectives compared to the ordinary human state of mind. It moves in the direction of resemblance that is a very well-known concept in anthropology. Levi-Strauss has said, and Vieros de Castro makes use of this, is that resemblance itself doesn't exist. It's like a particular instance of difference when the difference is going to as close as being null as possible. So the closeness of difference is emphasized, and it actually, the difference blooms into its full potential, as Vieros de Castro says, when things are resembling each other. And he would say that, a Amerindian philosopher would say that this is the instance with twins. Their difference is blooming in their resemblance, something like that. Since such dream states is not actually unconscious, it involves the body in a myriad of surprising ways. For example, at some occasions, this dream state gives the body animal and spirit-like inclined movement. It helps to intuit and perceive the style of their pace, their natural pose, and so on. Many of these mediators, shamans, dance in expression of their different perspective. They move like a jaguar or a snake, and so on. They are partially forced, determined to move this way as if the spirit possesses them. Through this, they learn to intuitively read the body language of these animals. It is both theoretical and practical approach useful in hunting, defense, and so on. As Vieros de Castro says, the virtual spirit world is detectable through its effects. Some of these effects manifest in semi-determining the shaman's movement or voice or vision or so on. The perspective of the other semi-determines me. The shaman operates as a channel and must be as transparent as possible for the spirits to show themselves. Manifesting the other's perspective involves the whole being, the body, as well as imagination and mind. It is rather holistic, inclusive than analytic, and split into responsible faculties. Reimagining the non-human perspective in terms of such indigenous ontology is actually embodying and reliving what is mostly like to be in the body of the other. They employ a lot of metaphors about the changing of clothing as embodiment. You will find it throughout the post-colonial discourses, I would think. It is emphatic. It is very similar to what Professor Gallese means by embodied simulation. It is an enhanced simulation of the other's bodily affordances. However, it is different in the way that their psychotropic reality and addiction to reality, as per Malabou's use of Daniel Smale's concept of addiction. It is saturated with and grounded by the psychoactive effects of ayahuasca or other medicina, as named by Vieros de Castro, by a material technology of imagination. This material technology of imagination is particularly interesting and is being explored through many disciplines. And post-colonial philosophy, indigenous studies, studies of imagination and technology, of course, falls within this range of interests. On the other hand, our culture's addiction to digital technology and resulting numbness and narcolepsy that we talked about yesterday, as well as the formation of collective habits of imagination through technomedia, is in contrast with rather wakeful indigenous addictive hallucinogenic practices. It is really ironic that energizing substances like ayahuasca are called narcotics in the media, while the true narcoleptic effect of the digital media fits the original meaning of the term rather more accurately. It would be quite simple to dismiss such technology as a compulsive addiction. However, as Professor Malabou has shown us in her presentation, addiction is a broad concept encompassing beneficial habits as well as the compulsory side of being addicted. Along with that, the twofold constitution of every kind of habit or addiction is revealed. That is plasticity and compulsion. If we take this perspective and look at the indigenous material technologies of imagination, we would have to admit that the notion of religious addiction or addiction as religion really suggests itself in describing the relation of the indigenous and their ceremonial hallucinogens. Of course, we must remember that, as the indigenous leader Ailton Krenak says, the indigenous have no religion. Let's take an analogy. If an enthusiast of equestrian sports could be described as addicted to horse riding, he could also be defined by his mastery over the activity. A master of guiding a horse and being carried by a horse. Quite similar is the case with shamans. They are unapologetically addicted, but also they have taken the mastery of being carried by the spirits and the effects of hallucinogens to astounding levels. Addiction to reality for them is closer to an addiction to reality heavily saturated with a constant adherence to the virtual. It could be described as addiction to the virtual. This constant influence of virtuality, of indeterminacy, forms more fluent plastic identities. They become accustomed to the change of perspectives. Non-human perspective becomes more or less habitual. It shapes the habits of imagination. Similarly, is that in our case, technology or technosphere, as Sabolius have said, is colonizing our imagination. We are standardized by technomedia environment, and it has a huge impact on the habits of imagination. Now here we're talking about different technologies that influence the habits of imagination. And the indigenous alternative is interesting because it is biochemical in nature, while our kind of imagination technologies are more digital. But both of them result in surprisingly different, but different kinds of states, but they involve each other into each other. They are related because, as we saw in the myth, the other kind of is the reflection of me, but the opposite reflection in a way. So it both habitually determines imagination and allows it to open itself to inexhaustible virtuality in both ways. So interpreting the myth recounted by Viveiros de Castro as representing a certain essential tendency of indigenous Amazonian thought, we might say that the perspective of the other is a reflection of our own, a reverse mirror image. It is rather easy to slip into the perspective of the other since we are already partially in it. But we may not like what we see, especially if we take a look at ourselves. Just as that woman says to that fisherman, you may not like what you see. So together with Viveiros de Castro, we are taking a serious look at the possibility of taking the point of view of the other, like polar bears. We're getting back to the polar bears, who bear the symbolic aspect of being victims to human-induced climate change. Thus, the perspective of polar bears also carries for us the weight of the dizzying questions of the Anthropocene and some heavy dose of collective guilt. Does that mean that the Anthropocene here functions as a sort of a drug that throws humans into virtual state of dreaming, like many of a post-apocalyptic narrative mentioned by Daina, out of which, as one of the myriad possibilities, opens up the perspective of polar bears? Is that the real beginning of the proverbial New Age shamanism in the West? So once again, I want to stress this aspect, this perspective that I'm looking now at the Anthropocene from the perspective of addiction or from the perspective of material technology of imagination. Anthropocene throws us into some kind of a state which actually was taken by Bruno Latour, which is pretty interesting, and he called it climate panic in his lectures on Gaia. He took it as a starting point for his further investigations and claims about Gaia. Here we can point out the virtualizing aspects of this panic. The extinction of species of life and entire environments as part and parcel of its infectious effect of guilt and responsibility forces on us humans who can't help but feel responsible. It forces on us the perspective of the species that are going extinct. perhaps for just a split of a second, but this is very important, I think, when you think about the Anthropocene. It forces on us the perspective of the other, especially that other which is from the species that is going extinct. And that is how I locate its kind of intoxicating psychotropic effect. And I think this perspective of addiction is both interesting, looking at the indigenous practices and our practices of conceiving Anthropocene and such problems. So when Professor Vittorio Gallese is talking about emphatic embodied simulation, I'm thinking if species of life share an emphatic vital link for simulation of the pathos of life and death of other species. Species may have collective empathy for the strife of other species. Of course, this is a very brave hypothesis, but still, we could consider it as part of the perspective of the other, perspective of other species, of course. Talking about the collective human psyche, Anthropocene certainly has some effect of pointing globally towards the extinction of species, and it also points with a looming threat of extinction of our own. So we kind of, if we speak of the extinction of one species, always in the context, in the margins of our consciousness, there's this topic of extinction of our own. Now, as we know, it is not only the perspective of other species that is forced on us. And there has been a lot of interesting discussions regarding the emergence and intrusion of the perspective of Gaia. I'm speaking, of course, about Stengers and so on. And even Lovelock already had said that he started seeing through the eyes of Gaia. And it marks, in my opinion, his change in his perspective. He started seeing kind of similar to a shaman through the eyes of another entity. Of course, he was really heavily criticized by his colleagues, but I think Latour played an interesting thing with that. He said, exactly because he was so criticized by his colleagues, this theory is so interesting. And Latour's colleagues warned him against moving his research into this direction of Gaia, and that even more inspired Latour to delve on this topic. So it's kind of a rebellious act against the general scientific mood of the times. So as Viveros de Castro says, we can imagine the non-humans as beings with vital interests. Thus, we might be able to imagine the whole species, ecosystems, environments, even the entire Mother Earth as units with vital interests. I cannot expand on this point further, but we notice the Nietzschean terms, a Nietzschean kind of perspectivism introduced here, which talks about vital interests. And it's kind of a reductive view, I think, and we shall see further. But this could be expanded into a comparison between Nietzschean perspectivism and Amerindian perspectivism. But maybe let's leave that for other investigations. So I'm thinking that entire ecosystems, maybe even the entire planet, could be thought as a being with vital interests. And extinction naturally is the opposite direction of those interests. Since imagination is starting to rank 3 and includes more and more general conceptual units, reaching the concepts of totality, universe, and so on, we must use the driving force of such imagination, but be very careful in formulating any ontological claims that might result from the imaginary drive to the totality of entities with vital interests. Viveros de Castro is also very careful at this point. He claims that perspectivism as a philosophical doctrine that is useful in expressing certain key aspects of thought of certain indigenous peoples of the Amazon basin, it is not in the market of the best ontology. He really stresses this point. It is important to note that perspectivism sui generis cannot present itself as the only ontology, since it necessarily entails the other perspective. So we might notice an interesting spiral circularity of thought. From a non-human perspective of threatened species with vital interests like polar bears, Anthropocene is the apt term defining the current geontological conditions, and the conditions of the Anthropocene themselves, as we have seen, are imposing the perspective of the other, which again, in turn, grounds the concept of the Anthropocene by extending its grasp beyond the human. As we will shortly hear Professor Scott Gilbert saying, nowadays we are thinking in the context of the biology of becoming and relations between the microbiome and the host, relations between the holobionts and so on. We are thinking of the relations of polar bears that might have with humans. I think vital interests as a concept only entails that they are concerned with present survival and not with the reasons why it is challenged. Their attention is assumingly directed towards adaptation to present conditions instead of investigation as to why these conditions are changing. But one cannot help but feel that a fraction of something vital is taken away from the other with such reductive reasoning. Part of the imaginary of its personhood, the depth of the other's soul. Indigenous thought would warn against it. The imaginary of personhood is precisely the key to adapting the perspective of the other. As Viveiros de Castro says, one must personify in order to know. Personhood marks the other as a source of creative acts. Personhood recognizes the imagination as a feature of the other. It is an admission that the other always transcends the expected, the determined. It means that the other is afforded a different technology of imagination. Personhood is a lively, colorful, and readily available scheme that easily inspires imaginative narratives about the personified. Let's say it's one of the genetic constitutive structures of the imaginary, which operates at the same level of generality as the famous Kantian transcendental imagination. But how far does the concept of personhood extend? Personhood as a concept of relational ontology opens up to a field of interactions. It entails a community. As we will hear talking later by Indigenous Studies Professor Kim TallBear, and I'm here following her lecture called Decolonizing or Not Equal to Reconciling Technology and Indigenous Relations. Indigenous alternative to Western social ontology grounded by concepts of individuality is the ontology of relations, of communities. However, the pull towards individuality of ethnicities, of preservation of ethnic cultures with their particularities and oddities is clearly expressed, since these units are under heavy pressure of globalization. We notice an emphasis on a complex community, a people, indigenous nation, and so on. It might seem that the principles of individuality are simply raised a few levels of generality from the individual towards the particular community and particular environment, necessarily preserving their ethnic, local, indigenous, natural specifics. Why or why not is that the case? I will leave this question for further discussions with other indigenous study authors. And I will finish up with a few remarks. How does the ontology of relations explain this predicament, this tension that seems to be inherently necessary in such a social ontology? The answer in Lithuanian traditional culture is the expansion of the scope of meaning of community. It extends to the whole environment and even includes celestial bodies and so on. It is a relational ontology since any community can be thought of as encompassing internal and external relations. And with that, I would like to leave an open question for further discussion. How is it with the principle of individuality when we're talking about the ethnical units, indigenous peoples and so on? Thank you very much for your attention. It's been great to participate in the symposium, and now let's open up the questions.
All right. Thank you, Ignas, for a very interesting talk. And I suggest we start with a question from our YouTube audience, and then we move on. So Alexei Bayesh is asking you, Ignas, since you have mentioned psychedelics, so the question is, have you encountered any studies related to paralinguistic research of people who experienced trips? As in, have anyone tried to research people's auto-narratives, where they would try to describe and interpret their own trips in their own words? And if there are no such studies, then Alexei is asking, maybe has anyone tried to delve deeper into the relationship between psychedelic art and the human auto-narratives?
I have not encountered many studies regarding specifically linguistic aptitude during the experiences described as psychedelic, but there is very interesting biographical and also theoretical moments by this researcher, a famous mycologist called Paul Stamets, and he describes his own story when he was actually dyslexic. He had a lot of stuttering problems in his youth, and actually these states that we're talking about here, this material technology of imagination, it actually helped him develop new pathways in his brain to, and he got over his dyslexia, his stuttering problems, and so on. So there is definitely something linguistic that is yet to be further explored in this field of research.
All right, thank you, Ignas. I see that Kristupas Sabolius would like to ask something, so go ahead.
Thank you, yes, and thank you for referring to the interview that is still not published. Yeah, we had a great talk with Viveiros de Castro and Deborah Donovsky, and I wonder, I was kind of waiting for you to bring in the concept of ego and narcissism, which is basically triggered in their research. I mean, even in that interview, we were talking with both of them, and Viveiros mentioned that for him, the important reference is Kopenhaver, David Kopenhaver, who is an indigenous thinker. And in criticizing and in establishing polemics with psychoanalysis, Kopenhaver claims that the interpretation of the Freudian interpretation and proposal to criticize primitive culture, so-called primitive cultures, as fetishist is actually the projection of the European dream. So he says that you yourself, Europeans, are fetishists because you dream of yourself. We always dream of the others. You know? So basically, it's a fundamental misinterpretation of indigenous culture in that Freudian analysis, in that Freudian take on fetishism. So, well, would you find it operative in this sense to say that there is the problem of understanding of ego at the center of imagination? And I think it's very pertinent to all the discussions that have been presented here for the series of talks yesterday and today regarding the very nature of imagination. I think we didn't come up with the topic of the egoism and narcissism, not only psychoanalytically, but also in terms of subject as such. To what extent the relinquishing not only of transcendental, but also of egoism is at the center of the change of perspective in imagination. And what does it mean in Western terms? Is it a possible task? Thank you.
Thank you for a very good question. It is actually one of my favorite topics to write about right now. The narcissism as both the feature of Western philosophical subject and the feature of everyone personally interested with indigenous studies. So it boils down to what Viveiros de Castro really insightfully describes as the, let's say, dominant anthropological / philosophical attitude towards the indigenous, as you have mentioned. You have mentioned Freud, but Freud called the indigenous naive narcissists. He used his term of narcissism to define the indigenous, and before him, Marx was also using the fetishist term for the indigenous, because he thought that they fetishize everything by making everything human. And so against this attitude and the critique of this, let's say, 20th century and earlier anthropological philosophical attitude is really interesting in Viveiros de Castro's works, and it is being dubbed as narcissism because it actually really needs just to confirm how good is it to live in the West and how poor they're living without the things that we have here in the West. So the attitude is of the anthropologists, as he names it, is to look through the lens of what we have and they have not. So let's say we have science, medicine, they have not. We have canalization and sanitation systems, they have not, and so on. It is always about something that actually increases our own kind of empty self-worth feeling in front of the other. It is made to blow up the ego bubble even further, all of these approaches to the indigenous. But I don't think that is something very new to the authors that work in the indigenous studies. That is a very known and typical Western attitude towards the indigenous. But what is interesting about Viveiros de Castro's point is to notice that now the attitude is changing, the perspective is changing, and we already want to include the indigenous perspectives. That now the question is how to do that, how to take them seriously. And I see Elizabeth is raising their hand. Please go ahead.
No, I think that's really spot on, because of course, I love Eduardo's work, and I respect his politics immensely. Here's my worry, and it's an honest worry, and so it's not like I'm trying to trap you. I'm really, this worry for me is encapsulated in something that happened when a bunch of us from Karabing, which is a film collective I'm part of, and it's everybody except me is indigenous, and we've all grown up together. So anyways, we were in Europe and screening one of our films, Wutar, which is about something that happened to us, about ancestors in the country, and you could say it was just very filled with this indigenous ontology. But it's all within the ongoing governance of their lives, police, boats, Christianity. So it's, it's all those forces and their ancestors in the same plane of existence. And that's what Karabing films do. So we're showing this, and an audience member asked Rex Edmonds, who's one of the senior men in the group. She said, every time I see something from Australia, it's all about post-colonial this and settler colonial that. And this film is very narrative, so it doesn't put it in your face. But I see it's always about all this stuff. And what I want to know is whether or not in your culture, you have knowledge that can save the planet as we go into a climate crisis. And, I'm worried about myself and my children. And she went on. Now, without bashing her, saying, oh, wow, Rex said something that, I just thought was spot on and unsurprising since we've known each other for a long. He said, so you want to know whether I have something to save you or do you want to know so you help me make a space for determining my whole life? So what are you going to give to me to help me do that? That is, what do you want this for? What is it doing in a pragmatic sense, right? What is the pragmatic work of this knowledge as doing something? How does it change the history of the direction of extraction? And in particular, how does it or doesn't it just iterate that? That is, we all know this, like ontological prospect mining, like, right? So, and then he just said, you know, look, the effects of your world on my world have compounded for 200 years. So whatever our ontology is or was, it's working in this uneven distribution of toxicity. So what, you know, I don't even know, like, what, and so that's my worry, that's my question, that when we approach the indigenous in this way, that doesn't foreground the question of the histories of ongoing histories of dispossession and the effects of toxicity, and foreground this kind of abstracted, I don't know, cultural ontology, rather than foregrounding how and what is this able to move or not to move, for whom, why. I just get very worried. So I'm, you know, I know you're worried about it too. I know Eduardo does. So I'm wondering how you would answer Rex. Like,
I can see that we're already out of time, but
yeah, sorry, I talked to you.
I would answer that for me, then it takes to remembering that once we all came from some kind of indigenous culture, and somewhere deep in our particular nationalities, particular countries, maybe here in Europe more because we are here, so many countries with different languages and histories, there is an indigenous mind there, and it's
yeah, absolutely. But how does that change the direction of entanglement that we're in now?
And because of that, we can approach the other indigenous not as someone who came there to study them, but someone who came to share experiences. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Ignas, for your presentation and for your answers. I believe this is again a question which we could move to the discussion, which will be moderated by dear Chiara Bottici later. So we are halfway through our afternoon session, and we arrived at the talk by the professor Kim TallBear from University of Alberta. She's an associate professor of Indigenous Studies and also the author of a book, Native American DNA, Tribal Belonging and the False Promise of Genetic Science. She is building her research on the role of technoscience in settler colonialism, and she also studies the colonization of indigenous sexuality. So I'm very happy to welcome Professor TallBear, and she will give us a talk with the title Settler Relations and Our Property Relations. Welcome.
Hi, so the tech's good, you can hear me? Okay. Good. It's 7:30 in the morning where I am in Western Canada, so good morning. I like to tell stories, so I think this talk is kind of a series of musings and vignettes, and I really love, Beth, your ontological property mining. I'm going to quote you on that. You were cracking me up when I was listening to that. Okay, so settler relations as property. And this is very much an engagement from an Indigenous, particularly Dakota standpoint. I'm Dakota. I'm a citizen of the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate, which is a Dakota people in the northeast corner of what is today South Dakota. And our reservation goes over into North Dakota. And it was Dakota Lakota people, right, who were involved in Standing Rock. Of course, Indigenous people from all over the world came, but that's not too far from my home territory, and that is those are my cultural kin. So just to locate myself, but I live about a 2-day drive from there in Western Canada, in Edmonton, Alberta. So what I was going to say is this is a very Dakota and then more broadly North American Indigenous perspective on U.S. settler colonialism, which is, as Beth pointed out, what Indigenous studies and Indigenous people are often talking about in those countries that are settler colonial. So in February 2017, the Washington Post began regularly using on its website a new slogan: Democracy dies in darkness. What melodrama, I thought, when they first started using that for a capital newspaper whose nation was born of and is sustained by genocidal darkness, quote unquote, at home and overseas. One presumes the cherry-picked tragedy that prompted this new slogan was none other than the presidential election of Donald Trump. But it's not only explicit white supremacists emboldened by Trump, nor is it simply 19th century Indian killers or today's CEOs at the helm of resource extraction companies that have accepted indigenous elimination as the collateral damage of settler state development. The evildoers of history, neo-Nazi demonstrators, and oil and gas companies sending dogs to attack unarmed indigenous people resisting pipeline development are just easier targets for liberal critique. While the foundation of indigenous elimination, which is genocide, and if you doubt that, you can look at the UN definition of genocide, all of those criteria have been implemented in lands now occupied by the United States. Genocide is one of white supremacy. The foundation of indigenous elimination is a foundation of white supremacy. Even so, it's not only white people in power who work to eliminate or erase indigenous peoples. Dreaming, even in inclusive and multicultural tones, of developing an ideal settler state, a progressive or multicultural settler state, implicitly also supports the elimination of indigenous peoples from these places. Scientists and technology developers, environmental and social policy makers support extracting or even stewarding natural and human resources. Again, there's scare quotes around all these words, right? Toward the goal of maintaining US privilege and that of other settler states like Australia, Canada, New Zealand. This works to eliminate indigenous peoples explicitly or implicitly as our ancestors and we continue to be removed from traditional homelands for both purposes, for both exploitation and stewarding of the environment. Whether the settler state wants to farm, build a mine, or a city, pump oil, or cordon off a national park, the quote unquote resources used to build these states include the lands, waters, and other than human beings with whom indigenous peoples are co-constituted as peoples. Indigenous peoples came into being as peoples, and that's a capital P, peoples, in long-standing and intricate relation with these continents and the life forms here. Many indigenous people have been eliminated, and for those who remain, our intimate relations with these lands and waters continue to be undercut. And our memories relentlessly erased as extractive nation states continue to be dreamed. The 19th century assimilative mantra, this is a policy kind of slogan in the 19th century United States and also Canada, that was kill the Indian to save the man. That implies not simply an attack on our cultures, but more precisely an attack, and this is more the subject of this symposium, on the relations, both human and other than human, that make us who we are. So Ignas, to go back to your point, and maybe we can talk about this in the discussion, I really avoid the word ethnicity. And I often will avoid the word culture, and I want to go back to entanglements and relations, right? Because culture and ethnicity can be too human-centric, and that is not what we're talking about in indigenous languages. But of course, we're speaking in English, so we have limitations to the way we can speak about this, right? So, central to the American dream, and that's, I've got that in italics because I presume everybody knows what that narrative is. Central to that narrative and to justifying the simultaneous genocide of humans and other than humans in the so-called Americas is the animacy hierarchy that de-animates some beings below others. So strictly speaking, the ideas of being animate and inanimate posit categorical divides between entities, those seen to be alive and those deemed as not living, a divide defined organismically in dominant thinking. But my friend and colleague Mel Chen, who's at Berkeley, I think in gender and women's studies still, in their book Animacies explains dominant cultural ideas that point to more gradation in animacy thinking around greater and lesser relative degrees of sentience, aliveness, self-awareness, and agency among different entities. So the animacy hierarchy is actualized through the associated verbs and adjectives animate and deanimate that refer to the greater and lesser aliveness attributed often to humans over other than humans. Now, the animacy hierarchy, as Chen shows, also deanimates many humans, including Indigenous and Black people, below the Western, often male subject. And I've been indebted to Chen for helping me think through the long assault on our relations in academic English as well. And I try to go between academic theories, non-Indigenous academic theories, and Indigenous ways of thinking about these things, because I'm always interested in being in conversation across different languages and ways of histories of approaching these kinds of ideas. I think we're at a really nice moment, ironically, when we can have conversations that have not really been quite as possible before. So now I want to talk a little bit about the idea of relations versus the idea of progress. So in rejecting binaries of life versus not life, humans versus nature, and other more graduated Eurocentric hierarchies of life, I foreground an everyday Dakota understanding of existence that focuses on relations. Now, when we talk about relations, we hope that these are good relations, but of course, not all of our relations are always good, right? Even when they're not good, our relations remain relatives and we're linked nonetheless. So I don't mean to romanticize relations. This analytical framework is at the center of my critique of the grand narrative of US exceptionalism. It's also translatable, although not perfectly, among many of the different Indigenous traditions that I've encountered. And I have lived and worked across in every state in the United States, except for Arkansas. And now I've worked across Canada. I've also lived in Indonesia. I've worked a bit in Australia and New Zealand. So I do tend to be very much in conversation with global Indigenous traditions, at least in the English colonial world. And I recognize that's limited. So I'm in Treaty 6 territory, what we call Treaty 6 territory in what is today known as Edmonton in Western Canada. And Indigenous peoples here, and it's Cree and Métis people primarily, but also Inuit people came through here, Anishinaabe people, my people, Dakota people came north after a war in 1862, but prairie people, right? And so on the prairies here in Canada, people speak of the practices of Wahkotowan. So Wahkotowan is the word. It's a Cree word. My colleague, Jessica Kolapenik, who works in Indigenous science studies with me at the University of Alberta, explains Wahkotowan, that analytical framework, as a vital exercise of kinship found at the interstices of family, place, and political economy. And so they might talk about Wahkotowan here. I talk about good relations. So I always welcome conversation with other Indigenous or traditional peoples' frameworks of relationality. And I only say traditional peoples because I recognize that indigeneity as a concept or an object is not easily transportable all over the world, right? It's got a very particular genealogy that doesn't work everywhere. So thinking in terms of being in relation, then, I propose an explicitly spatial narrative of caretaking relations, both human and other than human, as an alternative to the temporally progressive, settler colonial American dreaming that is ever co-constituted with the deadly hierarchies of life that I've talked about. A relational web analytic or spatial metaphor requires us to pay attention to our relations and obligations here and now upon the web. It's a narrative that can help us resist those dreams of progress toward a never arriving future of tolerance and good that paradoxically requires ongoing genocidal and anti-Black violence and violence towards many deanimated bodies. So I'm writing right now an article with a polyamorous writer and philosopher from Amsterdam, Simone van Saarloos. In the piece that we're writing, because I also write on non-monogamy, we're talking about the anti-relational mythology of linear progressivism in the context of compulsory monogamy and its relationship escalator. So drawing on Indigenous relational concepts, I propose a spatial relational framework in that paper in opposition to the standard linear progressive conception of romantic relationships that were imposed on Indigenous peoples as part of the Euro-American civilizing project. So people in the United States, newcomers in the United States, they forced my ancestors into monogamy, and many Indigenous peoples and other peoples who came from around the world, and forced us into state-sanctioned marriage. So there is in US mythology a foundational narrative of relationship progression, an all-or-nothing relationship that lasts, quote, till death do you part. That's what they say in the marriage ceremony, right? Or if it doesn't last until death do you part, it crashes and burns rather than shifting within an ever-changing present. And that relationship relationship ideal is co-constitutive with private property, both women and children as property and heritable land as property. And this complex of property, marriage, and monogamy were very important in the colonial project in the United States and Canada. So at any rate, the broader narrative that prescribes the linear progressive path forward within the supposed democratic promised land of North America is in everyday life, actually, a nightmare for many people around the globe. American democracy not only dies in darkness, it is born of hierarchical violence. So when the hashtag vote blue no matter who crowd, I don't know how many people are on Twitter here, I'm on there too much. So the vote for Biden, no matter how unpalatable he is, that's vote blue, no matter who. That's kind of what's going around this election right now. So they're crying and writhing against Trump, and they're asking that this national nightmare be ended, Trump being the national nightmare. So, but when they do that, they don't really voice concern with the nightmare that is the US period for Indigenous peoples for hundreds of years and counting, nor are they concerned, apparently, for the nightmare that is US military violence and domination around the world. This is their particular narrow nightmare. So we require another narrative to help us abandon, I think, the actual nightmare, which is the American dream. A relational web narrative or framework can help us meet our obligations across the generations or over time if one is attached to the idea of time over space. I emphasize material connectedness between many generations whose bodies may now or still exist within organismically defined understandings of life. Material connectedness between entities that don't meet the definition of life, because these are the words we're working with in English, right? Life versus not life. Those are not words that necessarily translate, for example, into Dakota ways of thinking about beingness. And then connectedness between other bodies whose materiality has been transferred back to the earth and out into those webs of material relation. I'm also concerned with our connectedness to bodies not yet formed of existing matter. So I focus here in all of these material connections. I do not necessarily focus on when or then. How do we relate well in our places on this planet without that inherently eliminatory and sacrificial dreaming in which the nightmare never ends, but progress is always promised? So I want to talk a little bit more now about this notion of Indigenous elimination. And then Indigenous erasure related to that, because it's critical to settler colonial property claims and the need to erase or eliminate Indigenous people. And Indigenous erasure meaning completely forgetting, right, is pervasive in even critical accounts of US empire. So even progressive thinkers who otherwise link race, nation, class, immigration, and global capitalism fail to include very often within their ongoing U.S. genocide against Indigenous peoples when they're making those critiques. Again, we see this everywhere in Trump-related media since 2016. Prominent Indigenous scholar, I think Beth Povinelli mentioned her earlier, from lands now occupied by Australia, Aileen Morton Robinson, explains that the conceptual links between the privileges and benefits that flow from American citizenship, so Aileen's writing on the U.S., to Native American dispossession remains invisible. Instead, slavery, war, and migration are the narratives by which the historically contingent positionality of whiteness unfolds. Whiteness and its nationalist and imperialistic violence, constituted within a binary of white versus black in the US, is analyzed and critiqued sufficiently in many people's minds without the need to recognize Indigenous dispossession in North America. So perhaps, Morton Robinson surmises, quote, the selective historical amnesia displayed is partly the result of scholars and others not being epistemologically and ontologically open to being disoriented, displaced, and diasporic racialized subjects whose existence within the nation state is predicated on the continuing divestment of Indigenous people's sovereign rights. Thus, even progressive national narratives imply that Indigenous peoples are inevitably vanishing, which does not square with our own will to self-determination, our resistance to state assimilation, and our demands, therefore, for ongoing access to and control over territories, lands that are essential to our constitution as peoples, lands and waters. So no wonder our erasure is so common. Our demands are a threat to any vision of the settler state, whether Trump's vision or the visions of his many vote blue no matter who critics. Non-Indigenous USians build on the vanishing Indian trope. thus establishing us as a resource to own, distort, and exploit for their own well-being. So, for example, U.S. citizens get titillated when they wear us in caricature as sports mascots. We just, I think, finally got rid of the Redskins football team name, right? They claim our metaphorical skins as their national heritage. They appropriate the indigenous dead in literal ways, too. U.S. citizens like to claim indigenous bones as their property for their museums and for their science. They like to claim our blood and DNA for their science, too, in part to support their claims to us as ancestors. Witness the Cherokee great-grandmother phenomenon, especially common in the U.S. South, in which many Americans, Senator Elizabeth Warren among the most famous, claim Cherokee ancestry, most often absent any lived connection or obligation to indigenous communities. It's telling that when contemporary topics, such as the Charlottesville Nazi demonstrations at Confederate monuments and the counter-protests, or the Trump North Korea spat, or COVID-19 travel restrictions are at play, living indigenous communities' interests and presence in the affected geographies go unreferenced or are actually challenged. So, for example, did we hear anything in mainstream media about indigenous peoples and the role of the Confederacy, the Civil War, and the historical legacy in the South in indigenous genocide and ongoing dispossession? Indigenous peoples were erased from that historical accounting. Did we hear anything in mainstream or even progressive media about indigenous peoples in the Pacific, where the US and North Korea might have taken their bombastic warring to the level of nuclear confrontation? How much did we hear about indigenous peoples' interests in discussions of immigration and deportation in the US and Canada, or related to Trump's dystopian proposed wall at the US-Mexico border? And indigenous communities in the US and Canada, when they want to close access to their territories to protect their people from COVID-19, which due to poverty and systemic health system inequality, they contract and die from at higher rates than the rest of the population, their assertion of sovereignty to protect their people is challenged by genocidal settler states. We saw that in South Dakota. The governor there has really tried to challenge the indigenous people closing down access to reservations precisely because of COVID, because South Dakota won't control, they won't have any quarantine measures or personal protective equipment measures around COVID, and the tribes are much stricter about that. So in his book, Playing Indian, Dakota historian, who's a Harvard professor now, Philip Deloria, cites a British writer, D.H. Lawrence, who was writing in the early 20th century about some of the things I'm talking about, actually. So this is interesting. Lawrence had an analysis of an essentially unfinished and incomplete U.S.-American consciousness that produced what he called an unparalleled national identity crisis. Lawrence wrote that no place exerts its full influence upon a newcomer until the old inhabitant is dead or absorbed. The unexpressed spirit of America could not be fulfilled without Indians either being exterminated or assimilated into white America. Of course, it's not only white people who are US citizens or Americans, and it's not only whites who would be Indians and claim us as their rightful national heritage. The foundation of these literal and figurative property claims to us as patrimony is white supremacist, but many 21st century multicultural citizens aim now to be our rightful inheritors, and such forms of appropriation are co-constitutive with ongoing literal killing of indigenous people. So appropriation is both made possible by and loops back to obscure ongoing indigenous land theft and death, either by making or letting indigenous people and peoples die. So the next section is I'm calling Killing Us Softly with Settler Binaries, and that's a ripoff of Roberta Flack's 1973 song, Killing Us Softly, or Killing Me Softly. So I'm going to explain a bit more about how this co-constitution of cultural appropriation or symbolic indigenous elimination is related to literal killing of indigenous people, and I'll also highlight the role of the human, non-human divide in these forms of anti-indigenous assault at both individual and populational levels. So number one, what I would refer to as the settler dispossession of indigenous peoples of our relations with other than human relatives, that's a dispossession that always aids appropriation of our lands. And number two, what I've already referred to as the appropriation of indigenous history and identities, those property claims shore up the social and sometimes material well-being of non-indigenous communities and individuals and help them justify past resource appropriation and then perpetuate it in novel ways today. Further, dispossessing us of our relations or relatives, again, both human and other than human, is tied to settler identity appropriation as settler family and definitions of kinship come to redefine indigenous identity. And I talk about those impositions of settler definitions of kinship over indigenous in my book, Native American DNA. So these forms of disruption, both the appropriation of our representations and the undercutting of our social relations with other than humans, with place and with one another as humans, these aggressive, persistent disruptions are ownership claims. They aid non-Indigenous people in their desire to belong to these lands. In place of active relating, whether with living Indigenous communities and our other than human relatives, non-Indigenous claimants to our representations, our histories and ancestors, affect a relationship of ownership or possession with our biologicals, so our blood, DNA, and lineal biological descent narratives with place. So again, this sounds a lot like the settler state's imposition of compulsory monogamy and state-sanctioned marriage. Those institutions were used to rescript relations in ways that intimately co-construct them with and as private property. And it has occurred to me in reading the critical race scholar Cheryl Harris that not only is whiteness and the privileges it confers a valuable form of property, that's what she writes in 1993, that white people must then defend by rigidly monitoring the parameters of what counts as white, but so are settler relations with both humans and other than humans, forms of property relations. So to go back to Aileen Morton Robinson's book, The White Possessive, she focuses on Indigenous peoples being dispossessed of land. And I should say again that I attempt to think whenever possible in terms of human relating with both human and other than human relatives, rather than one's possession of them, but dispossession is probably the best we can do in English. And Morton Robinson acknowledges the ontological challenges as well. So thus, it's not only material dispossession of land and resources that build the settler state, but that dispossession undercuts co-constitutive relations between beings. Property literally undercuts Indigenous kinship and attempts to replace it. It objectifies land, water, other than humans as potentially owned resources. One can see the settler property regime undercutting kinship between Indigenous people too. For example, when Indigenous women in Canada and the US are murdered and go missing at very high rates, Indigenous people have been violently torn from their kin for centuries now in the Americas, whether through massacre, dislocation, kidnapping, or incarceration in settler state institutions. The human-animal divide is, of course, central to civilizational discourses that justify such forms of violence against Indigenous peoples because of our supposed savagery. I'm really trying never to use, I don't know if you do, if people speaking other languages do this, but in English, we're always equating bad things with animals, like I'm an police abolitionist, right? I'm prison abolitionist. I agree with that perspective. But we'll call the cops pigs. I don't call cops pigs anymore because I'm not going to insult pigs like that. They're actually quite nice animals. So again, these human-animal binaries are thread, and that hierarchy is thread throughout our language, and it's really hard to get away from. Much like ableism, much like gender binarism, right? All these binaries. So I have about 15 minutes, right? I think, yes, okay. So I'm going to talk about how the settler state cannot be decolonized. We throw this term decolonization around a lot, and I'm going to talk about something called radical hope. So I've written elsewhere that losing hope in the settler state redeeming itself can also be a move toward what Dominican American writer and MIT professor Junot Diaz calls radical hope. I gave a keynote at a conference a couple of years ago on disasters, migration, and human rights. And that conference description explained that, quote, moments of transition, so this is in 2018, bring about crisis, uncertainty, and even opportunity. And they posed the question for the conference, what factors shape whether a transition is a crisis or an opportunity, and in whose eyes? And this sums up Trump to me. Is this a crisis or an opportunity, and in whose eyes? In a September 2017 interview, Junot Diaz explained two entangled ideas that have been really helpful for me in articulating the opportunity rather than crisis that I see in the US political events of the past 4 years. And these two ideas are, number one, to be misaligned with a mainstream emotional baseline, and number two, this notion of radical hope. And I'll quote Diaz. He said, when we think about the state of the world, Trump is the latest awful turn, but the world has been in an awful state for a long time. I would not say that this is a different order of madness. I think it is a sharpening of the already present madness. To point out that there are continuities is not to deny that there are new and novel aspects to this present terror, but ultimately, how are you conceptualizing this challenge? The ability to do what our societies seem incapable and unwilling to do is important. There is nothing, I would argue, more critical than to be misaligned with the emotional baseline of any mainstream society. So I see that emotional baseline as dreaming of a progressive settler state. And the interviewer of Diaz then recounted his idea that all the fighting in the world will not help us if we do not also have hope, which is not blind optimism, but radical hope. And then she asked him to explain radical hope. And he says quite simply that he trusts in the collective genius of all the people who survive wicked systems, and that from the bottom will the genius come that makes our ability to live with each other possible. So I was edified by both of those ideas, misalignment and radical hope, especially to help me articulate for myself an alternative to Barack Obama's vacuous yet ultimately violent form of U.S. exceptionalist hope. This crisis or transition time in the U.S. and or globally offers an opportunity to cease cultivating a misplaced love for the U.S. state, for the U.S. empire, which is especially impossible to voice in the United States. So I grabbed onto this moment, this opportunity in Trump to be misaligned with the emotional, intellectual, and unethical baseline and narrative of all of those who hold power, not just Trump and his party. Instead, we can find radical hope in a narrative that entails not progressively redeeming the state, but caring for one another as relations. So we must strike blows then whenever possible to that dominant narrative of a multicultural and supposedly progressive settler state. That narrative misguides us in our genius and in our ability to live well with each other. Diaz explained that he's a child of Blackness, and Blackness was not meant to survive, he says. Indeed, settler state dreaming, U.S. dreaming, is predicated upon the extraction of resources from Black bodies until they're dead, and from indigenous lands, thus requiring our death, either literally or symbolically. Thus, to lament the current moment in a way that dreams of U.S. redemption, which is what many Americans are doing, is to sustain that fundamental condition of U.S. existence, ongoing indigenous elimination. So this is what I hear, a tolerance for ongoing indigenous genocide. When Americans say about Trump, this is not us. Please end this national nightmare. Whose national nightmare? When did it start? Ours started a long time ago, being a post-apocalyptic people for about 160 years now. So again, and when I talk about genocide, and I'm writing a paper on this as well, I'm really talking about a co-constitute of human and other than human genocide. In indigenous communities, we don't use the word genocide to only talk about humans, because again, to be constituted as an indigenous people, as a people intimately tied with particular places and landscapes and waterscapes, our elimination goes hand in hand, right? Okay. But if we refuse indigenous elimination and a de-animating possession of indigenous peoples, I think, then we require a different redemptive narrative. So we have to replace in North America this U.S. dreaming, I think, with something else. People need a narrative to figure out how they want to live together well. So if we are to live together well as peoples with reciprocal responsibilities to ourselves and to other than humans, the American dream in any form, whether it's white supremacist or progressive, cannot be a guiding hope. An important part of dismantling U.S. hegemony and oppression, both at home and abroad, is to turn our eyes away from that story and toward another. So even though U.S. exceptionalism suffered hard blows these last 4 years, it will not be let go easily. It's not being let go. We need to practice in every possible moment what I view as small acts of visionary resistance and deep narrative and ontological revision that forego the relentlessly violent love for the settler state in favor of responsibility to relatives, both human than other than human. And I'm just going to end with a quote from a friend of mine, Nick Estes. He's Lakota. So Lakota, Dakota, our cultural kin. We're just separated by the Missouri River right now. He has a podcast called Red Nation. And so remember I talked about that 19th century mantra, kill the Indian to save the man, the civilizational kind of narrative that they had. Nick says that we must actually now commit settler ontocide. And so we must now kill the colonizer, kill the capitalist appropriator to save all of us. And of course, this is not literal killing, but the killing of a deadly, progressive, and anti-relational worldview. And so what do we put in its place? And I want to be very clear that I'm all about killing that worldview. So thank you. He has a podcast called Red Nation.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a very thought-inspiring presentation and your talk. So I'm waiting for the participants of our symposium to raise some questions if you have. I see Chiara is raising her hand, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your talk. I have many questions, but there's one that is particularly pressing, and it's about decolonization, because you mentioned quickly that so much has been written about it, and you seem to be dissatisfied with the concept. So I wonder but you didn't elaborate on that. Can you tell us more about what you think about the concept itself? About
decolonization?
About, the use of the concept, right?
Decolonization, DE.
Yes.
Yeah, you know,
the concept. I mean, because we know that there's been an abuse now. Decolonization is just about changing a little bit your syllabus. So basically, add a few indigenous people, but the meal continues to be the same. You just invite a couple of indigenous people for dinner, but you keep serving the same meal, right? So there's been such an, at least in the US, in the academic world, I mean, everybody's now decolonizing, and what decolonizing actually boils down to is simply when you keep teaching your staff and you just add a few indigenous voices here and there. So I don't know whether that's what you meant by
no. Yeah, so there's a good article that we cite a lot in Indigenous Studies in Canada by Eve Tuck, who's at University of Toronto. She's, Eve's work in Wayne Yang, right? So the decolonization is not a metaphor article, an alternative. So, and I have this slide in another talk I just gave. So they say that decolonization brings about the repatriation of Indigenous land and life. So that's that hashtag land back, give land back. Right. So they say decolonization is not a metaphor for other things we want to do to improve our societies and schools, as you're saying, decolonize the syllabus. And they say there's been too easy of an adoption of decolonizing discourse and scholarship and educational advocacy. So they decolonize our thinking. So when I use decolonization, that's precisely what I mean. And because I work with science and technology stuff, I'm not necessarily always thinking about the repatriation of land, but when I talk about the repatriation of Indigenous life, we can use that in flexible ways. I mean, give back the DNA, give back the bones, give back the blood, all of these things that help constitute us as peoples, right? So resources too. It can be land, it can be water. So that's the way that I use it. And yes, I don't think maybe most people in the academy and the English speaking world are using it with the precision that I would use it to go after Eve Tuck. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks. Yeah. So, it's just not a metaphor, but also is more than land.
It is more than land, right? And again, we have to use this weird word resource, which I don't like, right? Because it's a deanimating word, but we do use that in English. But anything that helps build the capacity of Indigenous people to exist as peoples, to be self-governing, right? So it is more than land, but land's certainly important, yeah.
Thank you. I see that Professor Povinelli wanted to ask something. So
yeah, I just want thank you for that. That was wonderful. I'm always another one of these settler exterminating phrases is the fake Indian, right? And I think part of what's at stake is talking about the fake European. And indeed, the fake European is premised on this idea, like you say, of the catastrophe of the flip in the horizon. It's always horizontal, right? So that Europe or the European diaspora, which is settler colonialism, is always horizontal, right? It's always going, it's always on that ship. And at the horizon, the promise was always the good. So you could, if you're a European or you're in the European diaspora, if you're white, anything you do can be eliminated. Any harm you do can be eliminated by saying, oops, we thought we were going toward the horizon. We went the wrong way, but now we're going on the horizon, right? You helped us see how we can go on the horizon. And I guess it's more of a comment, but I think what you and others really help see, and what I was trying to get at also is, where is the catastrophe, right? Is the catastrophe Trump? Is the catastrophe of climate change on the horizon, right? Or is it really should be understood as an ancestral catastrophe that ramified and has been ramifying on specific human and more than human worlds. And maybe now is creeping and seeping into and through the barricades that settler colonialism and white supremacy set up, right? So that there wasn't Europeans. What is that, right? What are Europeans other than like the blood sacks of particular invasions that swelled themselves by extracting and leaving toxins behind? So I guess it's just more of a what you were also making me think through than a.
Yeah, I mean, I really try hard not to use the word progress because I don't want to think about. I don't want to think about. I think that lets the U.S. off the hook. It lets too many people off the hook, right? You can always, as you say, be sacrificing or involved in all kinds of terrible violence with the idea that on the horizon, the freedom is on the horizon. The other article I was going to bring attention to was Heather Davis and Zoe Todd's article on the importance of a date or decolonizing the Anthropocene, which is in International Journal of Critical Geography. So yeah, I think for me, Trump is a manifestation of a long-standing problem. I am so offended, so offended by this. This is not us. What is this new nightmare? Oh my God. Just what a way to completely discount the very foundation that produced Trump in the first place. It's shocking to me that anybody's that amnesiac. I mean, it is and it's not shocking, right? Yeah,
because disavowal is the foundational structure of white supremacy and settler colonialism, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we can't be surprised. The other point I was just I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, shocked, not shocked.
Okay. The other, just a question, really. The question I had was, your point that decolonizing is a material, it's not a return, it's like a material acknowledgement that I stole this and it's not even mine to determine how I get it back, right? So you see a lot of in settler colonialism, like, yes, you can claim your lands back, but you have to go through the law, i.e. the settler state.
Settler law, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not merely now we see we stole your lands, we want to give it back, go through our law, but a radical letting go of, because it wasn't yours. And so you can materially reconstitute those forms of relation. I think this, in Cotterbean, that absolutely, if they heard you, I think would be a deep agreement.
Yeah, and I do want to avoid the words return as well. I really try to avoid time. Yeah. No, but I know what you mean. Like, I try to avoid anything in that invokes time, because I often get this response, and particularly even more in non-US audiences than in the US, when I talk about indigeneity to a more global audience, because it is such a problematic term in many parts of the world, right? I get that. It's not, it's problematic as it is in the US and Canada. It's much less problematic than it is in some other parts of the world. I'm not talking about some kind of notion of going back in time. This is why I want to get away from time. I'm talking about exchange in place, in ever changing present. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. One of the things I think I hear. So let me just describe how, my colleagues have talked about it. It's like, it's not that they're going back or they want it back and it's outside of time. It's like the path they are taking, the path their fish are taking, the path their dreamings are taking, are following what they were taught, but they're following it in this world, the world everyone's in, the world of distributed toxicity. So when they follow it, they have to dodge, avoid, creatively engage, all these other elements. So the real question is, what do you think about, and for me, it is the worry when we talk about ontology, indigenous ontologies, as if they were things, as if they were thoughts rather than these spatial material relations.
You mean versus practices?
Yeah. like you could think it versus.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I know what you're saying. I mean, it's interesting, right? We are severely inhibited in actually living the worlds that we, because we are so severed from our territories and waters and children. And yeah, I think that would take a much longer conversation. Yeah. But I am definitely always trying to focus on what we're actually doing. And the materiality of what we're doing. Yeah.
All right. I believe we can squeeze in one if it's a short question, because I see that Kristupas Sabolius was raising hand. So it's up to you to decide if it's a question for now or for the further discussion. So please go ahead.
I'm not sure. I had a curiosity. Thank you for your talk. That was really compelling. And but also you addressed the question of language, which is really a problem in many regards when we try to address these themes of a possible dialogue. But I have a very short curiosity. Maybe if you have a short answer, that's okay. If you don't, let's move to the discussion later on. It regards the question of the distinction between life and non-life, living and non-living entities, and you said that that's not really pertinent to Dakota people, for example, or other indigenous nations. So could you elaborate on that? I mean, if it's possible.
Yeah, I just think in terms of, like, when I go to anthropology meetings and, there's this, people define life organismically, right? That's how, and in biology, it's defined as organisms. And then this whole new materialism kind of stuff that's happened, right, in the last 10 years. And it's all very interesting. But it's been really interesting to me, the attempts by non-Indigenous people to attempt to talk around or across to get beyond the life versus not life divide. We don't have the same type of trouble because we're willing to invoke terms and languages that to materialists sound quote unquote spiritual. But our languages, I wouldn't say are inherently spiritual. I would say that that's how they get translated into English. I would say that our languages are actually quite material, but are not defining. So life is an imperfect thing, right? When we're talking about beingness, we're not only talking about organisms or sentience or that kind of thing. We're thinking more in terms of material relatedness, and all of the materialities of the universe are related, whether they're organisms or not. And so that's, if that helps. But yeah, such a language problem.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Professor TallBear, and we will see you again in a panel discussion. And now we have the last talk in our program by Professor Scott Gilbert from Swarthmore College and University of Helsinki. And he's a professor of biology, and Professor Gilbert's scientific research studies how novel structures evolve through changes in development. His historical and philosophical research has recently looked at the implications of the holobiont theory for modeling life, health, and politics. And today, Professor will give us a talk with the title Holobionts, the Living Art of Becoming with the Other. So, Professor, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to try to split the screen here. I want to thank Ignas and Kristupas for inviting me to speak at a conference that seeks to imagine a world not shaped by ideas of human superiority or exceptionalism. Now, if I can do the screen share and go up here somewhere. Hello. This had been easy. There, okay. Okay, so a century before Jacob van Uxküll defined the Umwelt, his countryman, Karl Ernst von Baer, used an Umwelt notion to ridicule those scientists who would write their embryology books in a fashion that saw the entire living kingdom as a truncation of the human embryo. The humans were, in most people's books, the be-all and end-all of biology. And so von Baer said, If birds wrote the embryology textbooks, they would say that the mammal represented an embryonic bird. The mammal was the bird that didn't quite reach its potential. The cranial bones remained separate. The mammal lacks a beak, with their faces being similar to those of 5-day chick embryos. The mammal lacks feathers, having only shafts, again, like our early embryos. And he finishes by saying, we, as fledglings in the nest, are more advanced than they shall ever be. And these mammals that cannot find their own food for such a long time after their birth, that can never rise freely from the earth, want to consider themselves more highly organized than us? So Von Baer had a nice humorous notion of this going against human exceptionalism. We still are human exceptionals, however. And again, when we teach about evolution, we talk about the Silurian and the Devonian as the age of the fish, and the Carboniferous is the age of the amphibians. The Mesozoic is the age of the reptiles. We have the early Cenozoic is the age of the mammals. And finally, with the Pleistocene and the Anthropocene, you have the age of man. And so here we are, we're just going up the animal kingdom until you have man again. Now, Freud mentioned that there were 3 wounds to human arrogance. One was Copernicus's finding that we are not the center of the universe. Then there was Darwin's notion that we are just a sweaty ape. And then the advance of psychoanalysis, which says even this consciousness, which we think separates us from all the other animals, this consciousness is not important. And psychoanalysis dethrones the consciousness. However, we still maintain this. The Human Genome Project really has put us again right back into the center of scientific study. Now, Stephen Jay Gould went against this whole notion of human consciousness, and he said the most salient feature of life has been the stability of its bacterial mode from the beginning of the fossil record until today, and with little doubt into all future time. So as long as the earth endures, this is truly the age of bacteria, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be. Forget about the age of the reptiles, the age of the mammals, the age of the fish. It's always been the age of bacteria. And this may constitute the 4th wound to human arrogance. We share our bodies intimately with bacteria, that we are basically biomes of bacteria, collections of ecosystems. Over 50% of the cells of the human body are microbial, mostly bacterial. About 160 species in each person, about 1,100 species in the entire human. Each pore is an ecosystem. You have different ecosystems on your right hand and your left hand because you use them for different things. We get these symbionts as we pass through the birth canal. These symbionts are not merely fellow passengers or those that just help our digestion. They are intimately involved in regulating our physiology, our immune system, our neurobiology, and our reproductive biology. The bacteria is part and parcel of who we are. We're not only the zygote-derived cells, we are the bacterial cells that we get as soon as we pass through the birth canal. You want to talk about colonization. Our bodies get colonized by bacteria as soon as we are born, as we pass through the birth canal. And I was going to talk about this today, but then a few weeks ago, I had a colonoscopy. And when you have a colonoscopy, they take out all the bacteria from your body, all the bacteria from your gut, and then they use a microscope, a mobile microscope, to look at you, look at your gut, make sure you don't have cancers. Well, in doing this microscopy, My doctors found the notes. They found the notes of a lecture that was to be given to the introductory students by a very important professor, the rector of the rectum, that they found what he was going to tell his students, and that is what I am going to tell you now. Okay, basically, we bacteria are the glory of the world and the crowning achievement of creation. You should be proud of your heritage. We can live in hot springs where the temperature is close to boiling, and we can live in Antarctic ice. The yellow ring around the Rainbow Hot Springs in Yellowstone Park, that's Synococcus, which can grow at 74 degrees centigrade. The orange ring around it, that's Chloroflexus, a bacteria that can grow at 65 degrees centigrade. We microbes live in a thoroughly microbial world that we share with other microbes and with those bigger organisms, those plants, animals, and fungi that we have created to be our niches. These niches have allowed us bacteria, to diversify into millions of species. In fact, 78% of the life forms on Earth are bacteria, and we have more mass than any other living thing on the planet. Now, we have done many things, so let us praise famous bacteria. The first thing we have to praise are those gamma proteobacteria and the archaea who became the eukaryotic cells. Those gamma proteobacteria sacrificed themselves to become mitochondria. The archaea folded to create membranes and a nucleus, and then that archaea ingests an oxygen-utilizing bacterium, a proteobacterium, that resists being indigested. The anaerobic bacteria became the mitochondrion. This is the eukaryotic cells of the protists, the animals, and the fungi. Now, this type of cell could ingest a cyanobacteria, a photosynthetic bacteria. And this bacteria, the cyanobacteria, gave up its independent identity to become the chloroplast of plant cells. So, Lynn Margulis, one of our holobionts, discovered that animal and plant cells were made by microbes. Let us again praise famous bacteria, cyanobacteria, those guys that helped make the chloroplasts. They also were the creator of oxygen in the air, water, and land. You talk about the silicates. You talk about the carbonates. They got their oxygen from the cyanobacteria and the algae they helped make. Cyanobacteria created the great oxygenation event, that event that poisoned the atmosphere by putting oxygen into it, allowing only those anaerobic eukaryotes to survive, and they gave us the air that we have today. The oxygen that we have in our air today is a product of life. Other planets do not have oxygen because they do not have life. So cyanobacteria not only made the chloroplasts in plants, they gave the world oxygen to breathe, and they gave us oxygen for soil and oxygen for water. The great oxygenation event is bacterial, cyanobacter. But things really started going when we started creating multicellularity. So first the bacteria can create eukaryotic cells. Now the bacteria are going to help create multicellularity. Algorophagous bacteria, for instance, found in marine ecosystems, can convert single-celled choanoflagellates into multicellular organisms. So here we have this flagellated choanoflagellate protist. Under the influence of algorophagous bacteria, it can divide but stay together. And they stay together and they stay together until they actually secrete an extracellular matrix, and they have cytoplasmic bridges characteristic of animal epithelia, which is fascinating because the choanoflagellates are the sister group of animals. Choanoflagellates probably represent those organisms that gave rise to animals. Now, not only did bacteria be important in the origin of multicellularity, we were important in the origin of eukaryotic sex. Now, bacteria have had sex for a long, long time. Bacteria change their genomes constantly. Bacterial sex is not a problem. Eukaryotic sex is a problem. How do you get meiosis to occur? How do you get meiosis to occur? Well, it's done through a bacteria. This is Vibrio fischeri bacteria, and it secretes a protein, a chondroitin protein, which has been called eros, which has to do with its ability to cause the meiosis. It promotes swarming, it promotes cell fusion, it promotes diploidization, and then meiosis. So you get meiosis being induced by proteins secreted by Vibrio fischeri bacteria. Here we have a photomicrograph of it. Here we see the Vitruvian rosette done by Leonardo da Colli. Okay. Let us praise some other famous bacteria. Rhizobia bacteria, which help form nodules in legume plants. They convert atmospheric N2, useless nitrogen, into NH3, the nitrogen that can be used for protein synthesis. So you have the chloroplast derived from bacteria, making oxygen, which is necessary to get energy from mitochondria, which are also produced by bacteria. We get nitrogen from the air coming from the interactions, the symbiosis of the bacteria and the legume root. All life, we have to remember, is at its root bacterial. So, the first precepts for my introductory students: bacteria are responsible for the oxygen in the air, the usable nitrogen in the soil, the origin of the eukaryotic animal and fungal cells, the origin of photosynthetic plant cells, the origin of multicellularity, and the origin of sex. So there's not really much left for animals and plants to do, except to support us bacteria. Plants, fungi, and animals are niches that enable the proliferation and diversification of bacteria. We help the animals develop and evolve so that they can flourish. The world exists for bacteria. Now, I mentioned before the concept of the holobiont, the animal plus its persistent microbial communities. When we think of a cow, we think of a female bovine mammal that eats grass and turns that grass into milk. But here's the interesting fact. The cow qua cow, the cow with only the cow genome, has no gene which makes enzymes that can digest cellulose. All the cellulose digesting genes, all the hemicellulose digesting genes, all the pectin digesting genes, all the plant cell digesting genes are from the symbiotic bacteria that live in its gut, in the rumen. The cow cannot digest grass. That is done by its symbionts. Similarly, the termite here on the right cannot digest wood. It has no gene in its genome making enzymes to digest either cellulose or lignin. It can't digest wood without this collection of symbionts in its gut. It is the symbionts that digest the wood, not the termite itself. Coral is another beautiful example of an obvious holobiont. Living coral is greenish or having some other color because the symbiont, an algae symbiont, Symbiodinium, is in its cells. And when the symbiont is in its cells, it undergoes photosynthesis. That's why coral exists where the lights can still get to it. The symbiosis allows the synthetic algae to make food for the coral. Without the algae, the coral die, and the coral is called bleached. And global warming, higher temperatures, will bleach the coral. It will take the symbiont away. Without the symbiont, the coral is starved. So the holobiont is the animal plus its persistent microbial communities. We humans get 22,000 genes from our parents. We get over 8 million genes from our symbiotic bacteria. The physiology of our bodies is intimately connected with that of the bacteria. In the plant bug Planococcus, the pathway for making phenylalanine, for instance, is done by 3 different organisms. There's Planococcus, the insect. The insect has in its cells Tremblia, which is a bacterium. Now, Tremblia bacterium has in it another bacterium, a symbiotic bacterium called Morinella. And the pathway for phenylalanine, an essential amino acid, starts in the symbiont, goes into the symbiont, goes back into the symbiont, and the last step of the reaction is done by the insect's genome. So you have kind of a Russian doll way of looking at metabolism here. The microbiota of humans is necessary for our immune system, our circulatory system, digestive system, our neuroendocrine system, for bone hardness. It is critically important. We do not exist without the bacteria. Without the bacteria, we have immune deficiencies, we have cardiac deficiencies, digestive deficiencies, and so on. We are also asocial without our bacteria. As an example of the importance of this, we microbes are responsible, or we microbes are dependent rather, on getting food from this big organism and keeping it going through the pathway, through the digestive tube by peristalsis. Well, what happens is us gut microbes will eat grains and convert those grains into short-chain fatty acids. Those short-chain fatty acids are bound to the gut epithelium, and they tell the gut epithelium, make serotonin, make this local hormone. And when they make the serotonin turns the immature gut neurons into mature gut neurons, and those mature neurons are responsible for the peristalsis of food. Without the gut microbes, you don't have this normal peristalsis. As the paper said, gut microbes regulate serotonin release, reception, and neuronal maturation in the myenteric plexus of mice. You need the microbes in order to have functional physiology. Now, I want to talk about something even deeper, sympoiesis. Your development is not only from the cells that you get from your mother and father, it also involves bacteria. The bacteria actually give us signals to develop. And one of the organisms that's best studied is Euprymnus scalopes, a squid. This squid does not have a light organ when it's born, but it needs a light organ in order to survive in the seas around Hawaii. The bacteria actually come onto the squid's belly, and certain bacteria, Vibrio fischeri again, Vibrio fischeri interacts with the squid's belly in order to construct a light organ from it. The bacteria then go into the light organ, and these bacteria are necessary for the luminescence. These are the organs. These are the cells that create light, the bacteria. They make their own house. Symbionts are responsible for making the gut in many animals. Here's the zebrafish gut. And with bacteria, you have normal divisions of stem cells in the gut. Without the bacteria, you have any stem cell division in the gut. And as a result, in germ-free bacteria, you have gut without most of the cells in it. You have a very poorly derived gut without the bacteria. A very important microbe-associated event is the formation of the blood vessels around the villi of the intestine. Now, the villi of the intestine is where the food is going to come out into the blood. The food is going to be absorbed by the blood in the villi of the intestine. And without the microbes, this green area here, which represents the blood vessels, is very poorly formed. If you add the bacteria back, then you get the normal blood circulation in the villi, so that the bacteria, especially a bacteria called Bacteroides theta iota micron, is important in making the blood vessels of the mammalian gut. How does it do it? Bacteroides induces gene expression in the Paneth cells of the intestine. And what we have over here is the relative amount of messenger RNA for angiogenin 4. And as you see, germ-free mice are put to 1.0. That's the result you get if you do not have any bacteria. If you have conventionally raised mice with their bacteria, you have 10-fold that amount of messenger RNA, the angiogenin 4, and this is mostly due to Bacteroides. If you just add Bacteroides alone, that's what you'll get, about 10-fold more. In other words, a germ-free mouse is like a mutant that's making only 10% of the angiogenin 4 that should be made. Now, angiogenin 4 has an off-label use. Angiogenin, as its name suggests, makes capillaries. But angiogenin 4 is toxic to Listeria bacteria and Candida yeasts, two potential competitors of Bacteroides. So I should also say Listeria and Candida are two pathogens for mammals. So Bacteroides induces the host intestinal cells to make a protein that organizes capillaries and which kills bacteria that are pathogenic to the host and competitors of itself. We can be the contract killers for Bacteroides. The immune system comes into existence by these early colonizers of the gut. Germ-free animals have impaired development of their immune system. They do not have the right numbers or types of T cells, of B cells. The development of the Peyer's-Patch's immune system is almost totally gone. Here in Peyer's-Patch's, you see the activated B cells and the activated T cells. In a germ-free mice, you see neither of these. And as Fred Tauber says, from a philosophical perspective, the wavering ontological status of immunology's key concepts, self, individuality, and organism, highlight a science in transition. Okay. Breastfed and bottle-fed infants receive different microbes. They get a different immune system. The microbes can colonize from birth, they can also colonize from mother's milk. Mother's milk supplies microbes. And what you get here are different types of microbes in those that are given formula, which is nutritionally adequate, and those who are getting the formula plus the microbes. Very different types of bacteria. And the bacteria that they get are important because they induce a type of immune cell called the Th17 cells. And the Th17 cells are those cells that can defend us against Candida, Salmonella, and Staphylococcus. So the bacteria are helping our immune system get ready before our immune system has developed yet. Before our immune system is fully developed, the bacteria are telling the cells of our body how to make those proteins that will destroy other types of bacteria. Another amazing thing, our brain is dependent in part on bacteria. So we bacteria, as the rector of the rectum says, are responsible for making the mammalian brain. NGF1A and BDNF, two proteins that are involved in neuroplasticity, are made in large amounts in mice with bacteria, but in germ-free animals without us bacteria, they're hardly made at all. During evolution, the colonization of gut microbiota has become integrated into the programming of brain development, affecting motor control and anxiety-like behavior. Germ-free mice have behavioral anomalies. They have a decreased sociability syndrome that looks like a mouse model for autism. Normal mice, shown here in red, tend to like to pal around with other mice. They go into the others' cages, where germ-free mice stays in their own chamber. You add the bacteria back to the mice, to the germ-free mice, they'll go into other mice's chambers. Self-grooming. Normal mice don't self-groom much, but mice without bacteria have repetitive self-grooming, which is much, much more significantly done than the normal mouse. If you add bacteria back to the normal mouse, to the germ-free mouse rather, it goes back to normal levels. This may be the case in humans as well. Long-term benefit of microbiota transfer therapy, that's fecal transplant, on autism symptoms and gut microbiota. When they start off with people who have very serious autism, what they find is that after several weeks of having somebody else's microbes, their autism levels go down and they get significant improvements. And this is in both scales of looking at childhood autism. So perhaps with only its nuclear genome, the human is asocial. It needs the microbiome to make it interact with other humans. Overall, it appears that microbes, in particular gut microbes, and host social behavior have co-evolved to become virtually inseparable. You complete me. Development is a holobiont function. It is a team sport. Animals do not exist as independent entities. Development involves numerous interacting species. Symbiosis literally is becoming with the other, and we co-develop. Symbiosis is not merely between consenting adults. It's what helps form who we are. So I just want to finish with how we bacteria have promoted the evolution of animals and the creation of more bacterial niches. Again, this holobiont Lynn Margulis said, in short, I believe that most evolutionary novelty arose and still arises directly from symbiosis. Life did not take over the globe by combat, but by networking. I'll give an example, the notion of herbivory, the ability of animals to eat plants. As I mentioned before, this is not an easy thing to have. Herbivory came after carnivory. Carnivory is kind of the default state. It's easy to digest the flesh of other animals. It's hard to digest the cellulose and pectins of plants. Even though that's the most concentrated carbon source in the known universe, it is hard to get, and mammals and insects, most insects, cannot get this because their genome does not contain genes which make the enzymes to digest plant cell walls. Those enzymes are made by bacteria. So herbivory comes late in evolution after carnivory. Plant eating is the derived condition, not meat eating. And the most prestigious of guts. I mean, here we are only living in the human gut, but if I were to transfer my gut university, I would love to be in the cow. The cow has a rumen, suborder Ruminata. The cattle, goats, sheep, giraffes, and deer, they have amazing guts. They have the rumen. The rumen is essentially a large anaerobic fermentation chamber where plant-degrading rumen microbiota ferment otherwise non-digestible plant-based foodstuffs into primarily the volatile acids, fatty acids, acetate, propionate, and butyrate. And you can see here, the rumen is the big guy. Humans don't have rumens, but the cow has a rumen, which is like 85% the volume of the stomach. The rumen contains cellulose-degrading bacteria. It contains fermenting bacteria. It contains detoxifying bacteria. And it contains methanogenic archaea, our cousins, that reduce the end product CO2 to methane. But the rumen is an amazing organ because it is the house of all these different bacteria. And what's really amazing is when the cow is born, it doesn't have a functional rumen. The microbes build the rumen. We microbes enter the gut 1 to 2 days after birth. We come through the birth canal. It takes us a while to get into the gut. And while the cow drinks milk, the rumen is immature. As you can see on the right, only 25% the volume of the gut is rumen. But when the cow is given grass, The bacteria now can convert the cellulose of the grass to butyrate, to butyric acid. The butyric acid stimulates rumen growth. The butyric acid stimulates rumen development. If you actually put butyrate into the immature stomach, it will start becoming a rumen. The microbial colonization of the neonatal rumen initiates a cascade of growth and developmental changes within the host that ultimately allow the animal to function as a true ruminant. And we now know lots of genes that butyrate does. So the grain comes in for the first time, stops drinking milk, the calf starts having grain. The grain gets digested into short-chain fatty acids. Those short-chain fatty acids are fermented into butyric acid, butyrate. The butyric acid then induces the cells of the gut to become the rumen. Ruminant evolution is made possible by bacteria. We bacteria are the pinnacle of creation. Animals and plants come and go. Bacteria were there first, and we made animals and plants to be our niches, allowing us to procreate and speciate. Animals are niches for bacteria. Humans are not only niches for bacteria, but they keep creating new niches for bacterial speciation. They make environments that we had never seen before, and they keep making more of themselves. Animals are vehicles for the propagation and speciation of bacteria. Humans expand these niches beyond those of any other animal. Now, some of these humans are starting to realize this. And if they go, oh shit, or Heiliger Scheiß, that is in accord with the highest precepts of our theology. So ends the speech of the rector of the rectum. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very, very interesting and I would say rather entertaining talk. So we are open for questions because we have a few minutes before the panel discussion. So I'm inviting everyone to wave, raise hands. Yes, Chiara Bottici will ask a question now.
Nobody else is yet ready with a question. I have many of them. Sorry, I have too many questions. Okay, so here is one that maybe also opens up to other talks. It seems to me that in your talk, there's an underlying ambiguity as to whether the view that you're presenting is one that presupposes an ontology where individuals are already defined and then they start to interact, or whether you're moving more towards, if you don't like the word ontology, I mean, I'm a philosopher, so I have that perversion, but call it worldview, right? In the end, it's what it means, where rather than being a question of interdependence, like all the language of symbiosis and symbiosis is a language of the with, we are with others. But it seems to me that there are parts of your work, I mean, yesterday, my talk, I was quoting your work, A Symbiotic View of Life, we have never been individuals, where you seem to be speaking about something much deeper, which is the idea of co-origination, right? Mm-hmm. So perhaps not the with, but the through. And I'm thinking of this because, well, Elizabeth Povinelli, this morning we had this discussion about ontology, what's so wrong with ontology. If we don't want to talk about ontology, I'm fine, but there are still presuppositions that perhaps come in with our language, and our language, you know, carries on within itself this sort of presupposition. Was thinking about also Kim TallBear focus on relations, right? So if you stare, there's a divide here. If you have a language of the through of the relations, then you think the relations comes first, and then you have a view of co-origination. But if you think the individuals come first, then you can only have a language of the being with, right? Individuals are already given, so you can only be with others. And I'm not sure, knowing also other parts of your work, I'm not sure where you're going. Which side are you on here?
Okay.
The through or the way?
Thank you. Fantastic question. Basically, I'm an embryologist, so I don't even talk about ontology. I talk about ontogeny. And what I see is literally a co-origination. And that's what I see all the time as an embryologist. When organs form, they form from immature cells that mature each other. When the sperm and egg get together, the original sperm that's ejaculated is immature. It can't fertilize an egg. The egg that's ovulated is immature. It can't be fertilized. It can't interact with the sperm. The egg and the sperm need to mature each other. And that's what I find just fascinating about embryology, is it's a science of cells that are immature that will mature each other. And the organ comes into existence through mutual maturation. And so, yes, they start off as different things, but they come into this relationship, and through the relationship, they mature each other. They become what they are to be. And so they don't start off the same and then interact. They start off as something else, and they interact to become what they are. And so there's always a notion of becoming and of maturation, going from immature to mature, but mutually maturing each other. And I think that's what the bacteria and the host are doing, because the bacteria, when they come into the body, can do a whole repertoire of things. And we're telling them to do only a certain subset of that repertoire. And so we're maturing them. And they're saying, okay, you have the ability, host, to make this protein, but you're not making it. We'll tell you to make it. And so the cells are becoming differentiated through their interactions. And I like to think of the interaction as being the critical thing. Matter of fact, in bacteria, you don't even need the bacteria of the same species. Different cows make the rumen through different species and different herds. So it's not the species that's important, it's the relation that's important.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Would there be any more questions for Professor Gilbert, or you fancy moving on to a panel discussion and including other speakers?
Yes.
So thank you, Professor Gilbert. And now I invite other speakers of this afternoon session to join us for a panel discussion, which will be moderated by Chiara Bottici. So the floor is yours.
So welcome, everybody. Maybe I can start by asking whether panelists have questions for each other, as I check whether there are questions from the live chat. Maybe I can start with a question that is for many of you. As you warm up with the question, and I'm seeing the live chat. Last question that I see was for, anyway, okay. Let me start with this question. So I'm curious what you think about this notion of indigenous and the indigeneity. Because so it seems to me that it's super important and absolutely necessary in specific struggle, right? You know, when you are in the US, in a settler colonial setting, you know very clearly who are the indigenous people and who are the settlers, right? I'm worried though, when we move towards more abstract uses of the term, for instance, Ignas, you know, at some point you said the indigenous imagination is biochemical, so why am I worried? Because it seems to me that if we move from concrete sites of struggles, right, the indigenous in the context of the US, helps really to unify the incredibly diverse Native Americans tribes, right? Who most of the time they prefer to go by their name instead of going by the general term indigenous. But indigenous helps to unify the struggle against the settler colonial state. But when we move from a specific context to a general category, the indigenous imagination, are we not reproducing the very binary between indigenous and modern people, indigenous and Western people, that has actually been used as a tool to colonize people, right? So the claim, I'm just worried about, and it's a true question also for Elizabeth. I myself use very often the term Western, right? But when we say Western, we are implicitly reducing the globe into a planisphere, into something flat, and because in a globe there's no East and West, properly speaking, right? So when we say Western, we are literally reproducing, and I'm using here the term in a technical sense, the Eurocentric gaze that transform a globe into a planisphere and place Greenwich at the center and defines that East and West. So
I'm more than happy actually to answer somewhat directly. First of all, yes, I agree. I mean, these categories, when we say Western, it's, it's sometimes so gestural that it loses some of the political specificity we need. That said, the distribution of the values created by dispossession have accumulated in certain kinds of bodies by and large, or I'm interested in those who have accumulated it by and large. And I would say that those who have accumulated the dispossessed and fractured forms of existence are what we now call the white world. And that is, I could say white world, I can say Europe and its diaspora, by which I mean its invasion into other people's worlds and what we now call Australia and America and et cetera. So when I use the word Western, sometimes I say white, sometimes I say Europe and its diasporas, sometimes I say European settler, all of which is to just maybe too gesturally indicate a directionality of differential flows that resulted out of a very specific set of encounters and forces and dispossession. So I take your point, but I'm more than happy to say that's what I mean. Okay, and I think that there wasn't a Europe that came and dispossessed. I think Europe was formed, right? And its most cherished institutions, liberalism, capitalism, all these emerged from those very specific histories of enslavement and dispossession. I think this is what Kim was also pointing to. It's like you can't go back and say, now we liberate ourselves from Trump and we have the good form, because that form itself emerged from, okay? So that for me, that's what that means. The question about indigeneity, I will answer in this way. My white family, Povinellis. So my father's father and my father's mother, Povinelli and Brosi. We come from a little village in the Alps, Corsolo. We were raised to know that. And up there are clans. It was the funniest thing. 3-4 of us from Cotterbing went up to this village when we were in Paris. And the village folks were doing genealogies. They pulled out the genealogies because our clan left. And they said, do you know what clan you are? And I said, yeah, I'm Simonot's clan. because the imperati stayed, the Simonauts left. And Jojo and Suntu and Aiden were there, and they were like, this is so funny. This is what anthropologists do to us. And I was like, they said, you guys have clans? I said, no, you know I have clans. I've told you I have clans. Okay. Am I indigenous? No, I'm not indigenous. Why am I not indigenous? There's so much that I could say made me like my Karabing family and colleagues. Like, we have clans, we pick up our country through our fathers and fathers' fathers like they do. My Korzolo is not, it's in, but different from either the Austrian-Hungarian Empire that first had it, now the nation that has it now. Like, there's a lot of like our modes of belonging to country. There's a lot of like, wow, that's cool, right? But in fact, the reason I have a US passport is that the forms of white supremacy and indigenous genocide created a path and a space for me to enter and to prosper. And so I can say there's a lot in common, but what we see in that commonality is the absolute difference that these infrastructures of race and colonialism make. And I myself, so I'm interested in what other people, by indigenous, I mean that I do not collapse myself. I don't, no matter how many things, these are the infrastructures. That's why we start for me with axiom 4, end of story. Yeah. Or ontogeny, but historical ontogeny, I suppose. Anyways.
Thank you. No, that's very clarifying. I mean, really, for me, it's a question because, I also use the term Western, but I see how it reproduces, and quite literally, the Eurocentric map of the world created by the British during their empire. But it's part of language. When we say Middle East, we reproduce the view, right? Literally speaking, in the middle of war. So your comments about maybe using Europe and its diasporas is a better term. It really is an open question.
But I would love to hear how other people are thinking about it.
I'd like to intercede here by saying Europe is, itself a story of ages of, let's say, colonialism, but in other forms. And you asked about the term indigenous, and yes, it's not applied for European peoples, but there is, and used to be, and still is, a lot of, let's say, natives with their but with their local cultures that are unique, and they cannot be just put under the same umbrella as the Western culture. That is colonialism itself, for example, saying that Lithuanian or Baltic people are necessarily Eurocentric Western nation, and that Lithuanians have to adhere to all of the apologetic nuances that the Western culture now have in the face of post-colonial discourses. The situation here is different, and the waves of colonialism came here like since early Middle Ages. And the term, instead of indigenous, that was used against Lithuanians were pagans. You know this very well. This term,
yeah, we're pagans. Yeah.
Yeah. The term that designates everyone that is not monotheist in religion. Even actually, the Jewish people also were termed by this term. And what we see in the use of such terms, such general derogative terms, is the attempt to nullify the differences of different peoples. It is like with the notorious N-word. Instead of different peoples from the African origin, they became unified under this negative concept of the N-word. Same here happened in Europe just a little earlier, like 100 years earlier or more. It happened here, and with the term of pagan, it was used just in the same way to destroy the differences and to nullify the particularities of different European nations, different European cultures that were essentially in their worldviews almost analogous to what we are now calling the indigenous of Americas or Australia. In their worldview, which is very interesting to me personally, many of these relational ontologies are evident, and that's why Lithuanian theorists, the rise, like the start of Lithuanian anthropology, Lithuanian ethnology, is on a bit different level than in the West, because as I said in my talk, we approach the other indigenous, let's say, not apologetically, we approach them as people with similar history, with similar shared experiences. And this way, even theoretically, as scientists, as philosophers, we are on a little bit different ground. And it is beautiful that the symposium is happening here in Lithuania. We always felt that we were somewhere in a mediating position between the East and the West. But today, as we expressed, this image of East and West also affirms the oppressive Eurocentric system. However, in Europe, Eurocentric system oppresses Europe as well, as it always has done since I don't know when. But Eurocentric for us.
Yeah, but here's a question. And again, from the Lithuanian perspective, it would be very interesting. I can say, and it is true, that, and again, I tried to say that many of my Povinelli, Ambrosi, and Nella's ways of relating to each other, to this area, Corzolo, to the more than human, to, the kind of cows that we developed up there, the pasture, can be absolutely in conversation. And it has been. I mean, for 36 years, we've been talking about how amazingly different and close that my family and then others, spaces that Karabing have met in Europe, like, people say, oh, wow, they had like something like a dreaming. It's like, yeah, that's right. So, okay, that's fine. But for myself, the fact is that no matter these really shared relations and conversations, I am treated and capacitated differently, because really almost nothing more than my epidermal covering. Mm-hmm. And that's what is important, to put these two things parallel, side by side, and say both at the same time. So yeah. So I just want to make sure you understand. I'm not saying, well, Europe is a blank thing. No, I know it's not a blank thing. I know. Yeah. And well, it's in the heart of Europe. It's not just in Lithuania, it's in the Alps.
Yes, of course.
Well, so if I can try to summarize, I think that the two views here are, on one hand, Ignas, who, I mean, we have heard the talks, who thinks that we all come from some indigenous cultures, right? So that we can claim this indigeneity, which, let's say, it means born there, right, before the arrival of colonizers. So I don't know whether we can get rid of time, as Kim TallBear was trying to say before, and trying to avoid time. It seems to me that indigeneity as a concept has time built into it. But Elizabeth's view, if I understand correctly, is that when seen on a global scale, and I think that's, your response to the question, what do you mean by Western, clarifies that when seen on a global scale, not by chance, a synonym for Western for you is whiteness, and Europe and its diasporas. When seen on a global scale, indigeneity comes to mean the other from Europeans and their diasporas. I wonder what Kim TallBear think about this. Do you want to say something between these two positions? What do you think?
Yeah, I was just actually taking notes while everybody was talking, because I do think about, I think Indigenous as a term or concept is becoming so widely claimed, and I'm very involved in the Native American and Indigenous Studies Association, which is dominated by English-speaking Indigenous studies. But I think the term is becoming so widely claimed, too diasporic, that the concept is eventually not very too long actually going to lose intellectual and ethical traction. So that said, when I talk about indigeneity and the way that I use it, I tend to think about two kind of opposing ideas. The first is the one that I think is more prevalent in the English-speaking world right now, which is a form of indigeneity that's actually too much, in my opinion, tied to diaspora. So and when it's too much tied to diaspora, it is implicitly, if not explicitly, invoking primarily human, cultural, and biological inheritances. I think that's insufficient. The way that I use it, indigeneity, is, as you will gather from my talk, as it is a concept that is actually long co-constituted with place. Indigenous peoples are co-constituted with place, as living with or in place, as active, ongoing, relating. That is the definition I try to privilege. It's one of the reasons I push so hard against Native American DNA and those kinds of claims. So in my privileged definition, Indigenous peoples are actually threatened in their very existence by territorial dispossession, because we require ongoing relating. We have to therefore have land back, or you have ongoing genocide. So if we focus too much on human identity, both in the form of human biological and cultural inheritances, that is actually, in my view, anti-Indigenous, because it's anti-Indigenous survival in my definition. Now, me defining Indigenous as ongoing land relations, I recognize, and I still have to deal with this, might also open me up to a slippery slope argument. For example, Appalachians or other settlers in lands now occupied by the US who have been engaged in ongoing intimate co-constitution with place, where their ancestors displaced Indigenous peoples. But you have Appalachian landholders, local knowledge holders, local knowledge as opposed to traditional knowledge. They have been co-constituted for a couple of hundred years now with those places. They have knowledge of the land and medicine. So if I'm going to deal with that slippery slope, right, the displacement of the first people, then I am actually opening myself up to time and firstness, right? And I don't really want to do that. So that's kind of a conversation I think we need to have. I'll give one other example that's really interesting to me. And I had a grad student at Berkeley write her dissertation on this. There are a people, the Gullah Geechee people, which are African descent people, Black people in the South Carolina Sea Islands, who have a culture that is pretty different than what I think they consider themselves, from what I can tell, is different from, say, African American culture. They call themselves Indigenous. Now, they are not claiming biological ancestry among the first peoples of the Americas. They are saying that they are Indigenous because the South Carolina Sea Islands have an ecosystem that's similar to where their ancestors came from on the continent of Africa. So they were actually able to import land-based knowledge and co-constitute themselves in those islands in a ways that their ancestors had been co-constituted with the territory in Africa where they were. So their indigeneity is very much based on a human land co-constitution. It's got nothing to do really in the Americas with biological ancestry there. I think that is really fascinating. So anyway, so to go back, yes, I think Indigenous is being so widely claimed, it's too diasporic, and then it's going to lose traction. And that's kind of my concern.
Right. So just a clarification, when you say too diasporic, you mean that it reproduces, it focuses on the idea of a human identity?
Yeah, human biological and cultural identity and inheritances, and too little with ongoing actual land and place relating.
Elizabeth, do you want to respond to this? Because
I mean, I'm more comfortable a little bit with the time thing, and I think probably because. Whoops, am I on?
Yes, you're.
Oh, okay, sorry. Probably because I have to read my relation to Native American First Nation lands relative to the very, very strong possibility that I could just say I was Indigenous to Corzola, right? And in that gesture, erase the conditions that that the material land-based conditions that were established so that this Povinelli group, which was, coming from very deep land-based relations, more than human relations in their own way in those Alps for hundreds and thousands of years, to come in and then benefit from white supremacy and establishing slowly growing new land-based, more than human-based relations in settler America. So time is really important for me as an analytic tool to interrupt what I consider to be these false abstractions and comparisons. Like, well, you have this, well, I have that too, right? Well, you have this, I have that too. Like, it's that comparative imaginary, like comparative history, comparative culture, comparative ontologies, comparative. And I think it's not comparative. It's circulatory under differential forces of movement. And there's a way in which I find it hard not to think temporally, even though I think those forces of movement, which is genocide, dispossession on the one hand, we were at the intersections of extraordinary violence. I mean, we were right where empires and nations just slaughtered everyone. So it's very violent, so all that thing. Nevertheless, the comparison thing takes out, no matter my good intentions, my bad intentions, my understanding of myself as Indigenous or not Indigenous, it takes out structures of relation that I'm in, no matter what my good intentions are, right? That will, until they're dismantled, will continue to benefit, no matter that I have, like, the Povinellis, Ambrosis, Nellas, we know where our country is, we know which pastors are ours, we know la 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 la. So that's, I guess I'm a little more, I need time. I need the concept of time to allow me a critique of this, what I thought you were saying, Kim, which is Indigenous diaspora as the creation of, like, I'm Indigenous and you're Indigenous, and you're Indigenous, as if we could find that in culture or traditions or something, if you see what I mean. So that's the way I'd answer it.
I would like to also comment. And
first, and then Ignas.
If Scott, you would like to go first.
You can go.
So I would just like to note this point that here what happens is how that colonialist state really confirms itself post factum, say post the event of colonizing. And, currently, as we see even in this symposium and all around the world, the indigenous or local traditions are rising up. There's more speakers in public events. There's more Facebook posts, videos, and everything. The discourse is activating, and someone, let's say from the other side, is noticing that, and they're working against this tendency. And how does it work here in Lithuania? They approach us and they say, "You cannot be indigenous here. We already have destroyed your culture. You cannot be authentic in your, nativity here, even though, our ancestors are all Lithuanians and we have all this folklore tradition, everything reaching us without interruption, actually." But what they're saying to us, that we interrupted your culture. Now, I'm sorry for using the term culture, but in Europe, it's still being used. I'm actually talking about nature/culture in the Laturian sense. But they say that we have destroyed your culture, and now you are neo-pagans by attempting, to recreate some kind of New Age shamanism or something. So this is actually how this system is really affirming its success in colonialism. They're saying that even you feel the connection to your ancestors, we already have severed your relation. And what you're doing now is some kind of, clowning. It's a farce. And today it's really happening here in Europe. I'm not sure how is it happening in the rest of the world, but this is how the topic of indigenuity is used actually against the very people that are trying to, rediscover their indigenous roots. It is using this metaphor as something distant from what we can reach right now. At least in European context, this is how this concept is used. Something distant, something interrupted from where we are right now. And I think that also reaffirms the whole climate of colonialism. So now please, Professor Scott Gilbert.
Hi. Yeah, I was reminded of this argument in a paper by David Seidenberg fairly recently, who has some very interesting things to say about Jewish indigeneity, as Judaism vibrates between the indigenous and the universal, and indeed Jews were the subjects of what could be called the diaspora, the Romans kicking the Jews out of Israel in 70. That's where the word comes from. And the Jews had never relinquished the claim to Israel, and the holiday cycles are tied to the ecology of Israel. And so here's a situation where you have an indigenous people coming back to the land as settlers. And you have a whole range of semiotic interpretations, governmental interpretations, military interpretations of what this means, and the whole notion of archaeology trying to prove the indigeneity of the Jewish people, I think is really fascinating. And and I think that this is something where if you're in America and you wanted to say and you want to know if a person was Jewish, you would ask the question in this way: is he or she a member of the tribe? And MOT, member of tribe. And so this indigeneity, I think, is playing an incredibly political role, in what we would call the Middle East at the moment.
That's a very important remark. Thank you for bringing it up, because indeed, in that case, you can see, in the case of Israel and Palestine, you can see how a claim of indigeneity is actually assumed by the settlers themselves. That's why, I'm really struggling with that. I don't know what to do, but it seems to me that the concept has to be tied to time, right? Inevitably. So even if we try not to, it seems to me that that's where it's most fruitful. But also, I was thinking and trying to put together a bit the different talks. Properly speaking, like if we consider that human beings and more than human creatures, I mean, even animals and plants, and I think bacteria too, have been moving around the globe constantly, right? Can there be an absolute indigeneity, so to speak? Or perhaps, another term that maybe Elizabeth can comment upon is aboriginal, right? Can anything ever be aboriginal? I remember when I was in Australia and I used to think, I was just visiting there, and, in my settler, perhaps imaginary, Australia was since it has all these species that I had never seen anywhere else. I imagine it as being closed from the rest, because surrounded by the sea. But actually, the sea itself is a vehicle for constant movement. Movement of species, movement of seeds, movement of plants, movement of people. So, although I do, support indigenous struggles, by living in the United States as a settler, I recognize my position, and I clearly am on the side of the indigenous struggle. But on the other hand, I'm worried about the moment when the notion of indigeneity becomes a general metaphysical term, and in the sense that it seems to me, properly speaking, there's not such a thing as pure indigeneity. Nobody's ever really aboriginal. But I don't know, that's maybe a provocation. I'd like to hear what you all think about it.
Well, I think, as you said, time plays a role. And in biology, you have the idea of native species versus invasive species. And those are judgment terms. And they're judgments based on what the stable ecosystem is at a particular time, because species migrate. This is what they do. They migrate when the climate changes, and so we can use pollen samples from Antarctica, because Antarctica used to have plants, and the plants have moved, and so I think that what we're calling invasive, what we're calling indigenous, what we're calling native, is, I think, largely a temporal value judgment based on the stability of the ecosystem at any particular time.
So this definition seems to be very close to that of Kim TallBear, that where indigeneity is actually connected with territorial dispossession, right? So invasive plants are those that dispossess the native plants.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Usually an invasive species isn't one that's beautiful. Invasive species is one that's harming the environment or replacing plants that had been, or animals that had been in the environment.
If I may.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you for just the beginning and the development of this discussion. And I think it's really important. And I've been asking myself many questions how to approach this topic. And I thought maybe also the question, since we have a biologist and a scholar of indigenous studies together here, and I know, Kim, you also addressed the question of science here, of science as having colonial presuppositions. So I think maybe we can also look at this problem from the perspective of knowledge production. So who is the producer of knowledge, and in what regard the normality of knowledge? Yesterday I introduced that Beth Dempster's idea of, and she has this table where it compares two systems, autopoietic and symbiotic, as Scott already brought in today, earlier, the concept that we discussed yesterday. So post-normal science is a symbiotic system for Beth Dempster. And I guess, what would that post-normality mean? Normality is a biological concept in a way, because it's like, as Canguilhem shown, it's against pathology. Normal is what resists illness. So I guess it's very mobile as a term. So in this sense, when we speak about dismantling Western ontology, Western epistemology, also the way Elizabeth proposed, looking at from a perspective of the relation between Western philosophies and colonial histories, in a way, I think we could challenge ourselves. I don't know whether the true indigeneity exists, but I know that I need to challenge myself as being the part of that knowledge system, as belonging to that knowledge system that reproduces many of these concepts, which belong to the normal science, normal knowledge system. And this normal knowledge system has a lot of, binary distinctions, the ways to subordinate different fields and so on. So basically, my question would be, in what way we could open that system of knowledge to something that would allow not that formal interdisciplinarity, to allow some knowledge production coming from, okay, let's say indigenous cultures, but not only indigenous cultures, but maybe, I don't know, spiritual, it's not the proper word here, other kinds of resources that produce different approaches, So how can we rethink the question of knowledge beyond the normality of science in relation to indigeneity for everyone? Having scholars from different fields, I would be interested to hear.
I'm actually, I don't know if that I have a direct answer to your question, but you're bringing up a lot of words that I have been addressing in that co-authored piece with Simone Van Sarlos on non-monogamy. So the first one is about the production of knowledge. I really try to get away from that kind of terminology because knowledge production infers human mastery and it infers human control. It's very non-co-constitutive when, we think, like, for example, in indigenous ethnobotany, where I come from, about we learn with and in concert with and are gifted knowledge sometimes by the non-humans that we think we are studying. So there's, agency is a problematic word, but there's agency. There's something that they're doing that we learn to see, right? So I really try to avoid the term knowledge production. I think in terms of knowledge constitution, taking the agency only away from humans. And then dealing with the normal, we also, I come from a very agnostic culture, and I see this in a lot of indigenous ethnobotany stuff, this sense of agnosticism, this sense of we don't have a right to knowledge. Knowledge is a gift, and we crave it, we want it, and we appreciate it when we have it, but it is not our right. We do not alone or of our own agency produce it. So when I think about normal, I also, in that agnosticism about, we would use the word creation, but again, that's a weird word to use, right? Existence, you could also use when you look at the existence and what exists and how it exists. Simply because something is more common, I would not conflate it with the normal. And I would also not conflate less common with deviant, right? And that goes back to that sense of agnosticism about the universe is mysterious. It's mysterious, and when we come to know something about it, what a gift. How amazing that we can get glimpses into understanding the universe. But we know as Dakota people, we know nothing, and we will never know very much because there's so much to know, right? So I think that maybe that gets at some of those words. I don't know if it's totally an answer, but all those things popped up for me in your question.
Maybe I should, at this point, mention from the chat, there's a VM suggesting about the use of indigenous. It's more powerful to say indigenous instead of saying a name of a tribe or a village or a small country no one heard about. In is impulsive safety in number human, it is, I guess, it is impulsive safety in number human thing. So the suggestion here is that saying indigenous is indeed a political weapon, right? In as far as it gathers numbers that just invoking one single name of a tribe doesn't do the work. And then somebody else commented on what I said. There's no absolute indigeneity, but I said it's a provocation, and they observe it is a provocation. Chiara Bottici indeed, which I don't know what exactly meant. I mean, my provocation is really to say that when we absolutize, makes up an absolute of this notion of indigeneity, in sentences such as the indigenous imagination, we risk to problematically reinstate a dichotomy, indigenous versus modern, indigenous versus civilized, that may be detrimental to the indigenous cause itself. because it freezes indigeneity in a time and in a space, as if there could be an indigenous imagination, as if people's bodies would go around with, on one hand, their indigenous imagination, and on the other, their modern imagination. So, I mean, that's my provocation. I don't have a definitive answer, but I see a danger there. Any response to?
Well, this might be something a bit off the topic. When I think about bodies of knowledge, the first thing I think about is bodies, and so before, well, in the 20th century, there were really, I think, three claimants to being the identity forming part of the body. There was the brain. The brain was who you are. And if I was to put my brain into you, you would be me. There was the immune notion of the body, which is if I put your skin onto my skin, I would reject it because you are not me. And then there was the genetic view of the body, which is the genes make me who I am. And that was kind of the three contenders of 20th century body identity. And I think you could take that and say, okay, what about the body politic? And I think you get the three things. You get the neural, which is the cultural body, French culture, Renaissance culture. You get the neural. You get the immune body, which is, can you defend your turf? Do you have an armed forces? And then you have the gens. Literally from genetic, you have the gens, the tribe. You have the indigeneity. And so if you then put this into bodies of knowledge like science, you have the neural view of science, which is aperspectival. Anyone can look in my telescope and see the same thing I see. You have the immune, that science exists to aid those people who created it, white European males. Or you have the genetic view, which is that science is kind of tribe specific and that its knowledge is to help the tribe persist within its environment. So I think you have, in terms of knowledge production, three very distinct views in the 20th century. I think in the 21st century, all of these are queered. I mean, the holobiont view really says that these are all integrated into common systems, and the common system contains the outsider. It contains the microbes. And the rhetoric of looking at the bacteria is fascinating because you see in this rhetoric the notion of migration and the politics of migration. Are the bacteria those organisms that do the shit work, quite literally? They're Gastarbeiten. And they do the work that the other parts of the organism don't want to do. And then you know what? We expel them, poop them out. So then that's one view. There's a more liberal view that in America would be they're resident aliens. They're green card holders, that they do the work, but they have more surveillance than most citizens might have. And then you have the holobiont view, which says that the alien, the other, is part of the entire system and that the system would not exist without it. And so I think that these are three views that we see in terms of politics, we see in terms of who belongs in science, we see who belongs in the body. And I think that the body politic metaphor is still very much with us, whether we like it or not.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's really interesting. I was going to, oh, sorry.
Go.
I'm sorry, I was still thinking about what you're saying. Relative to the question that, or you're worried, Chiara, about what is the indigenous? I guess I've been sitting here thinking, oh God, that I just would never, I just don't put it like that. That's not the way. And I maybe I would, because if you say, what is the indigenous? You're making it a non-relational, non-co-constitutive thing, right? And so then I was thinking, yeah, but that you like, you know, it's like, anyways. So as I was thinking along, I'm thinking that there, at least for like me in relation to my Cottabing family, who are on the northwest coast of, you know, of what's now Australia, who are Emmy and Menda and Wajigan, who, as Gigi put it so powerfully, and Gigi Lewis put it so powerfully in a little film we did for the Art Gallery of New South Wales. Everyone has their own country. They have their own land. I'm just quoting her, own country, own language, own stories, right? But those stories are, and lands and languages are co-constituted in the way in which they formed and continue to form each other. So if you alter one formation, then you necessarily alter the other. So it really is in this, like, it's foundationally relational in a way that provides one with their own. Like, you can't have your own without this prior relationality. So, but then I was, you know, but I was thinking about this, and it seems like there's, for me, rather than saying, you know, what is the indigenous? I just don't think that's something that I'm trying to listen to how we've talked over all the years. I don't think that, sure, it comes up in the DNA question, like who's indigenous, but it comes up in three ways that, again, for me, the ways I would ask the question, or the way I would worry through the question versus answer the question, which is, on the one hand, you know, and again, this will repeat somewhat, there's the shared, there can be a shared orientation outside of like DNA, right? Outside of particular land, like, well, this is my land, that's your land, right? So can be a shared orientation in which it's like, oh yeah, this is kind of like where I connect in the way you relate, how I relate in the way that you relate, right? So these really great, interesting conversations can emerge, like, you know, same, different, right? The second is, and those can be very absorptive. So there's a generosity of inclusion, right, that leads to the second mode of relationality, I think, that I'm right to describe as part of the Cottabing analytic practice, which is, well, if that's the case and you're with us here, then you need to share the struggle to keep the way that co-constituted relations work here in existence, and to thicken, extend, and deepen them, right? So there's this shared orientation, but a shared struggle. Like, okay, it's not good enough just to go, oh yeah, it's kind of like me. Well, then you have to put in effort to keep in place the forms of relation that allow you have your own body, your own language, right? But there is also the difference, the particularities of difference that apprehend, we could say, the ancestral present. By that, I don't just mean like the indigenous ancestral present. I mean the ancestral present of settler colonialism and white supremacy, right? That's as ancestrally present as the others. But this too is shared insofar as one takes it into account in one's relation with others. That is not simply that we share things, but we're treated differently. So how do we share that fact together? You know, how do we not erase that? How do members of Cottabing make claims on, say, this kind of body? Because no matter what we share, we're differentiated, and in the ancestral present of white supremacy and colonial capitalism, that has ramifications. So that's a very different way of moving around the question of what is it's not what is indigeneity. It's like, what it's more, it's what is this, what is it doing? What are we sharing and differing? How do we keep all these levels of politics? And yeah, so it's somewhat incoherent, but I just think I just trouble when we get into these conversations, like define the indigenous. I was like, I don't know. Yeah, so
it's not. I'm raising this question, what is indigenous, and not for a mere,
because you worry that it traps certain people in.
Because I'm worried about, its use and misuse, right? So when indigeneity is tied in the way in which Kim TallBear was saying, with specific territorial dispossession, right? That's the perfect term. I can't think of any better terms, but I also see the danger that the very same term can do in other contexts. I mean, just to give you an example, like philosophy departments, right? In the US, I've been in the US academia for 10 years, right? I've only met one scholar who's doing indigenous Native American philosophy and is placed in a philosophy department. Because the usual argument, whenever one asks the question about Native American philosophy, is, oh, but that's not for philosophy, that's for ethnic studies, right? So, or indigenous studies department. Now, this label reinforces the idea that the philosophy body of philosophical thoughts and knowledge produced by Native American is outside of the normal circuit of what counts as philosophy, and is placed in this, institutionally speaking, I mean, it's an institution, right? It's placed in indigenous studies and ethnic studies, and therefore is placed, that's where I'm worried, is placed into another time, another space that has been overcome by the white European settlers, who are finally bringing philosophy, in the abstract sense. So, it's not that philosophers have this, it is true. I mean, maybe I have a penchant for abstract terms, and I'm worried about abstract terms, but it's institutions that work in this way. In particular, in the US, in philosophy, whenever I say, but why are we not teaching Native American philosophy? My philosophy colleagues, they say, oh, because that is an oral tradition. And I say, so why are we teaching the pre-Socratics who never wrote anything, but we only have fragments of what we think that Thales or Anaximander said, right? So there is a way in which this indigenous category, which is, I think it's absolutely necessary as a tool of resistance against the epistemic genocide. So simply we're not talking about it, but it may also work as a what's the English term for it? It doesn't come to me, but it can backfire at the moment when people use it as a general category. So this is not your interest. I'm thinking, for instance, Kyle White's work on Potawatomi philosophies to address climate change. Like, gives a talk. Okay, here is a body of philosophical thought, Potawatomi relationship to the land, different ideas of governance that I'm using to address climate change. And then you have philosophers who come up and say, well, but that's not philosophy, that's indigenous studies, right? Argument. That's not philosophy, it's thinking or thought, right? So,
well, you know what? That's philosophy's problem. I don't know why that's indigenous problem. That's y'all's problem. Y'all need to get your shit together.
I could say fine. We're not invested in philosophy. Yeah. Forget about philosophy. But as a matter of fact, that system works inside the US academia everywhere. It's not just philosophy department. The reference to the relegating of Native American knowledge into, most times it's called ethnic studies, is a way to perpetrate, at least, in my view, it can be used as a way to perpetrate the idea that the normal knowledge is the one produced by white settler. So the knowledge produced by Native American is just ethnic, right? Now, ethnic, in my view, is different from indigenous. So there are different terms, but they may work in the same way to, again, perpetrate a hierarchy that prevents us from imagining it otherwise, right? I mean, this is really my worry. Forget about philosophy, who cares about philosophers? But what I witness in philosophy as a discipline is, in my view, happening in all the disciplines within at least the US system.
Chiara, you work in New York City, right?
Yeah.
When I was 10 years old, my parents called me a cultural critic because I grew up in New York City, and I was a bio nerd then, and I went to the Museum of Natural History. And my favorite exhibit at the American Museum of Natural History was the Boas collection of Pacific Northwest Indian artifacts and totem poles. It is glorious. And I asked my parents, why isn't this in the Metropolitan Museum of Art? Why is it in the American Museum of Natural History? And
because white people are not ethnic. They are not an ethnic, they are the norm according to which other people are placed in the ethnic world, right?
Exactly.
But
so,
the idea that,
but New York, they're finally getting rid of the Roosevelt statue, but I think they need to transport the Boas collection over to the museum.
It doesn't belong to the art museum. I don't know.
I know. It belongs to the Natural History Museum.
No, it doesn't belong to the Natural History Museum.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it doesn't belong to either one of those.
Getting back to kind of to merge, the talks. The question I think becomes: are humans an invasive species? Is the Anthropocene the territorial displacement of indigenous, species, and the displacement of natural history by human history? I mean, is this what the Anthropocene is? Actually, is a ecological invasion of one species over the ecosystems of others.
And if I may step in, and while discussing with De Castro and Danowski that issue, actually we came up with kind of observation that an interest, at least in Brazil, for example, to indigenous leaders, indigenous politics, epistemologies, has been rising together with the concern of ecological crisis. Because indigenous people in Brazil are seen as those who are guarding Amazonian forests, as those who have, through their relational ontologies and epistemologies, a better knowledge of how to situate themselves in the world, how to relate to the world. So basically, this is where this hierarchy of knowledge is being shattered. We Westerners are responsible for the situation of Anthropocene, Capitalocene, whatever, of global warming in general, if you want. And then we need some kind of knowledge which has not been reproducing the same set of relations that result in environmental crisis. So I think this is where some understanding, because getting back to also yesterday's talks, Catherine Malabou brought in the concept of addiction. So we are addicted to, in academia we find a lot of talks that kind of try to dismantle all these schemes. But you go outside. You've been mentioning Trump. but we have our Trumps here, you know, in Europe, in Lithuania, and this kind of discussion wouldn't be possible, you know. People were too addicted to banal, stereotypized schemes of understanding. But there are maybe moments, events that shatter their imagination, and they think this question of ecological consciousness might, you know, at least equilibrate the relationship towards the knowledge that a variety of indigenous people have towards the world. You know, maybe that would be another way to requalify these relations. You know, since also having in mind what Elizabeth had been talking about. This entanglement of existence that leads to the distribution of powers, which is not equal, you know, the first and second axiom. So maybe this is also a question how to redistribute the power. And maybe you need to find a question within the Western imaginary, which is maybe ecological crisis, which dismantles our schemes and dismantles our addictions, if you want.
Okay, with this plea for less addiction, maybe we're running out of time, so I'm gonna go through the list of the panelists and ask if they have any concluding remark. So Ignas.
My concluding remark is just expressing.
We don't hear you.
My remark would be that to express the gratitude and joy of the symposium since it's ending, and hopefully we can open up Western discourse to like take it seriously, take the perspective of the other seriously, and to reflect upon how inclusion of this perspective changes the whole outlook that we, when we identify ourselves as the West, to change this outlook that we have both towards our environment, to see it as a more like a community instead of some kind of open space that we can move freely and do whatever we want, but see as a community with ethical boundaries and so on. And I think the indigenous perspectives all over the world, as well as the Lithuanian one, which is dear to me, they are important in this because they teach us harmony, some of the key principles of our indigenous traditions. They teach us harmony with each other and with nature on the same principles, without like really ontological hierarchy. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Well, yes, first of all, thank you. This has been really wonderful. I mean, I just listening to everybody really made me think very deeply, which is a real pleasure. I guess building on that, I guess I would say that I would, if this is a closing comment, I would hope that even if it's a fact that various spaces in what we now call Europe destroyed themselves first, right? And now struggle to pull themselves back into relation for that. That we don't use that as an alibi for not seeing how we are nevertheless related to that boat that Glissant spoke of. Still very differently. And again, it could be differently in relation to Lithuania to Europe, but Europe also to many other spaces on the globe. So as we do the work that Ignas, you're saying, which I think is right, to say, God, we did this to ourselves first, maybe. And then we didn't have anybody left to do it to, so we went out and did it to someone else. Even if that is the case, let's not use it as an alibi for amnesia about how we still are related to these processes of accumulation by dispossession.
Yes, I think we all agree.
Yeah.
Scott, do you want to add something, or was it were your two questions your closing comments?
Oh, I'll just add that first of all, thank you very much for allowing me to be in this discussion. And this is one of the collateral joys of the epidemic, I guess. I also think that we should recognize, each culture should recognize its profound immaturity and our potential for interacting with others, and that the body shows anyway, that there's no one best path, there's no one best cell. The cells of our body formed by interacting with each other, forming with each other as immature cells, and that they form by interactions not only with themselves, but with others and with the environment. And so there's no one right way.
Thank you so much. Kim, do you have any final comments?
Yeah, I was just thinking, again, after these final comments about Zoe Todd and Heather Davis's article, Decolonizing the Anthropocene, and I just want to quote from a couple sentences. And they say that the ecocidal logics that now govern our world are not inevitable, or are they human nature, but they are the result of a series of decisions that have their origins and reverberations in colonization. From this place, we can begin the project of decolonizing the Anthropocene. However, without recognizing that from the beginning, the Anthropocene is a universalizing project, it serves to re-invisibilize the power of Eurocentric narratives, again, replacing them as the neutral and global perspective. By linking the Anthropocene with colonization, it draws attention to the violence at its core and calls for the consideration of indigenous philosophies and processes of indigenous self-governance as a necessary political corrective, alongside the self-determination of other communities and societies violently impacted by the white supremacist, colonial, and capitalist logics instantiated in the origins of the Anthropocene. So it's not humans that are responsible, it's some humans. Yeah.
Right on.
Thank you so much. I think that's there's no more words needed. This is the perfect way to end this symposium. Thank you very much. I can say for myself as well, it has been 2 wonderful days of really deep thinking and questioning, and a lot of genuine questions, which I think we all approach with intellectual honesty, at least recognizing both our limits, but also the desire to keep discussing. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone, in all your different places.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Good luck to you all.
Bye.